The June 18th, 2026 meeting of the Charter Authorization Panel is called to order. I'd like to welcome everyone to the Arkansas Department of Education auditorium and ask that you please silence all your electronic devices. The goal is to facilitate a fair and responsible hearing. So for the record, I ask each person to please state your name and title each time you speak into your microphone. I ask that you continue to speak clearly in the microphone throughout your presentation for the benefit of the panel, this audience, and the viewing audience. This meeting is being live streamed and recorded, and a transcript of the meeting will be posted on the DESE website. So again, good morning to everyone. Good morning, panel members. I believe we have Mr. Baldwin joining us online as well, so good morning to you. As far as I'm aware, there's no changes to the agenda, so we will proceed as it is currently printed. So that brings us to our action items. But before we get started, I'd like to ask Ms. Rainey to please come forward and please outline the procedures for today's hearing.
Good morning, Julia Rainey, ADE. Let's see. All persons, with the exception of attorneys representing the parties who plan to provide testimony during the hearing, must be sworn by the chair of the panel. The charter school or applicant will have 20 minutes to present its case to the panel for approval of the proposed charter school application renewal or request. The chair may grant additional time if necessary. Parties opposed to the charter school's application renewal or request will have 20 minutes to present its case to the authorizer. This is the total amount of time allotted for the presentation regarding opposition to the application renewal or request. The chair of the panel may grant additional time if necessary. The charter school or applicant shall have 5 minutes to respond to any arguments in opposition to the charter school application renewal or request. The chair of the panel may grant additional time if necessary. The authorizer will follow the presentations with discussion of the public charter school application renewal or request and questions, if any, to the open enrollment, public charter school or applicant, opposing parties, or both. Additionally, an affected school district may submit written comments concerning the application to the authorizer to be considered at the time of the authorizer's review of the application. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so on to our action items. So first on the agenda under section 3, Schools for Advanced Studies Northwest Arkansas Amendment Request. This is going to be presented by Dr. Daryl Smith from the Charter Office, and he's coming forward to give us an overview.
Good morning, everybody. Daryl Smith, Department of Education, Office of School Choice. Before you today is an amendment request by the School for Advanced Studies in Northwest Arkansas to basically reconstitute their board to a local Arkansas board. So essentially what they're doing, they're going to remove Basis Charter Schools, Inc. as the sole member of Arkansas Schools for Advanced Studies, transitioning it to a fully independent Arkansas nonprofit corporation governed by a locally focused board. At this time, I believe there are 2 representatives online that will be able to present and answer your questions.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so before we get started, those of you that are going to be speaking on behalf of the Schools for Advanced Studies Northwest Arkansas, can you please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear that the testimony or statement you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Okay, thank you. You may begin your presentation.
Good morning, members. My name is Deanna Rowe. I am the Executive Director for the Arkansas Schools for Advanced Studies. With me today is David Hubalik with Polymath, our management company. And I believe our materials as they were presented and as Dr. Smith just represented speak directly to our request. So I am happy to address any questions you may have.
Thank you. Before we go into questions, Ms. Rainey, can you please come forward and let us know if there's any legal concerns we need to be aware of?
Hi, Julia Rainey, ADE. We have no legal concerns.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So with that, I will go into questions. Dr. Bacon?
Yes, I don't have much to ask. I think I understand what's happening here, but I would like sort of an explanation of what your leadership structure outline looks like. Who's on your board? What, just sort of a more specific representation of who's running the school and in what capacity, since you're separating from this basis group.
Certainly, thank you. Again, Deanna Rowe with Arkansas Schools for Advanced Studies. The operations of the school remains as it has been. Jennifer Higgins is our school leader at the school, and she is actually, as a single site school, going to assume the executive director or superintendent responsibilities at the school. The school has a contract with the management company that remains the same, and the leadership at the management company remains as it has been. The school board directly has changed. We have had 2 members that are coming off the board, which were our representatives from the Basis Charter Schools parent organization. They're coming off, and we have identified and appointed Dr. Bob Moranto with the University of Arkansas as a board member, and then an additional board member, Brendan Boyle from St. John's College, is also joining the board. 2 of our current board members are remaining. Marcia McCullum, who has had 2 students enrolled at the school, is remaining, and Chad Colby, who is one of our founding members, is also staying on the board. And then we will be adding 3 additional local board members as we continue to expand our opportunities there in Arkansas.
I don't have any other questions, but I would just like to say I'm a big proponent of the local nature of running the school of leadership, and so I applaud the effort you all are making to bring this closer to home.
Ms. Stewart?
Yes, good morning. Thank you for that, and I echo Dr. Bacon's thoughts as far as having local members. My only question would be, you mentioned you've got 3 additional board seats open. What does your timing look like on that? And then the second part of that question would be, what is your roll-off of current board members from a timing perspective?
Thank you. So again, Deanna Rowe with Arkansas Schools for Advanced Studies. The 2 new board members were appointed at our meeting last week. The roll-off of the current members that are transitioning will be effective June 30, so the end of the fiscal year. We have identified another parent who is ready to come on board and join our efforts over the summer, and then ideally we would identify 2 additional members that would come on board in the fall.
And then just one last question: what would be your total number of seats? Just out of curiosity.
Current enrollment is
No, on the board. I'm sorry.
Oh, on the board. I apologize.
No, that's good.
I had a 7-member board. It's a
Okay.
7-member.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Mhm.
Ms. Newton?
My question is in selecting board members and recruiting, the possibility of recruiting other board members, have you considered what they bring individually to the board in terms of expertise or interest or background?
I apologize. I could not hear the question.
Can you hear me now?
Barely.
Okay, is that better?
Oh, that's perfect. Thank you.
Okay, great. My question is around the makeup of the board. So you have some present members. Are you considering different disciplines or backgrounds or experiences of the folks that are constituting the makeup of the board?
Yes, thank you for the question. Again, Deanna Rowe, Arkansas Schools for Advanced Studies. The makeup of the board is intended to be local community members, so business representatives, as well as local experts related to content that or application to the operations of a school. We have a strong academic representative in our new member, Brendan Boyle. We have our local university representative in Bob Moranto. And then we intend to have a couple of parents on the board, and then local business and community members, especially as we take on the expansion this year, which will be our first senior class, which will have, as part of their senior projects, being out in the community with their internship projects.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Dr. Moore?
Thank you. I have no additional questions at this time.
Okay, thanks. And Mr. Baldwin?
Yes, thank you. And I do like the movement that you're making to come to the local board. I think that's always a good idea. Just a couple of kind of structural questions, and I appreciate my colleagues for their questions. Those were helpful for me. Let me ask you, so as this change occurs, and I think I know that the Arkansas school, which is, I'll call it Arkansas School, was already had its own 501c3. Was it, or did it share the 501c3 number with Basis?
It in fact does have its own 501c3. It's its own separate nonprofit.
Okay, so it's always been a standalone legal entity, and I guess you all will fill out the Form 990 and basically be responsible for complying with all Internal Revenue Service processes.
Yes, sir. And as a school who has been operating for 2 years, we have been doing that as well. This structure simply removes the Basis charter schools from our articles and and their responsibilities from the bylaws.
Does it limit? I guess I'm questioning. Are there other reasons why you're doing this? And I guess one reason would be to limit the liability to the Basis, and just kind of have the liability, whatever that is, held at the local level. Is that part of the discussion?
That is correct. The local autonomy and the local financial responsibility will rest with the nonprofit.
Okay. Describe for me, I know it's two separate organizations once we approve this, but surely the two boards will have to work together in some form or fashion. I come from a world where that was pretty normal. How do you see the two boards engaging in the future?
So the Arkansas Schools for Advanced Studies board will be the same as the Schools for Advanced Studies Northwest Arkansas governing body. So they have been operating and will remain one and the same.
Okay, so there's not another board, off somewhere else that has any involvement at all?
Moving forward, there will not be. In the past, there has been the Basis Charter Schools nonprofit parent organization who has been providing direct oversight and support for the local nonprofit. The Basis Charter Schools Board is being removed from those processes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, again, thank you for joining us today and giving us some background information on your rationale for and the structure that's coming forward. Again, I echo the sentiments of my panel members. Very excited to see you moving more towards an Arkansas-based board than what was previously in place. So I don't have any further questions, just wanted to make that comment. But I want to give panel members an opportunity to ask any additional questions that may have come up as questions were asked. Okay, all right. So seeing none, then I will accept a motion on the Schools for Advanced Studies Northwest Arkansas Amendment Request.
I move to accept the motion request for their school board.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. I have a motion by Ms. Stewart, a second by Ms. Newton. Is there any discussion on the motion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. Any opposed? Like sign. Any that wish to abstain? All right, very good. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, that takes us to our second item under the action agenda, Charter School District Conversion Application Request for Sheridan Jacket Academy. And the presenter for that is Dr. Turker. So will you please come forward and give us an overview of that item? Thank you.
Good morning, Sarper Turker, School Choice and Parent Empowerment. Before you, we have Sheridan School District, Jacket Academy, Charter District, Conversion Charter School Proposal. Jacket Academy is a district conversion charter proposal designed to provide flexible, personalized learning pathways through blended model, virtual, hybrid, and alternative programming. This proposal demonstrates strong alignment with district systems and clear rationale for addressing non-traditional student needs. The core purpose is to provide individualized learning plans, flexible pacing, and targeted intervention supports while maintaining alignment with district curriculum and statewide standards. The model's central promise is to improve engagement, retention, and graduation outcomes by serving students whose needs are not met in traditional school structures.
Okay, so before we get started, all those who are speaking on behalf of Sheridan's Jacket Academy application, please stand and raise your right hand, and that is in person and also virtual online. Okay. Do you swear the testimony or statement you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay. All right, you may begin your presentation, and just a reminder, you have 20 minutes for your presentation.
Good morning. I'm Andy Mayberry. I'm the Communications Director with the Sheridan School District. You know, years ago, I worked across the street at the Arkansas Economic Development Commission, and our director, Jim Pickens, had a saying that kind of stuck with me through the years. He always said, if we don't know where we're going, how are we ever going to know when we get there? So with that, today we'd like to answer 3 questions for you. Where are we currently? Where do we plan to be? And how are we going to get there? At its core, Jacket Academy is about ensuring that every Sheridan student has a pathway to success. I'd like to introduce you to our team. Also presenting today, our high school principal, Sheridan High School Principal Candace Wilson, our Director of Special Education, Jennifer Allman, Alternative Learning Academy Principal Dennis Wolf. Mr. Wolf will also serve as the principal of Jacket Academy. Joining us online today remotely, Chad Pitts, Superintendent of Sheridan School District, Assistant Superintendent Dr. Missy Wally, and also Dr. Leanne Pinkerton. You see Dr. Pinkerton's title of Director of Access and Accountability, but she will also serve as Director of Jacket Academy. The mission and vision. Mission and vision of the Sheridan School District, it's pretty simple. We provide a high-quality education in a safe environment. So we're going to teach your kids and we're going to keep them safe while you entrust them to our care. Our vision, even more simple, just 5 words: achieving full potential every day. The word every is key here because we know that every student is different. We know that every student learns differently. We know that every student has different life circumstances, whether that's economic, whether it's their home life, whether it's medical challenges that some may have, whatever the case, we know that every student also deserves to have a pathway that is individualized to them. We're a district on the rise. If you look at our Atlas scores the past 3 years, you see increasing ELA scores, math scores, science scores. If you look at our graduation rate, just a few short years ago, we hovered just above the state average at about 89%. We said we can do better than that. We can do it, we will do it, and we're now at about 95%. We are a B-rated district with the Arkansas Department of Education. We're looking for an A soon. We have increasing career and technical opportunities. That's a partnership with the Saline County Career Technical Center. We also have our own in-house CTE programs that are some of the best in our region. We have strengthening partnerships with regional colleges, universities, industry leaders. We are a high-performing district, but we know that even high-performing districts have to make changes from time to time and have to evolve to meet changing student needs. As a district on the rise, we're also all about continuous improvement. We survey our community. We speak with community leaders and families. We sent out a survey in the spring of 2026, and we sent it to all of the parents in our school district, and we also posted it on social media and boosted it in some of the surrounding communities too. And we had 108 families respond to that survey saying that they would be interested in a non-traditional option very similar to what we're proposing today with Jacket Academy. Where are we currently? We've seen that students in traditional schools are choosing non-traditional options. In the first semester last year, we lost 85 students to an external virtual provider. They're leaving our district to do virtual school somewhere else. We had another 92 of our students enrolled in our approved virtual provider. Jacket Academy will also include our alternative learning students. We have 67 right now. The expected capacity of Jacket Academy at this point anyway would be 400 students, grades K through 12. Community support also means local government support. It's very important to have both. So we'd like to hear a short video from Sheridan Mayor Kane Natton. And I'm not quite sure where that video is. It was embedded into this slide. Let me just tell you a little bit about what Mayor Natton said. He was all for this. He said if he was on the charter authorization panel, he'd be voting for it today. That it was important to our community to keep them connected to Sheridan, to our workforce. If we're turning out students at a high graduation rate with good, strong educations, and they can be great citizens for our community going forward. Fantastic words from Mayor Kane Natton. Also in your packet today, you'll see a letter of support from our Sheridan School Board signed by Board President Jeff Lisenby outlining many of the benefits, not just to the community, but to the school district, but also, and most importantly, to the students themselves. Why change? Well, that's a great question. First and foremost, to meet the needs of our community. What our community has told us, both in person and through a survey and just in conversations, that they want innovative scheduling, they want hybrid and virtual learning opportunities, they want personalized instruction, they want, and what we want is to seek additional accountability with our students, accountability with ourselves, holding ourselves to a higher standard, and certainly meeting the standards of the state as well. But most importantly, a connection to Sheridan schools. We want these students to stay connected to our schools and to our community. We want them to be involved in our extracurricular activities. We want them to take part in our outstanding CTE program, to have the opportunities of our Saline County Career Tech Center. We want them to go to prom. We want them to cross that graduation stage and get a Sheridan School District diploma. To your point earlier, Dr. Bacon, we want to keep this closer to home. We believe in closer to home, and we believe that we can make decisions that are better for our students. All of that is where Jacket Academy begins.
Good morning. My name is Candace Wilson, and I proudly serve as the principal at Sheridan High School. Before you see our students crossing our graduation stage. When we begin with the end in mind, we are focusing on preparing every student for life after graduation. We are committed to our district vision that says we will work to achieve full potential for every student every day. It is our aim that our students will walk across that stage and they will be very prepared for enrollment, employment, and enlistment. How do we accomplish this? Through personalized learning plans, CTE opportunities, AP and concurrent course offerings, as well as work-based learning experiences and individualized support. Currently at Sheridan High School on-site, we offer these opportunities. They help our students identify their goals, develop their strengths, and confidently take the step toward their future. Jacket Academy will allow us to expand access of these opportunities while providing that latitude that our families are seeking. And now for an overview of the vision for Jacket Academy.
Good morning. I'm Jennifer Allman, the Director of Special Services for Sheridan School District. So our vision, I'm going to attempt to work this. Our vision for Jacket Academy is overall to create a learning center for our region where students have a variety of learning options for their individual needs and circumstances. It's the flexibility without sacrificing the rigor. Students will have options like hybrid, alternative, and virtual learning environments where this will be held at our local facility, our current facility, as you can see in the background of that slide. Personalized pathways and individual supports and services will be developed for every single student with high expectations and increased accountability. Those are top priorities for all of our students at Sheridan School District, as you can see by our data. The goal is not just another virtual school. The goal is a comprehensive school model designed around student success, all students, every student. We want them to truly become a Sheridan Yellow Jacket, regardless of where their education comes from. So who will we serve? Jacket Academy will serve students whose needs are better met through innovative educational options. We recognize that some families have a variety of circumstances and situations that require us to think outside of the traditional educational box. Some students are trying to balance work and school and family responsibilities, while others are pursuing accelerated pathways to meet their goals for life. Life's challenges can make education difficult for yet other students, creating barriers for the traditional setting. Our desire is to serve every individual student that comes to us. So now let's take a look at a day in the life of Jacket Academy student. Ms. Wilson.
Again, Candace Wilson, Principal, Sheridan High School. Our families have expressed a desire for a program that will combine that at-home learning experience with meaningful opportunities. This helps them remain connected to our school community. So first, let's think about a third grader, a hybrid student at Jacket Academy. They would begin their morning by visiting the intermediate campus. They would go on a field trip to our local museum and then return back to campus where they would attend the gardening activities that are provided through our interventions of Jacket Time, all with their grade level peers. They would leave campus, go home in time for lunch, and then attend their virtual math lesson. Also, in addition to these activities and these opportunities, they would be able to have access to services such as GT programming and music instruction through our virtual provider. Now that would be for our elementary age students. But let's meet Brooklyn. As you see here on the screen, Brooklyn last fall was a student on site at Sheridan High School. After a tragic accident, which resulted in the loss of her leg, she needed a learning option that could adapt to her circumstances. Today, she still remains a Sheridan School District student. She is still connected to her peers and participates in the activities that she loves. She also has the flexibility to attend her medical appointments as needed. So you can see here on the screen, this is what her hybrid schedule could potentially look like. She could complete her coursework at home and then come to Jacket Academy, our on-site facility, and attend an intervention group. And then in the afternoon, she could walk next door to our early learning center where she would earn her community service hours as she volunteers with our littles. And then after school, she would attend practice at Sheridan High School as she is a member of our cheer team. Jacket Academy, the power of this model is that it would provide our students with support and flexibility that they need while staying connected to our school community. Currently, on-site, Sheridan High School offers a variety of high-wage, high-demand CTE pathways. We also have a long-standing partnership with Saline County Technical Campus in Benton. These are the opportunities that our on-site students have at this time, but Jacket Academy would expand access to these opportunities. It would allow for our hybrid students to be able to complete their core coursework through a virtual provider at home, then come to campus, board our bus, travel with their peers to Benton, to the Saline County campus, where they would have the opportunity to experience those hand-on career training opportunities. So currently, our students on site have these opportunities, but through Jacket Academy, our students, our hybrid students, would also have the opportunity to earn their college credits, develop their workforce skills, and gain real-world experiences, while all the while remaining connected to our Sheridan community. Simply put, Jacket Academy removes the barriers, increases access, and creates more pathways of success for our students.
Good morning again. Jennifer Almond, Director of Special Services. Student supports. Flexibility only works when you have strong support systems in place. So that is our goal. We know that students can get lost in a virtual setting, but we believe the difference is maintaining those connections and providing the supports surrounding and just wrapping our arms around the student. Being housed under one LEA allows us to monitor students more intentionally. Jacket Academy is designed to support all learners, every learner, through flexible scheduling, as we've discussed, personalized plans, virtual opportunities, special services, accelerated work, but also while they're continuing to grow and exploring their interests, they can receive their individualized, appropriate educational, and as you can see, social emotional supports and services. We have a variety, as you can see on the screen. We have Jacket Academy, we have Jacket, hopefully have Jacket Academy. We have Jacket Health and Wellness, and just a variety of needs that support all students for Sheridan, which would be extended to our Jacket Academy students. The Sheridan School District has a strong multi-tiered system of support. We, on every campus, have collaborative teams. There we use the PLC process, the professional learning communities, intervention process. So we have those individualized teams on every campus where they meet weekly. They gather data, they monitor students, they progress monitor those, they come back to the table, they collect information from every aspect, including social, emotional, and behavioral. Those teams and committees come together so that the teacher's not making decisions in isolation, but we are collaboratively making the best decision for every individualized student. That would continue with Jacket Academy. We believe that the goal is not to make education easier, but to more effective learning for every student. Do what is right, not what is easy. Jacket Academy will be a place where every student is known, monitored, and supported. We also use high-quality instructional materials. Those are provided at the current time through Arkansas River, our educational co-op that we use. We will continue to partner with them. For now, the future model is we are expected to hire our own staff and grow this program even bigger. We also partner with some post-secondary, I believe Mr. Mayberry alluded to that earlier, some post-secondary partners that we have established relationships with. We have very rigorous instruction that we expect of all of our students that would extend to Jacket Academy students. This instruction is aligned to Arkansas standards while students would benefit from personalized pacing and those flexible delivery models that we're asking. Students will demonstrate mastery through learning and achievement rather than just accumulating seat time. The goal is to provide what every student needs. Mr. Wolf?
Good morning. I'm Dennis Wolf, the principal of the Alternative Learning Academy for the Sheridan School District. And I'm going to talk a little bit about how do we get to where we want to be with our students and providing services for them. As you've heard from some really great educators so far this morning, we are doing really great things for our communities and for all the students who travel to Sheridan for their education. However, it's kind of piecemealed and it's in these areas and these pockets. What this will allow us to do is to build a school concept to bring all these things together to be more inclusive, to provide more opportunities and access for all students. The Jacket Academy is designed to expand educational opportunities while strengthening our schools. The hybrid learning model is the keystone of the R model. In it, students receive the latitude without sacrificing accountability. We have seen what we've seen in our district with students and how they participate in off-site learning, and we see the caveats that are there. We want to help and invite more accountability, expectations, and supports for all of our students. As you've seen, career and technical is a focus at Sheridan High School. Mr. Chad Pitts, our superintendent, really challenges us to develop, build, and sustain elite opportunities for students. And we've done that through partnerships, and we want to see that grow. The hybrid structure allows students to personalize the schedules while remaining connected to teachers and support staff. That's a very important piece for us, one that we think can be improved upon in this model. This is not simply an online school. It is a learning model that combines technology, personal relationships, and hands-on real-world experiences. Currently, we are a staffed school with amazing educators. I, for one, am truly blessed. I work with 9 teachers who are some of the best in their field, who are constantly sought after for professional development, guidance. I myself just finished my 24th year in education. I know I look pretty good for 49. I tell my students all the time, if they look half as good as this, they'll be happy. And in that career, it has been wonderful. I achieved national board certification. So you are handing this really wonderful opportunity to wonderful, passionate, well-versed educators who truly want to see all students succeed. We do employ licensed teachers, special education services, counseling and behavioral supports, intervention specialists, technology support, administrative leadership. Even Ms. Wilson herself used to be a part of our intervention team before being elevated to high school principal and was very successful at that. As far as physical facilities, we currently do have one. The Alternative Learning Academy is housed in a building currently that has the room and space to be utilized for this new endeavor. This space does provide benefits in dedicated instructional spaces, student support offices, technology resources, collaborative learning areas, room for future enrollment growth. The approach demonstrates fiscal stewardship by utilizing and leveraging our existing structures, facilities, and staff. We can accomplish this new model without the need of constructing a new facility. We are maximizing resources we already own while creating a space specifically designed for this model. As enrollment grows, we know that staffing will need to change in the future. It's currently our plan is to roll this over into where it is completely in-house at Sheridan School District, where those partnerships and relationships that we have outside of the building are really more managed inside with our staff and our personnel. Our vision is to build a capacity responsibly while maintaining high-quality education supports for every student, and we want to do this with sustainable growth and not a hardship of rapid expansion. We want to make sure that we're doing the right thing, but doing it the right way. Now, we know Pandora's box has been opened. We've learned a lot over the last 6 and 7 years as far as what technology looks like in the education space. But the toothpaste is out, and we can't put it back in the tube. What we need to learn is how to use these tools responsibly, how to teach these students to use these tools responsibly. We know that today's families expect timely communication. We know that parents want real-time academic updates, clear expectations, easy access to the teachers, and consistent two-way communication. We know that students benefit from 24-hour access to learning resources, teacher support, tutoring opportunities, technology-based instruction, and ongoing monitoring of progress. Our goal is to create a partnership between schools, students, and families, and that technology doesn't replace rapport relationships, but it just strengthens our communications. So the big question, why a charter? Why consider this? We already have so many things in place. Well, we know that some of the caveats that we've run into is scale. That currently what we're doing, we are hitting limitations, and that we're not able to provide this as an all-inclusive programming. We believe a charter at this time would provide us a formalized structure to bring us into that school concept, where there's clear accountability, innovation within a proven educational framework, and expanded opportunities for students across our region. We believe a charter creates a pathway for students whose needs are not fully met in the traditional settings. And you've already heard that students are leaving school districts, and I believe that's happening across the state, and looking for what fits the family, their needs, and their situations. But we need to also focus again on expectations for student performance, systems of accountability, and strong student supports. Financially, it brings students back into the Sheridan School District. It generates additional funding opportunities. It helps organize current facilities for long-term sustainability and scalability, which is most important. The charter gives us a framework that allows innovation while maintaining accountability. Its impact on the existing Sheridan School District. Jacket Academy strengthens our school district. It does not compete with it. It provides more educational choices for families, opportunities to retain students who might otherwise choose another path. Expanded services without duplicating existing programs. Again, we want to make this a formalized single structure in that school concept. We want to increase enrollment, and this is an investment in the entire district. Sorry, is that time?
It is.
I'm so sorry.
No, that's fine. So I did give you the extra 5 because there wasn't any opposition to your application. But I will definitely imagine you'll have an opportunity to cover what you did not get to with questions. So
Sure.
you'll be able to come back to those pieces. Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you. But before we get started with questions, if I could have Ms. Rainey come forward and let us know if there's any legal concerns we need to be aware of.
Hi, Julia Rainey, ADE. We have no legal concerns.
Okay, very good. So we'll start with questions, and then I just remind you that as you speak each time, and I know that can sometimes be a bit repetitive, but each time you come to the microphone and speak, please restate your name and title for the record. Okay. So I will start with Ms. Stewart.
Okay, well, thank y'all very much for such a thorough presentation. Really, honestly, I had a few questions that got crossed off because you did answer them as you were going through, so really appreciate that. Loved hearing from the mayor. And really appreciated, though, the fact that you did talk about a lot about barrier removal, but you know, throughout the presentation, as well as that you had a slide about who you serve. So that was appreciated as well. So I did have a few questions. First off, notice the licensure waiver. You did touch on that briefly. But what would be a plan for licensure for those that are, you're hiring without licensure? What are the numbers of those that you're hiring without licensure? Kind of, in a nutshell, what does that look like right now?
Hi, Jennifer Allman, Director of Special Services. I think several of us could probably answer some parts of this question. Right now, we currently have, Mr. Wolf would have to give you the specifics, but we do have licensed teachers. Our plan is to keep Arkansas licensed teachers in the core content areas. It's some of those other areas that we may not be able to hire at this point for those licensure areas. So they would be a licensed teacher. That is our goal. but if I'm an elementary teacher, I might, or that's a bad example, but maybe a secondary English teacher, I may have to help with another class or another course that's not a core content area, just teaching out of my licensure area. So
And would that plan be to then gain licensure?
our hope is
through a
that we grow
pathway?
so much and that we are able to hire someone licensed in all of those areas, but also absolutely provide that option for them to be licensed in whatever those areas are that we need. Right now, it's we're using Arkansas River, our co-op, who's a state approved, and so they cover all of that for us at the right now. But for the hybrid students, they would have the option to come to campus with a certified teacher in those areas. So if they wanted to come to campus for the high school or elementaries, even for that matter, they would have that opportunity to do that right now.
So it mentioned a lot about difficult roles to fill. I'm sure we can imagine what those would be, but can you kind of expand on that
Do
in
you
your
guys want to expand?
current state?
Hi, I'm Chris Bolin. I'm the CFO for Sheridan School District. Currently, any teacher that we hire that is not licensed is on a plan to become licensed, and that would continue to be our intent. But as we look at a lot, especially those career classes, we may need to utilize industry experts and need a little latitude with that so they get the opportunities. But again, right now, all of our teachers are licensed. I think we have 3 new hires that are already on alternate plans. And so overall, the district employees certified.
Okay, so when thinking through that, when you mentioned the virtual option, the hybrid option, what does that look like from a hiring standpoint? Like when you're staffing up for this, what, like numbers, what are the backgrounds of those? Because we know virtual is a different kind of way to teach.
Yes.
If
Okay,
you
so
speak to that.
Still Chris Bolin. For any virtual courses currently, our provider is through our co-op, and they are an approved vendor with the state for virtual education. And then on-site, again, our ALA already operates and has 9 certified teachers working in that area. It's not an official school, but in that area, in our learning, alternate learning environment. As we grow, we will be seeking to hire additional teachers as that hybrid base grows and they come on campus. We plan to staff up. In the budget, we anticipated hiring 2 to 3 teachers by the time we get to 400 students, and that's really going to be dependent on that hybrid need. We expect that to grow significantly. That's what we're hearing from the community, and so we have planned to start staffing it as the students have the need.
So speaking of that, with demand, what are the current numbers? I know you've got, you've done some community surveys and things like that, but what kind of firm numbers have you got?
So we ended the school year with 56 ALA students, the alternative learning students. We had 92 virtual students that were enrolled, again, with Arkansas River being that provider. And from our initial survey, there was over 100 families that said they were interested. We don't have enrollment open quite yet. We got to do our year rollover, but we believe we'll be right at least 100 to 150 to start with.
In the hybrid or just all in? For
Between hybrid and virtual, we think it will be easily 100 to 150
Okay.
throughout that first year.
Okay, yeah, okay, that helps. So thinking about staffing and thinking about those numbers, what kind of ratios are you looking at
You can speak
for
to that.
staff?
Dennis Wolf, principal of Alternative Learning Academy. I'm so sorry. Would you mind repeating that? I'm
Yeah.
going deaf in this
No, it's
already.
okay. Staffing ratios for this model.
For this model, well, for the alternative side of things, we would maintain within rules and regulations set forth by the state of Arkansas. In that, as far as any student that's designated as an ALE student, we would maintain that. As far as the hybrid goes, that is one of the waivers that we are asking for in that packet, is to make sure that we stay in compliance with that we're not overloading teachers, but again, we're leveraging responsibly all the resources that we have.
Mm-hmm.
So
And I apologize, it may be in here, but do you have like a build out of what that, those possibilities would look like?
I personally do not have, I'm so sorry, no, but, do
Y'all
we-
are still thinking through that.
Correct.
Okay.
We're still looking at that. We were just looking at really, once we put all this in place, you know, our main missing piece and the things that we provide our students and families is that a true hybrid model that would really not necessarily take the place, but be another tool available for students of need, okay? And that we know that that need is growing and becoming more varied. I mean, I wake up every day now and say, it's all gonna be new, right? And at the end of the day, I go, I thought I saw everything up until today, but I learned 5 more new things. New experiences happen every day. And that's why we're passionate about this model. We know that this is a really good way for us to evolve. As far as doing those build outs, really it's about approval from this panel and moving forward, then we can kind of do some more formalized looking at list of students who have asked this in the past. We have that information, we just haven't got to that depth of our exploration into that.
Chris Boland, Sheridan Schools. I'd say additionally, those 9 certified teachers that are supporting ALA, we believe there's some capacity to handle the kids that are going to show up this first semester at a minimum, that they can move over and spend some time in a room with the hybrid students that come up. We'll also utilize our high school staff. Again, we can plug them right into campuses. And so we believe we have the current capacity for at least the first year, but we've also got some retired teachers on notification that they may be tapped to come back in to help us grow this.
Okay, yeah, that's helpful. And then finally, just a couple of questions regarding special education. Appreciate you being there. I you know, that speaks volumes that you all do see this as very important. Just kind of highlight or walk through what that's going to look like for you know, a special education student that decides to take advantage of this.
Yes, absolutely. It's Jennifer Almond, Director of Special Services. Great question. I appreciate that. I come from a general education background, and but my passion is really just helping kids. So I tell teachers all the time and principals, whatever that kid needs, like, that's what we're going to do. So of course we have to meet the law and all the accredited, like all of the rules, but ultimately what's the best decision for that particular child. And so that's how we'll continue to make those decisions. Right now, for our virtual students, the Arkansas River Co-op provides the services. We still hold the folders. So we still have connection to that child, and we're able to track progress and those types of things. I think it looks different for every student. If they really need that face-to-face hands-on, we'll have that option for them to come to campus and be provided face-to-face supports. If they're okay to have that, I'm not a speech therapist, but I do know COVID brought that out. You know, they can do a lot of speech therapy and those things virtually, but we know face-to-face is always best. So we want to make sure we provide those options for those students.
And those IEP pieces and all of that will all be probably in person, is that?
Yes,
what I'm
ma'am.
hearing you
Those are
say?
all,
With the
yes.
families and.
Yes, ma'am. Those are all provided on site, on campus, by our teachers. Even now, we hold all the meetings and do all the paperwork, track all the data.
Okay.
So, yes. Did that answer your question?
Yes, it
Okay.
did. That was helpful. Thank you. I'll stop there. Let our other, my colleagues have a chance. Ms. Newton?
I was thinking as you were presenting about all the reasons that you were making this request, and finally, you mentioned the financial piece of it, and certainly that's significant, and I know that would be a plus for your school system, and certainly that's what it takes to run schools. I'm proud of the fact that you are weaving in something that would allow you to be more innovative and productive for your communities through the additional finances students would bring back to school. I was interested, I heard special education, I heard ALA, and I'm thinking, is that ALE? So how is that give me a definition of who ALA or ALE is, and how are they separate or integrated? Is this process like, okay, this room or this class, not this room because it'll be virtual, but how is that different, or is it coordinated? woven together? Who is who, and how do they take advantage of an instruction model? So, do you understand? It's a little convoluted, but do you understand what I'm saying is you've got all these students, and so are they sectioned, typically in a school system, this may be a class for special education, this may be a class for ALE, this may be a class of ALA, or, so who's who and how do they look?
Yes, Dennis Wolf, principal of the Alternative Learning Academy. ALA is the Alternative Learning Academy. That's just our name for our program, and it is an ALE program. So that should provide some clarity, I hope. We often get confused ourselves because it gets called 5 to 6.
I can appreciate because the name, the acronym kind of
yes.
It conjures up an idea of who the students are and what the issues are and those special needs that they have. So I was curious about that because I think Academy is a better name, but I just wanted to know who were the kids.
Correct. So all of our ALA students would be identified through the ALE rules, regulations, and guidelines for those services, and that is who our student population is. Those are our alternative education students in ALA. As far as how ALA benefits from this being under the umbrella of the Jacket Academy is that LEA designation. We would see some benefits from that being an LEA in that. As far as rostering students, following student data, things of that nature. We are a large geographic area. We have schools that are 18 miles apart, and so becoming an LEA as opposed to a just consistent extension of the campus, we would maintain that relationship, but just more from a clerical side of things, we can do more timely work with students, having ALA follow under the umbrella of Jacket Academy and the benefits of an LEA.
An add-on to that, I don't know whose question, who this question would be directed to, but in the area of state I live in, there's tremendous challenges as it relates to broadband. So is that something that you're faced with, or if so, how would you address it?
I'm so sorry. Would you mind repeating that again? You said students.
Broadband access, is that
Broadband access, yes. Still Dennis Wolf. There has been a huge rollout in our area for fiber and things of that nature. Windstream is the telephone internet provider in that part of the state, and they've done a lot of infrastructure. We've seen that broadband internet has become more accessible to our families. That's why we think now is a good time for us to be looking at this as opposed to a few years ago. Now, 6 years ago, we did see that as a need. Families were struggling to have consistent access to internet, but through infrastructure that the state of Arkansas has made through grants and things of that nature to those businesses, we've seen that benefit our communities. And I keep saying communities as opposed to community, even though we use Sheridan as a term, we make up several communities. When Ms. Wilson sends out a mailer from the high school, there are numerous zip codes that go on those envelopes because we're comprised of East End, Hensley, Ico, Grapevine, Prattsville, Leola, Ico. We are a 625 square mile school district. And we really see this as a hub that would happen to provide meaningful services for students in our geographical area. We envision this becoming truly a learning center. You heard us say that several times today. And we know that those students really have many, many different needs, wants, desires, expectations of themselves, expectations from the families, and families want choice. They want a relationship with their schools. They want to know that they are in a safe environment, and they want to know that we can provide everything that they need to step into the future. Because we know the future has not been written, and we know that many of the job markets that our students are going to walk into simply don't even exist yet. They're being dreamed up today, and we want our students to have access to those job markets.
I have a general question. Are families or in districts assisted with broadband expenses if they can't afford it? How does that work?
Chris Bowen, CFO. What we experienced during COVID was some issues, and we provided hotspots to those parents that didn't have access. As Mr. Wolf mentioned, we query students, and it doesn't seem to be an issue at the homes anymore. Our buses actually have the video monitoring that is connected to hotspot systems, so we know that we touch all the areas of our district. If need be, if somebody had an issue, we still occasionally provide that hotspot. We have that capacity so that they can work from home, but we really haven't had that issue in several years. Does that help?
And I just received a note to remind our panel members on the microphones to get very close because it's sometimes hard for them to hear online. So, Dr. Bohr.
Thank you for your presentation. I was able to attend the high school a few years ago to look at your CTE programs with some of my partners from the Division of Career and Technical Education. It's very impressive all that you're doing with CTE. So a lot of my questions were asked by Ms. Stewart, so regarding licensure, no, that's great. But I still have just a few more. First, I want to pull a little bit on the thread of what Ms. Newton was asking about serving your area. I was also wondering about, are you trying to recruit students from other districts with this virtual model?
Andy Mayberry, Communications Director. So when we did this survey, we sent it out via text message to all of the parents in our district, so all of the families. But then we posted it also on social media, and you can boost in certain geographic areas. So I boosted that post in all of the communities immediately surrounding Sheridan. And so a number, I don't know the exact number, but several of the respondents who indicated an interest in this were actually not residing within the boundaries of the Sheridan School District. So certainly we're open to any student in any school district who wants to choose that as an option. We would certainly love to have them. And when we talk about that every Sheridan student deserves a pathway to success, when we say Sheridan, we mean when they have enrolled in our school district, and if they're a member of Jacket Academy, they're a Sheridan student. It doesn't matter what their zip code is or where they reside. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, so a little more on that. Do you perceive any certain cap, or is there any restrictions, or just like with it being, especially like if it's hybrid? Because if someone wanted to come and only participate in some of the activities that their school doesn't offer, similar to what we have with Course Choice now,
Right.
but do you have
Well,
a
right
certain
now,
limit?
we've looked at, an expected capacity of 400. That doesn't mean, and perhaps Ms. Boland could speak to a greater extent about this, I don't think that means that that's a hard number forever. Certainly that would require staffing differences and things of that nature. I don't know if you want to add anything, Ms. Boland. No?
Chris Boland. I would just say what we anticipate is hopefully bringing back some of those students we lost over the past year that started off as our district. We do have students from nearby districts school choicing in, so if they wanted this option because of the travel distance, we'd be happy to provide it. Mr. Mayberry mentioned the 400, but we plan to grow as demand happens. We felt like if we could get our first 100 students back that we lost this past year, that would be a great achievement, great goal. And then we hope, because we believe we do a really good job and provide good instruction for kids and great opportunities, that it will grow. Our school board has said to me left and right, why is your ADM not growing? There's all these new houses in the area. And I don't know if they're not having babies yet, but we would love to grow. But even when we've seen indicators that our community is growing, our ADM has stayed right about 4,300 for at least a decade. And so we are really trying to hang on to at least that. And if this takes off, we'd be happy for that opportunity, but we would actively be looking at that, listening to the community, seeing what kind of interest is coming out, and staffing up as fast as possible to support that. But again, right now we've thought we'll be grateful to grow to 400, including the ALE learning program.
All right, thank you. And then what percentage of each model is anticipated? You talked about this a little when Ms. Stewart was asking questions, but do you have any idea, like what percent, because you have the 3 different learning models that you mentioned?
I did not break them out between hybrid and virtual, but year one, we are expecting 50 to 60 of our alternative learning section component. That's consistent to what we've had over the last 3 to 4 years. Year 1 to 2, we've said the max for virtual and hybrid would be 245, and we've got plans if enrollment opens and we suddenly get 200 students this year. Like I said, we've got some people on notice that we'll need them back. But the ALE component would be a small component. And again, right now we have 192 virtual, 100% virtual. I anticipate some of those will flip to a more hybrid model, but so maybe 50-50 in that virtual space.
Okay, so when people completed the survey, and you might have said this earlier, I mentioned it, did they indicate whether they would prefer hybrid or fully virtual? Was that a question?
Dr. Pinkerton, who is online, may want to respond.
Leanne Pinkerton, Jacket Academy, Sheridan. When the families completed the survey, they didn't choose between virtual or hybrid. They did indicate that they would like to be able to be virtual with a connection to the campus and maybe be able to come to campus for extracurricular activities. But we didn't have the question, would you like to be hybrid versus virtual? We did have several who said they wanted to be able to participate in extracurricular activities, our CTE pathways, and still be virtual for their learning.
All right, thank you. So in terms of the virtual, and I'm sure this will come up later on when we're talking to another group that's here, but success rates for virtual are often a lot less than in-person learning. So could you speak to the success rate of your current 100% virtual students?
Dennis Wolf, principal of the Alternative Learning Academy. So this year I also served as administrator for our 100% virtual students. And really what I try to do is if I saw a student struggling early on, have that conversation, interventions with them, and if that wasn't successful, we found a way to bring them back onto on-site learning. So with that, I would say really the majority of our students saw academic success, but that was through that connection. Now that's not to say that we didn't have students who still did not have success, but we've had those conversations with those families moving into the future of what does it look like, what supports do they need. As far as Atlas scores, again, I'm not an LEA, so I can't see those students. Those get reported back to the home campuses, so I don't have that information with me today. I apologize.
But did your, did your district not look at that population of students to see? I would think that would be something that would have been looked at.
I believe Dr. Pinkerton saw some of that data. She also is our district testing coordinator.
Thank you.
Yes, Leanne Pinkerton, Jacket Academy. To the first part of that question related to looking at their scores and how they performed, I actually am taking over this role and moving into the Jacket Academy role. So I will say I've studied every transcript this summer for our students who were fully virtual. There were 92 of them, and I looked at every one of them, and I would say out of the 92, there were probably 2 to 3 that were truly not successful, and we've already discussed whether or not those students could remain virtual since that they did not perform well. Most of them performed well, or at least similarly to what they have been doing when they were on campus, because some of them went virtual for the first time this year. They had not been virtual forever. So again, you do have educators, professional educators who are very passionate about students having all the choices that they can have after they graduate, looking at those transcripts and saying, this may not be the right option for you. And then as far as the Atlas test data, yes, we have pulled that data. It is a little bit harder to do when the virtual students and the ALA students don't have their own LEA number. So for example, a student in the ALA, Mr. Wolf has 60 of them, but they are tied to the campuses, their home campus where they belong. So yes, we did pull them. It was a little bit hard to do. We had to do a lot of data analysis to get those students and see how they did. Some of them did well, some of them did not. But one thing that I think is interesting about Jacket Academy is when we have our own LEA number for Jacket Academy, we will increase the accountability rather than have those students sort of buried in their home campus scores. So actually, it's kind of unusual that we're asking for increased accountability for virtual students. I think that is, I think that shows that we are willing to look at each one of those kids' scores and say this student doesn't need to be buried in a school that has 1,200 kids. We want to look at them and let you see. And you know, if we don't perform well, you'll know it immediately because they'll all be tied to an LEA number. So we're inviting that accountability. But yes, we do have the data, and it is one thing to keep in mind when you look at Atlas data for students is that your 11th and 12th graders, they're not really tied to the accountability because the accountability comes from Atlas, which is grades 3 through 10. So a lot of our virtual kids were 11th and 12th graders, and therefore they might have been super successful, and you might have had your accountability just dependent upon 9th and 10th graders, and there weren't quite as many of those. So you could just have very few Atlas testers that were virtual this year. And that's sort of what we had.
Okay, so thank you for that information. And I understand they're not tied to an LEA and they go back to their original campus and all that. So, but when you pulled them out, do you have data? Do you have can you share those numbers, the results?
Yes, I can share them with you. If you'll give me a second, I can pull those up. If you'll have another question, give me a minute to pull those up with you.
Okay, thank you so much. And not trying to harp on it, it's just, you know, I'd like to know what your success rate is before we're trying to increase that by such a strong percentage.
If I can, Jennifer Almond, I think my thoughts that I wanted to respond to are, I don't have the data in front of me, Dr. Pinkerton does, but also the home campuses, because they are still tied to them and they have their sit teams that they talk about students. So they are still tracking the data at the individual campuses. I think what we want to do is bring that back to one location so that we have, hey, you're really struggling. That's one thing we've seen too. Students can get lost, like I said earlier, in the virtual world sometimes. And if you're self-motivated, and it's a great opportunity, but we still need to keep hands and eyes on kids. So I think having that location where they can come back and say, hey, we need you to come in for some interventions. We need to really talk about your plan. Those things are what we're seeking to help support the students. We're seeing there are those handful of students that aren't really successful in the virtual program, but we don't want them to leave Sheridan virtual and go to someone else and continue to just move from place to place and continue to struggle. We want to keep our arms wrapped around them and be able to provide those supports for them. So I don't know if that helps.
Thank you. She might still be looking for that. I did have one more question, then I'll pass it off because I'm taking a lot of time. I'm sorry about that. But in the hybrid model, so for that, I know that you mentioned that some would just come back to this group, and then some may go into separate classrooms, like at the high school or something like that. On the waiver for class size, that would only be applicable to students who were staying just at this campus, right? So if you had a current class that had already reached that max load at your high school, you're not going to send one of these students over there to increase that amount. It would only be for students.
Correct. Jennifer Almond, if you need a verbal response. Correct, yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. And then on that hybrid model and the seat time flexibility and everything, is there any set, like, might they come Monday, Wednesday, Friday? Might they come one day a week? Is there anything set whatsoever, or is it completely flexible?
Chris Bowen. Again, new. We anticipate being completely flexible to start with, but as we figure out what those groups of kids are, if there's 10 second graders that are going to come on site for an intervention, we'll group that up together as much as we can, obviously for staffing efficiency and scheduling efficiency and all of that. But initially, we intend to be as flexible as possible until we have a feel for what is really the commitment, who is going to do what and who is going to show up and take advantage of those supports.
Jennifer Almond. In our plans, in our discussions, it's also been, we don't want kids to struggle like I was just mentioning. So on Fridays, you know, you guys are really struggling in math, so we're going to have an RTI group on Fridays at 9 a.m. You're going to be required to come to that. So we want to make sure that, like I said earlier, that we are really keeping tabs on kids and ensuring that we're not going to let you make excuses to not pass, to not be successful. So that has been in our plans and discussion to what does that look like exactly as require you to come? I don't know, but those are the pieces that we want to work out, is make sure that we have that in place for them on whatever particular day that they need to come and get that. Even if it's just face-to-face over the computer, virtually, there's going to be some requirements for you to get caught up.
In the transportation for those hybrid students, is that are the families responsible for that transportation?
Well, currently, we have buses that run during the day, so if we can work out a bus pickup, we will. But our co-op, Arkansas River, also received the Transportation Modernization Grant, and so they are rolling out a platform this year that is basically Uber for students. And so we will have the ability to take advantage of that if we need that for additional transportation support.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Baldwin?
Yes, thank you. I've enjoyed the conversations that we've had. You all have answered a lot of questions, and I also appreciated the, I guess your comment in the beginning by Mr. Mayberry, where he talked about a district on the rise. And as someone that lived just south of Sheridan, kind of southwest in Arkadelphia, I drove through Sheridan a lot. I drove around a lot of the rural area that you are talking about. And I guess the question I've got is really focused on that rural area. And someone said it was a 625 square mile service area, which seems really large to me. And so my question is, in your research that you've done on the hybrid model and the remote learning technology, how many students are going to be kind of in the greater Sheridan area versus those that are, out at the end of the 625 square mile area? So that's one question. And then can you tell us who are the school districts around your large area that maybe you pull students from? So two questions for that.
I can take that question if you want me to.
Okay.
As far as the districts that we might be pulling from, most of the students actually did come from our Sheridan community. I would say majority were Sheridan, secondary to East End, which is part of the Sheridan School District, but they're not in the city of Sheridan. We did have a few from Bryant, we had a few from Fordyce, we had a few from Whitehall, some from Pine Bluff. So I would say those were fairly rare, though. We're truly not getting very many that are coming from outside of our district. There are a handful, I would say, out of the 108, and that 108 was in the first week. It's actually grown to about 118 families who said they wanted to be part of Jacket Academy or were interested in Jacket Academy. It moved up to about 118. Out of those, about 30 were not already Sheridan students. So most of them are already Sheridan students. So did that answer that?
Yes, it did. Thank you. And then I guess the other one was, I guess I'm trying to figure out if the virtual academy is going to be mostly remote rural students or if it's going to be mostly students in and around Sheridan. And then remind me how far East End is from Sheridan. Is it 15, 20 miles, something like that?
Yes, about that. Just depending on what part of Sheridan and what part of East End could range from 16 or 17 miles to, maybe even a little more up to the low 20s, just depending on how far in East End you go.
Okay. So the question then would be, how many students, you say 400 students would come in here. How many of those would be what I would call remote, located rural students versus in the Sheridan, closer into Sheridan?
So with the ones who expressed interest with our virtual survey, most of them again lived, I would say 75% of those live inside Sheridan and would not be considered remote.
Okay. Okay, that answers my question. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thanks. Thank you.
And I can answer the question that was asked a little bit ago about Atlas. I did pull those numbers, and they're looking at our 2026.
Dr. Pinkerton, sorry. I actually was going to let you go all the way at the end because
okay.
just in case there were any additional questions related to data, then you could continue to pull that and then do a comprehensive review at the very end.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. Dr. Bacon.
Thank you. I appreciate the presentation and the ideas. I was sitting here thinking, Sheridan has been known as a district that's been innovative for years. 30 plus years ago, when I was getting certified to teach, we were all put in cars and brought over to view Sheridan Middle School, intermediate school, because you all were doing some really creative things with middle school models. And so I'm glad to see that approach is still there in the community and that you all are working on new ideas. A couple of questions and then a couple of comments. I feel like I've heard that Mr. Wolf, you'll be the principal of Jacket Academy and Dr. Pinkerton would be the director. Sort of talk to me about what this leadership structure looks like and sort of more defined roles of who's in charge, who's making what decisions.
Dennis Wolf, principal of Alternative Learning Academy. Sorry. Yes, Dr. Pinkerton would serve as director, so she would see the entire umbrella of what Jacket Academy is and all of its parts and all of its pieces. I would serve as a principal working directly with students and families, in particular more with our hybrid and alternative education students. I'd be working more closely with those families, especially students of our more greater need and nuanced challenges and situations.
So who's making decisions on who we hire and doing teacher evaluations and appraisals and those kinds of things?
I would be doing the teacher evaluations for the teachers in the building. That's currently what I do now for alternative education. And then as far as needs, we always do that really as more at a district level of who's hiring what. That information is sent up to our assistant superintendent, to the CFO, goes before the school board, things of that nature of these are some of the needs that we have, and then we always do that as a committee, and that would involve Dr. Pinkerton, of course, for any staffing that would go on in Jacket Academy.
Okay. So Dr. Pinkerton, how do you see your role changing, taking on this new task as director of the Jacket Academy?
So I'm actually have been serving in a totally different role. So I have been the Director of Educational Technology and the District Test Coordinator. So by moving me into this role, it actually strengthens our position to be able to take care of our virtual and hybrid families. Mr. Wolf has been doing an excellent job with the ALA students, but he's serving some students with behavioral challenges every day, and our virtual students maybe have needed someone that can actually just really concentrate on them and making sure they're getting the services that they need. So I think that moving me into this role, the Director of Access and Accountability, just shows our commitment to our virtual and our hybrid students. So I will be serving as the director. Mr. Wolf and all of those principals will continue to report just like they have always done to the Director of Curriculum as far as his immediate supervisor, and then the Director of Curriculum and Director of Access and Accountability, which is me, will report to Dr. Wally, and then she reports to Mr. Pitt. So we've got a really clear chain of how things are going to work. But as far as staffing, like Mr. Wolf said, it's really going to be sort of similar to what it's always been, which is Dr. Wally will talk to Mr. Pitts if there's a staffing need, and we'll decide, and we'll all be a part of the interviews for that process.
Thank you. This may have been answered, but I know you said that you're continuing with your co-op for your virtual. Is there a timeline for this plan of when you'll roll over to more of an in-house? do we sort of have a sense of what that looks like, or is it sort of dependent on who shows up and enrolls in the program?
It really is sort of dependent upon what the need is. So for this first year, we really don't expect a ton of hybrid students. We're wanting the capacity to grow this program for August, just because of the timeline of how this is all sort of rolled out. For August, we expect most of our students, most of them to be virtual or ALA. And then maybe by the second semester, we're all able to offer some of the hybrid. And then definitely by year 2, we would have more of the in-house staffing. So we're asking for room to grow, basically, this program.
Okay, thank you. 2 quick comments. I want to address Ms. Boland. In all my history working at schools, I find that often CFOs have their nose in the books and they're really looking at the numbers, and they don't have as much of a touchstone to the actual educational side of things. I'm blown away by your knowledge and your ability to speak to what's going on educationally in addition to understanding the business side. So
Thank you.
what an asset you are to your district. So
Thank you.
thank you for all you're
Because
doing.
during COVID, I was running a hospital, so this education stuff is new.
Well, you've gotten it, so
Thank you.
I'm blown away by that. And the other thing is, I'm also blown away, whoever designed your yellow jacket logo that was on the first slide, that is the coolest logo I've seen in a long time. Is that
Dr.
in-house?
Pinkerton.
Okay.
Well, Dr. Pinkerton and some AI resource tools, yes.
Awesome. Okay. That's great. I love it. So thank you. That's all I have.
Very good. Okay, so so circling back around, great minds think alike on the panel. So I, have written down several questions related to what Dr. Moore referenced in regards to the virtual option that you guys are currently using, and then wanting to leverage that for the school. And one of my main questions was, what has our track record been in the past for students that have utilized that as an option? So I didn't hear any other questions related to data. So Dr. Pinkerton, if you would like to share your response to the previous question, then also I have that same question.
Yes. It's an important question. I'm clicking back over to the right screen. And I don't know if I can share the chart, but I can just tell you what I'm looking at, because we did analyze this data this spring after we took the Atlas test in the spring. So this is pretty new data. In 2024, for example, we only had a handful of virtual students. Let me give you the numbers. We had about 9 virtual students who were tested in 2024. And unfortunately, only one of those actually scored proficient, but I do need everyone to remember that we have more virtual students than that, but you can only test, as far as accountability, your Atlas tests are grades 3 through 8, and then 9 and 10 for those ELA tests. But algebra, geometry, biology, it depends on which one they're taking. So the number of kids who were virtual were fairly low who tested in 2024. And then in 2025, we had 10 students who tested, and 6 of those were proficient. And then in 2026, and I'm going to give you other percentages in just a second, but in 2026, we had 32 students who tested in ELA. 9 of those were proficient. 10 students tested in science, and 5 of those were proficient, and 17 in math, and only 4 of those were proficient. I want to go up to proficiency rates, because they actually are not bad compared to state rates of on-site students. So in 2026, our virtual, and that does include, or does not include ALA, our virtual students who tested ELA were 28% proficient in ELA. In math, they were 24% proficient, and in science, they were 28% proficient. So those numbers are not far off of Atlas state rates. Most of the time, you're looking somewhere around the mid-30s, and ours for our fully virtual were 28 and 28. And then for our ALA students, and remember, these students sometimes have disabilities or challenges anyway, those students were around 8% proficient in ELA and 11% proficient in science. And I want to give you the numbers too, because we're only talking, when I give you those numbers, you're only talking about 27 children who were able to take the test, but the number of proficiency in math were 4 of those 27 were proficient. So again, the numbers are going, we believe with the increased accountability, are only going to improve from there, because we're adding a person to this Jacket Academy, and a person who loves data. I'm the district test coordinator because I love data. I've been the district test coordinator for about 10 years in a couple of different districts, and it's a passion for me. So you'll have that increased accountability of someone who is always watching the interim data and the summative data to say, this student needs more intervention, or we've got to do something differently in this program or that program.
So another note that I wrote down that I'm going to actually kind of circle back around to the panel and circle back in, because I don't want us to get off of this and they lose track. But another note I wrote down is you made a comment that some of the students that were, moving from the more traditional model had gone into virtual, and they had similar outcomes. So I guess in thinking about it in that vein, are we seeing students that are moving from the traditional model to the virtual model? Are they actually having opportunities to improve or for growth, or are we seeing them to kind of stay stagnant? Because I've kind of zeroed in on when you said they're having similar outcomes. And to me, that if we have students that are moving into an ALE environment, in many cases, we don't want them to continue to have similar outcomes. So can you speak to that a bit?
Yeah, so what I was talking about there was studying their transcripts, because I have been looking at those transcripts of the students who are virtual and want to remain virtual. Is a C student tended to remain a C student, and an A student, and we had some who are straight A's. One of them looked like they were on track to be a valedictorian, and I called the mom and I said, do you want me to sign the student up for AP courses? A students tended to remain A students. So I did not see any students who necessarily went from being a high performing to being lower performing, or vice versa, if that helps. I saw students who kind of performed about the same as they had on site.
Okay. So then that kind of brings to my mind, so if we have, sometimes a lot of times our higher performing students, you can drop them in the middle of a desert and they're going to be a high performing student.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
my question, I guess, more so is about that C student that stayed a C student. And so did we have any opportunities or saw any places where that C student moved to a B student or a high performing student when they transitioned to this different model?
It's hard.
Sorry, Leanne and Chris
No.
Bowen. I just wanted
Yes.
to add to that. I think that's what's our struggle to look at the data, because they're attached to their 7 different home campuses. We have the great learning community teams that analyze results, look at data. It's hard to do that with these kids, and so we are really as we pulled the data, trying to look at it, because really virtual grew for us this year. It's the first year it grew that much, and so we realized we need to be able to look at this and analyze that the same way we do all these kids that their boots hit the ground, and we feel like there's an opportunity to come in and focus on what the growth is, what the interventions are needed. And it's been tough to do, but as we grew, we realized this year we better be looking at this, we better figure out how to pull all those 90 kids from 7 different lists and make sure that we look at their results.
So I think I'll let Dr. Moore come back around to her question to see if it was answered or if she has additional questions, and then go from there.
Sure. So that answered my question. Thank you for looking at that data. I would just say it'll be interesting because, right now, and I'm not the expert on accountability and data, I'll say that. I know enough to be dangerous, but your previous ALA, since it's an ALE, scores were going back to the home schools, right? So now if you have an LEA for this, unless it's just different than every other group of students, it's going to probably be a lower letter grade than you're used to having. It's going to be an outlier because all those students will go into this one LEA, right?
Correct. Dennis Wolf, principal of Alternative Learning Academy. Under current Arkansas law, though, ALEs are exempt from the letter grading system because of the migratory status of students that, we get students in, and our job is to help them be successful, overcome barriers, and then transition them back to their home campus. So there's always that influence.
So the grades don't go, I thought the grades went, or their scores went back to their home campus, though. They don't go back to their home campus, that's what I was saying.
Oh, yes, correct.
Okay.
Correct, yeah. And with those students that we are seeing success students, we are transitioning back to, they are scoring at or just slightly above their peers. Like, for instance, in 8th grade this year, in ELA 8th grade, all of our 8th graders who received services through the ALE, whether directly with us on campus or were transitioned back, they scored at or above their peers in the 8th grade.
Oh, anecdotally, we don't see that usually with
Yeah. And,
students in that population.
and so data can be a little difficult in the ALE world. We all know that simply because of the nature of it is to be a service center for many of our students, and we're seeing more and more across the state, students in crisis. I had a student show up the day before testing who had been discharged from DYS. And so they hadn't been with us all year, but it's our job to test them and do those things and make sure that we're holding ourselves accountable. And we accept that challenge. I mean, I love all my kids, I do. And I want to be of service to them and their families. I will say, and maybe you've heard in some of this questioning and answering part, is that you kind of see where we are in our realities, that we have all these bits and pieces. Yeah, we're doing great things, but are we leveraging everything for true, tremendous impact? Is it making a difference on that C student? And we see this as an answer to that. We see this as an ability to stay better connected with that student in a more timely fashion, in a way that that student can get that services to move from a C to a B, because they have opportunity, they have access, but do they have the support? Do they have the guidance? Do they have someone providing that, for the lack of a better term, professional pressure of, you can do this, we believe in you. And the way things are happening right now, and like everyone has said, we typically have had a dozen or less virtual students, and this year we had 92, and it was out of need of basically parents saying, we have a situation, and we need a partner with us who can continue to provide educational services. And we see this as a way of doing that, but making it better. We know that there's a better way, and we see that path through being a charter conversion.
Thank you.
If I could, just one moment, Andy Mayberry, Communications Director, and to kind of reiterate a point that Mr. Wolf made earlier, there is no intention whatsoever to try to cannibalize students from our traditional schools. We're not trying to grow from within. We want to look at those 92 students. We want to look at the 85. These are students who have already chosen some type of virtual option, and we just want to be able to do the best that we can for those students.
Anybody have a question specifically on this topic that we need to revisit? Okay. So then the other question that I had is that you guys mentioned about work-based learning opportunities for students that are at the academy. And so I've seen it done a couple of different ways when we're talking about an ALE environment. Sometimes it's on kind of an incentive basis to where you don't have any concerns, any incidences, and you're able to go out and do these opportunities. Just trying to get a better sense for students that will be at the academy, what will work-based learning look like for them? Will it be completely open where every student will be able to participate in that, or will it be on an incentive basis? And then also your students that are virtual, what's that gonna look like for them? Because again, we're doing a bit of a hybrid model, and I'm understanding. So what is that gonna look like for those students?
Dennis Wolf again. So I'll make sure I understood the first part of your question. ALE students participating in CTE programs, like?
So that's like another question coming after this one.
Oh, okay, sorry. Didn't mean to get ahead of things.
That's okay. I'm speaking about work-based learning. So I've seen it done a couple of ways where in an ALE environment, because you're allowing students to kind of go off your campus into the community and be away from you, your teachers. And so I've seen it be where it's kind of on an incentive basis, or it's, just, that's just a part of the network of how it's structured. I'm just kind of getting a better sense of how is it going to be offered
Correct.
at your school for your students that are in that environment.
I would see us continue to do what we currently do for ALE students and those opportunities, and that is we work closely with our students and families and their student action plans, and are they achieving their goals and having success? So in other words, are we addressing the challenges and barriers that the student may have to be successful? If they are, then we look forward at their interests and what do they need. Every student is an academic Sheridan High School student who works with me, so they have the same opportunities as all Sheridan High School students. The appropriateness of it, though, we do have to gauge the specifics and the nuances of what those may be. However, by working with the student, many of our students participate in JAG, workforce, and CTE programs at the high school and even off campus at the Saline County. Now, as issues arise, we always come back to the student action plan, data, and goals. If they are not achieving their goals, then we have to reconvene the team. We have to go through that and provide supports, interventions, and services for that student, and that looks a variety of ways.
Okay. And that was one of my questions, was about JAGs. I know you guys do have
Yes.
a couple of options there, and so I'm glad to hear it's still going to be a part
Yeah,
of
and
this process.
my philosophy, I'm sorry to interrupt, but my philosophy for alternative education with our students is very much hands-on. We are working right side by side with students as opposed to anything that would look like a scaled-down version of the traditional classroom model. Like, it's not just a teacher with fewer students. It is a teacher innovating, a teacher who's using experiences, working side by side with students so that we can continue to do those social skills, social emotional learning, all of those things side by side with students.
Okay. And so I guess just to clarify, so you said that JAG is still going to be a part of this
Correct.
model?
Correct.
Okay. And so then to CTE, so for the students that are in the virtual model for their instruction, can you kind of just walk me through what is that going to look like for that student that is taking a CTE pathway, and what that's going to look like for them as they're going through that process?
Yes, so again, so we were able to provide some of these opportunities for a few students this year. That's really what got us thinking about scalability. How do we make this a more inclusive process for students? And I had one student who was a part of the Kohler Academy, which is on site at Sheridan High School in a partnership with Kohler, who did he did really most of his academic work virtually. He would come in for a tutoring session with me from about once every 2 weeks. We did it about twice a month. He would come in to do some tutoring sessions with me, and we would do those in the morning, and in the afternoon, that's when the Kohler Academy schedule was for him, was the last 2 periods of the day, I believe. Does that sound correct? The last 2 periods of the day were Kohler Academy for him, and so he did that. But with being just one person with, at times, 72 students in the building with me, in that situation, again, it becomes an issue of scalability and being able to offer that. But that is one option that we did offer this year for one student. Moving forward and having the capacity and leveraging things in the organization of bringing this into that school concept of this student is enrolled in this school, here's everything that's lined out for them. Not just trying to figure out things in crisis mode, but actually have generated plans and options where a student comes in, we go, I've already got that covered, here's the plan. You know, your Monday, Wednesdays look like this, Tuesday, Thursdays look like this, and Friday looks like this. Being able to build out those fully formed plans is the idea moving forward.
And so the CTE pathways that are available within the district are also fully available to the students that are at the academy?
Correct.
As well?
Correct.
Okay. So then the students that are going to the secondary career technical center, and thinking about students that are special education, the conversations are consistent and fluid from Sheridan to Saline County as it comes to their IEP and their needs there, and what does that look like?
Yes, Jennifer Almond. Great question. I would probably defer some of that to Ms. Wilson since they take care of that at the building level. But I know like this summer we're participating in a camp at Saline County that they're doing through the Career Tech. And all of that information has been shared. Their IEPs have been shared, their goals, all of those components have been shared with them so that they can make sure to align that along with a teacher that's escorting them. So the same thing at the beginning of the year. This is my first year at Sheridan, so I can't speak to what we did at the end of last year. But all of that information, obviously they need that information to make accommodations and to work towards those goals and those transition plans. So all that information would be shared. And one thing I do want to say, I don't know that we mentioned it or that you all know, the ALA campus that we're talking about using is also in the same parking lot. They're attached as the high school. So it's just walkable across the parking lot to get to those CTE courses or cheer or anything else they want to do. So do you want to, I don't know if there's anything you want to add.
Candace Wilson, Principal, Sheridan High School. In regards to CTE, Mr. Wolf and I, in our partnership, we see these as our students. So they are his students. They're receiving services for the most part at his campus, but they're my student too, right? And so I think I'm a little passionate when it comes to this, but if I could, please, to one of your questions that you had asked earlier, I guess the struggle, the reason that we're even here today having this conversation is because we realize exactly what is happening whenever the students, so he's the principal of virtual, right? If they're a virtual student, I'm speaking in terms of virtual at this point, not ALA, okay? If they're a virtual student, he's their principal. But they're my LEA, they're still my student, they will still graduate, they'll still be a Sheridan Yellow Jacket. So then they come under my SIT team, right? And so we're in SIT, we're with the other administrators, we're with instructional coaches, we're with the counselors, and we're having these conversations, and we're creating a plan about a student who is struggling, and then we create that plan, and then how do we implement that plan? Well, right now, currently, what we do is then I go across the street to his building, and him and I, as well as Ms. Almond, and our district social worker, we'll sit at a table and we'll talk about this student, and then we have to have another conversation about a student that we're not seeing and we don't have touch point with, and it's, well, my SIT team says this, Mr. Wolf, and then Mr. Wolf says, okay, and then we bring in our virtual partner, and if you can see, this is a very watered down conversation. We want to eliminate all of those middleman conversations, and we want to have a SIT team that can come together, talk about a plan. If it's kid needs, get the kid in, whatever it might be, and help that student and eliminate all of the different SIT teams. Because right now, I'm just speaking, and I can't even imagine what Mr. Wolf, what his world looks like. Because when I speak, I just speak of the high school. So I have 6 other fellow principals that are surviving in the same way. We want to help our students, but we understand at this point that our process is not efficient. And so we are trying to find a process that is efficient and also make sure we meet the needs of kids where they're at. That in response to how do we figure out the plan, right? And then to CTE. So now we can talk about specific students, of course. At the beginning of this year, I had a student that lots of accidents happened this year at the high school, and that also really, I mean, it's just true, and that's what's driven these conversations, because there's no book that says, okay, when this student has this circumstance, this is the plan. What we found ourselves doing is these circumstances were happening. Mr. Wolf and myself and our teams, we were just putting our minds together and saying, how can we help this kid? Like, what can we do? So at the beginning of the year, I had a student that suffered an injury and had to have knee replacement surgery, and he wasn't able to attend on campus, and so we transitioned him to virtual. He was a senior. We transitioned him to virtual, and that's how he received his learning opportunities for the rest of the year. But he was also a second-year student at Saline County. Right, that's very important to him to be able to finish that pathway, important to his mother. And so she She knew that that was the answer right there to his success and what it was he wanted to do with his future and how to get there. So she was adamant, like, help me, how do we do this? And we said, well, easy solution is, he's a virtual student through Mr. Wolf, and that's how he receives his academic courses. And then in the he actually started with me in the morning, and so he would get on the bus with me at 7:15, travel to Benton, and he would attend Saline County. And then from there, he would come back and then go home, and he would take his courses there because it wasn't feasible for him to move around the campus for most of the year. And so those are the unique ways in which we have figured out how to meet the needs of our students and still ensure that they are able to complete their pathways. The circumstances that I would speak about in terms of that have come up this year, these are students who are already in these pathways. They don't want to stop, right? We had a student who was having a mental health crisis and had to transition to virtual, was also a cheerleader. And it's different from the student that I mentioned earlier. How do we meet that student's needs? And so we figured out a way to do that. We had a student that was in our JAG program, and so circumstances that had happened in her life, she became the breadwinner in her family, and she was the one who was having to work in order to support her family. So as a result, because she was now in a management position, which brought in more money, then she transitioned to virtual, but she was also in JAG, and so we want to continue that for her as well. And so JAG meets 1 day a week on our campus, and so that student was able to come to campus on Monday for that class and then continue her internship through JAG, or her working commitment through JAG.
Okay. And I will say that the first ever state officer for JAG came from Sheridan High School, so that's a kudos to you guys as well. So I did have another question about your licensure waiver, and I know that Ms. Stewart kind of touched on it a little bit, and speaking about difficult to fill, and in that you guys mentioned instructors that it seemed like were going to be connected to our CTE courses. That's what it sounded like. Just wanted to make sure that you are aware and are utilizing the technical permit process, because that can assist you to be able to get teachers from industry, and then they can get a technical permit, and then you're not having to deal with those issues that it seemed like you were alluding to a bit, that you would bring in folks that were not licensed. Okay. Is that?
Yeah. Yes, Candace Wilson, principal, Sheridan High School. Last year I had two students who were, two teachers who were working for me on technical permit.
Okay.
And so one was an engineer who had retired, and he came to us from industry, and because of his work experience on technical permit, he was our engineering instructor in that pre-engineering pathway, and then also the instructor for Kohler. Unique situation, I needed a theater teacher, and somehow made contact with a young lady in Amarillo, Texas, who was what she calls theater kid her whole life, and wanted to pursue, wanted to go into the classroom and pursue that. And so she had work experience in theater, and so we were able to apply for a technical permit for her. And so that way she came to us from Texas and then worked as our theater teacher as a result of her experience. This year I'm also hiring a young lady from Tennessee, and she's from ag industry, and then seeking to go into the classroom to help and inspire students. And so we're employing her on technical permit, and so very familiar with that process.
Okay, very good. And so then, looks like maybe my last question on your other waiver requests that you have related to GT services, and just wanted to get a sense for students that are participating in the academy, what accelerated opportunities look like for them. I know you mentioned you're connecting with the Secondary Career Center, and so that does give students an opportunity for concurrent, but what other opportunities will students have access to? Again, thinking about success-ready graduates and having that opportunity to have that impact, that is a piece of the process. So just wanted you guys to be able to speak to that.
That waiver brought me to tears because I didn't understand it. But I spoke with our current CT coordinator within the district, and she just rolled everything off her tongue. She had a plan for it. She talked about either being able to have groups come in at we currently call the ALA building, but where those hybrid students can come in. But she also talked about, I may not use the exact correct term, but like a menu choice based on student interests, that we could develop the curriculum where we could have some online interaction and then some asynchronous learning activities for them to follow up on.
And this
That
is
answer
for
that? For
the
the
response
GT?
to the GT waiver?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, so we're concerned about the 150 minutes a week and a need to kind of push and pull with how that service is delivered. Does that, maybe I
That
shouldn't have
does.
answered that.
That does, but, and then also, what other opportunities do you anticipate having available to your students for accelerated opportunities that are in the academy?
Candace Wilson, principal at Sheridan High School. We offer several AP courses, and we also offer concurrent credit courses, and those would be available to our students in the virtual academy as well.
Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted to hear. Okay. Other questions from panel members? Okay. All right. Seeing none, then I will now entertain a motion on the application from the Sheridan Jacket Academy.
I'm sorry,
Do you have another question?
no.
Okay.
Okay, I move that we approve the Sheridan School District's application to establish the Sheridan Jacket Academy as a district conversion charter school with approval for a 5-year charter contract term.
A second.
Okay. Is there any discussion on the motion? Okay. Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
Any opposed, like sign? Any that wish to abstain? Okay, very good. Ayes have it. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, all right. I think we're gonna try to take about a 10-minute break. And so we'll be back at 11:25, so a little bit of 10 minutes. 11:25. Okay, we're ready to get started back. Maybe not. Probably. Probably is. Oh, yeah. Okay, yes. Yeah, yeah, we will. Sure. Are we back? Very good. Okay. Very good. Thank you. Welcome back. So getting back to the action agenda, we are on to item number 3, which is the renewal of existing open enrollment charters. First up is Arkansas Virtual Academy, and it's going to be presented by Dr. Turker. So if you come forward and please give us an overview of this item.
Thank you. Sarper Turker, School Choice and Parent Empowerment. Arkansas Virtual Academy, ARVA, serves a statewide highly mobile student population through a virtual and hybrid instructional model. A significant portion of ARVA's incoming students enter below grade level, with approximately 67% performing at the lowest achievement levels prior to enrollment. School's model is designed to support these students through flexible instructional pathways and targeted intervention systems. ARVA has also demonstrated expansion in outcomes beyond enrollment, including its largest graduating class, with students transitioning into employment, post-secondary education, and military services. After reviewing the improvement plan, key priorities included continued implementation of data-driven instructional cycles and progress monitoring system, expansion of targeted intervention strategies to support skill gap closure, strengthening of literacy and writing outcomes across grade levels, increased focus on supporting newly enrolled and highly mobile students, and continued development of professional learning systems, including instructional coaching and visible learning strategies.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so if I could please have everyone that's going to be speaking on behalf of Arkansas Virtual Academy today, please stand and raise your right hand. Okay. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, very good. And you may begin your presentation. As a reminder, you have 20 minutes. And each time you speak, even after your presentation is over, please remember to reintroduce yourself for the recording. Thank you.
Amy Johnson, Executive Director at Arkansas Virtual Academy. Madam Chair, panel members, thank you for some time to share about our work at the Virtual Academy. And I do have our leadership team with us today, and while we've sworn them in case you have questions, They do not have plans to, do-si-do up here with me and try to present to you. So we'll try to keep our presentation as concise as we can, but we do have several pieces that we want to share with you about the work that's going on at Arkansas Virtual Academy. We know that our academic structures are highly in focus. They're in focus for us. They're the largest piece that, as a district, as a school, that continues to be a struggle for us. And we own that as a team, and the student outcomes, but more importantly, what you'll see in front of you today is not just a deck that's been put together because we're up for renewal, but actions and inputs that have happened the minute that we have received the most recent letter grade. Before we jump into that, I always like to remind the panel a little bit of the history of ARVA. We did begin in 2003 as Arkansas Virtual School as part of a federal grant. Back in that day, we were all accessing the internet via dial-up, and we couldn't quite completely grasp the fact that this could be a mode that would become a prime opportunity for education for students. Lots has happened since that time. I believe we started with about 350 students to what we have at ARVA today. But the main reason that I show you this is that highlighted point there in 2013, and I do think it sets ARVA apart from many of the virtual offerings, not only in our state but across the country. And that was a hard shift to input the teacher as the instructional leader. Our students aren't just educating asynchronously. We have a strong Tier 1 program with Arkansas certified teachers. Our students are interacting with their peers and with teachers through virtual platforms to receive that Tier 1 instruction. And so I think sometimes our understanding of what virtual education looks like can be varied. And ARVA has been very specific about this interaction with students and bringing expertise from teachers into that virtual classroom. So wanted to just start with those letter grades. I know in the initial report that was posted to the agenda, the 2024 letter grades were in error. So I wanted to point out that in 2024, the first year of Atlas, this team has been doing a lot of hard work over the last 3 years. And the schools were at a C, a B, and a C. And then with very few, very minute instructional changes in 2025, we had an F, a D, and a C. So obviously this was concerning to us when we were having many of the same inputs. And I visited with Office of Education Policy to identify what could cause this variance. And when I visited with Dr. Arola, she said, well, we have two known volatilities in this accountability model. The first is a high level of growth, and the second is a high number of new students. Do you have any of those? And I said, yes, that's what we do is we work to grow students. That's our number one priority. Because our incoming achievement levels are so low, we concentrate on growth. So traditionally, we are growing our students at pretty high levels. New students, you'll see some data in a little bit from this year's full academic year cohort, how many of those students were new to us, and we do take on really a sort of ridiculous amount of new students, to be honest. I mean, we do it with ease. We have been able to logistically handle it, but if it is creating this volatility, what happens is the longevity of our data set, to look at our data set over time, is difficult because each data set represents largely a very large group of new students. So the data set has to be sort of analyzed as well in isolation year to year. That doesn't mean that we're not responsible for those outcomes, so I want to be very clear. I have a very competitive team, very much not an excuse-driven team. So you'll see for 2027 and moving forward, our goal here is to build sustainable academic growth. We don't want to see these yo-yos in outcomes. We want to be able to create growth that sustains regardless of what student is sitting in the seat. One of the things we've heard Secretary Oliva very clear about is that every student in the state of Arkansas deserves a high quality education. So you're not going to see a presentation today about our reduced lunch population or our SPED population or all of the demographics that can truly affect those student outcomes. While we recognize those and we plan for those and we target those areas in the way that we need to, we take responsibility that every student, regardless of that demographic bucket, needs to have that high quality education and be able to grow. So sustainability is top of mind for us when we're thinking about our academic improvements. So this drives us to key questions. When we received the C, the D, and the F, we drove very quickly into what are the key questions and drivers that we need to identify. How are we improving academically? What levers can we implement that are going to assure that sustainability? What focus changes are being made? We have a very specific modality and a very specific type of student, and so we have to be creative within the confines of our virtual environment to address some of those symptomatic pain points that do arise. What innovations are launching? When ARVA came into existence, one of the charges was that we would continue to innovate and find solutions in education, not just for our students, but across the state. And so we take innovation very seriously. And then always trying to understand who chooses our school. What is their experience? Why are they here? What do they need from us? So these key questions bring us to development of some goals. We are calling these our high five goals. Our students will be receiving high fives when they're making the mark. We'll be talking a lot about the goals and outcomes student by student, where they need to be in their trajectory based on their assessments and progress monitoring. These 5 areas are very simply the 5 areas of the accountability structure. And our goal is to increase by a minimum of 5 percentage points in each of these areas. If you look at our overall structure, especially achievement, you may initially think 5 percentage points, it's a big gap. That's not necessarily a huge leap. If we get more than that, of course we're going to be happy and we're going to improve 5 more. But our goal here is step by step moving these accountability buckets up in improvement. And while we'll happily take large improvements, our goal is on that steady and sustainable improvement over time. So to do this, we have some key academic pillars. The main areas where we began focusing in this last school year after the 2025 letter grades and continue to focus and refine and improve for the coming school year include targeted and aligned instruction. And Dr. Turker mentioned that in his introduction. Increasing student engagement, embracing mobility, and then monitoring and goal setting. So targeted and aligned instruction, I won't go over each of these bullets just in the interest of time, but I'm very excited about our newly aligned courses. We have new courses launching this fall. We were able to work with our curriculum provider and management company, provide them the blueprints of the state assessment, the state standards, and the achievement level descriptors to refine and improve our curriculum to match Arkansas expectations. One of the gaps we did find this year as we were trying to understand our drop in scores was a lack of rigor in the curriculum. Were the standards there? Was the content there? Yes. Were we asking students to grapple with it to the depth that they really needed to be successful on the Atlas? No. It really wasn't there. So our teachers this year, and we're seeing some good initial results and improvements in our scores in the early scoring. So our teachers stood in that gap this year, and they started building into that rigor and providing that for our students in their instruction. But now we have the opportunity to improve that even in that curriculum, that it will be designed just for Arkansas students that are going to be looking at the Atlas assessment. You'll see some things also in this bucket, continuing our live Tier 1 instruction with Tier 2, Tier 3 supports. We have added interventionists, especially for our elementary and middle school where our grades have been lower, to provide even more targeted opportunity for improvement there. District-wide writing, we watch the scores come in, again, thanks to the department that those are starting to post now within 24 hours of a student taking a test. And we watch those scores come in with anticipation. I sort of cancel life and watch those scores come in and start running data every day as they come in. And one thing we noticed was that as the reading portion was completed, we were pretty excited about the improvements we were seeing there. Then as the writing portion got added to the ELA score, we started to see some drops. And so we recognize that we need to do some more specific work with writing. As you can imagine, in the generation that we have, talk to text is, adamant. You can run the whole world with your words. And the ability to write is quickly becoming a lost art. It's hard for us to chase in virtual. So we are preparing to launch a district-wide writing initiative where students in all grades will see the same organizers. They'll have the same keys to identify what type of writing is needed, and really pushing those students into some writing workshops so that we can address that gap that we saw in this last year's assessment results. We're also working on some non-negotiables for each grade level. We saw great results from the third grade promotion law. Our parents really got on board, right? They understood exactly what students had to do. So we're creating those in-house to be able to communicate to our parents. This is the expectation for your student in order to move forward to the next grade, and providing feedback to those students and parents along the way at each of our impact cycles or our assessment cycles. Increasing student engagement, we're really working on getting students to class. As I said, we do offer face-to-face, what we call face-to-face in our world, instruction, and so really helping students understand that. We've spent the last couple of years making sure that instruction is top-notch before we started really requiring and pushing students to be in class. If they're going to be there, we want it to be helpful. We don't want them just to come, check a box and bide their time and not get anything out of that instruction. So we've done hard work to make sure that that's what they get when they get there. So our 7 weeks to shine kind of ties over into the embracing mobility bucket. So I'm going to kind of lump those together if I can. Our full academic year students in this last year, the students that count for our assessment, made up 70% of our entire population. So of the students we were serving, only 70% of those students were with us for the entire year to count for our accountability structure. Within that 70%, an average of 38% of those students were brand new to our school this year, with the elementary seeing the highest influx at 42%. So when we think about those volatilities in the accountability model, we're living that new student volatility. So how do we address that? How do we answer this sort of problem of our modality? So this coming year, and I hope to be able to come back and give you great data on this, logistically we are going to organize our classrooms differently. In a traditional model, just like any other school, you have classrooms and whoever's there at the start of school is in that classroom, and as new students come in, they get placed in a classroom. That's the way we've always functioned. This actually came out of, I'll blame Daryl, I think he's still in the room. This actually came out of a question that Daryl asked in a sitting that we had together, and he said, how much runway do you have with a student before they withdraw? And I still don't have the answer to that, Daryl, by the way. It's very, very hard to predict. But what it did make me think about is, how can I streamline the focus of our teachers so they're not having to think about the skills and standards that my students are mastering, plus onboarding new students, helping them figure out how to log in, getting their new assignments, supporting their parents. I mean, there's a lot that goes into onboarding in a virtual school. And not that we're not going to still do all those things, but we're going to try to streamline the focus for our students. So 7 weeks to shine is the first 7 weeks of school. Our teachers will all team teach. We're going to be building habits in our students, coming to class, completing assignments, making sure that they're engaged. We have an attendance team that's going to reinforce with phone calls if they're not coming, and really kind of pestering them to be active and engaged with us. At the end of that 7 weeks, when we hit that beginning of October timeframe, when our full academic year classrooms are set, right, those students are identified, as we get new students, we'll start to peel those students, we'll put those students into new sections and start to peel those team teachers away from those existing sections to handle those in-year students. These teachers will be trained on all those onboarding processes to make that smoother. They know it's coming, they know it's a part of their role, while still managing the skill mastery and balancing those two worlds. What it does is it clears the runway for our full academic year teachers. Their class is never going to get bigger. They have the same students for the remainder of the year. they understand their skills, they've already built relationships with their parents, and they're really driving towards that academic success as we work through the year. So we're very excited about this. It's just a logistical shift. So we're very excited about how this may help our teachers focus on those academic outcomes in a more singular way based on what's in front of them. We also have some skill monitoring that we're going to be doing with IXL. We've done some research with their white papers and the skills mastered, how that the number of skills mastered that equates improvement on the Atlas assessment, and so that's being baked into some of our core requirements for our classes for students to maintain those practices. And then monitoring and goal setting. I know you all received our SHINE learning dispositions in your packet. We are a visible learning school. One of the things that we have started this last year to really work on is bringing students to the table with us. I think sometimes in education, as much as we love students, we end up overlooking the student's voice in this process. And so we've been guilty of that. You know, do the assignment, come to the class, do the thing, and we are really working with our students to help them understand what makes a good learner rather than just a good student. How do we help them have agency for their own learning and their own outcomes? So this is being built also with meetings with teachers in their homerooms and their students, creating cut scores and goals for pass rates and assessment cycles. We're big fans of the new assessment calendar where we have a solid beginning, middle, and end of year assessment now with the Atlas, and we'll continue to use the Atlas classroom tool in the middle 9 weeks for our progress monitoring. And we actually have an in-house tracker that we've built that pulls every standard that every student's been assessed on within the Atlas tracker and offers it up to a level of mastery for those teachers so that they can track it. And then this team does the hard work of meeting with their teachers. We have an impact process that we instituted at ARVA. We're actually getting ready to present on it at a conference this summer, where our principals are squaring away the time to meet one-on-one with their teachers every other week. And their teachers bring their student data, they bring those trackers with the standards mastery, they talk with their principals about what issues they're having, students that maybe aren't mastering, what extra practices or interventions we're giving them so that we have a real collaborative effect for every single student. We're also adding instructional coaches into that mix, again, for the elementary and middle school to make sure that we're continuing with that high-level instructional input. Continued innovation. Some of you have been to the hub. If not, please come see us. Our hybrid facility over on 7th, it provides opportunity for our teachers to train. It's given our teachers a home base. We have student labs there. We host student activities. We also host a lot of CTE, student organization events, district competitions. We have our East lab there. I'm not sure, but I think we're one of the only, if not the only, virtual East program in the state. And so our East lab is there. We also have a virtual welder there. I don't know if you know that was a thing. I didn't know it was a thing until we got one. We have a Skills USA welding champion in our school this year. And so lots of hands-on opportunities. We do have our Sparkman campus as well. It's a hybrid campus. We're entering year 3. Maybe we've completed year 3. I lose track. Down in Sparkman, Arkansas, a rural area that was in high need. They were desperate to keep the center of their school or their community as their school. And so we actually employ teachers that staff that school. They go to school 4 days a week. They use all of our virtual platforms, and one of our merit pay teachers who has sustainable and just really high growth works out of that campus. We just finished our first year with Earl Virtual High School, so we're working with the department to partner at Earl again to provide some relief and assistance in a high need area. So our teachers and curriculum are pushing into Earl and provide instruction there. We have an administrator that's on campus 1 day a week there. Our teachers go and visit those students, go to their ball games, because how can you not go to an Earl ball game? So it's been a really great partnership. We've learned a lot in this first year with them, and we're getting ready to enter that MOU again next year, and we have a lot of improvements we want to make there. We saw some pretty good gains at the Earl campus in our assessment outcomes. Math was one of our areas we had to look at, which was really interesting because our math in our virtual school actually is typically at or above state average. So we're making some tweaks there to make sure that the success we've seen in math at ARVA carries over to the Earl campus. Career and college advancement. ARVIS had CTE pathways since 2015. We just continue to build them out. We'll see a little bobble in our data as we adjust to the H2 pathways, but that's going to be the entirety of our offerings in the coming years. We do offer student organizations. We have national and state award winners in those student organizations, certifications, internships, work-based learning, all the things. We do concurrent credit, and we've actually, this coming year, we'll be moving high school credit opportunities down to the 7th grade so that we can make way for students to earn more college credit in the high school. We're already graduating some students with their associate's degrees, and our goal is to move it to where they can graduate with their bachelor's as well. I'd also be remiss to say if I didn't say that we've moved CTE down to the elementary, where we have our ag program. So, do I have just a minute more to be able to? Okay, thank you. I just really want to tell you about this last thing because it's like the best thing ever. So visible learning, I mentioned that we're a visible learning school. We receive a lot of our professional development through the Corwin Institute that works with John Hattie's organization. This year, our schools decided that they wanted to go through the process to be considered as an award school. This process is a pretty stringent self-analysis. Some folks from Corwin Institute come in, they sit in our classrooms, they talk to our students, they talk to our staff. They give us sort of a base analysis. And then at each level, the PLC leads and the principals led the work to write a case study with associated research that was due in April. John Hattie himself reviews every single one of those. And I'm very proud to say that all 3 of our schools were named award schools for this year. And we're the first virtual district. Visible Learning is an international organization, and we're the first virtual district to do that anywhere in the world. So very excited about that. And we'll move next year, we'll continue that work, and we'll move next year to the partner level, which is the 2nd level. And so we'll be at their conference presenting on our impact structure and receiving an award. And this team's done a lot of hard work, so I'm proud of them. I had some family quotes, but you have them in your packet. You can look at them. It's just, great things that family said. My favorite, though, I will call out very quickly, is that this very last one is an autistic student who was able to do work study for us. And that very last line, the parent says he has so much confidence and has never been labeled due to his learning disabilities. And that's what we're after. And that's it for us. We just, humbly request renewal, and happy to take any questions.
Okay. Thank you. Before we get started with questions, if Ms. Rainey can come forward, please, and let us know if there's any legal concerns we need to be aware of.
Hi, Julia Rainey, ADE. We have no legal concerns.
Okay, thank you. All right. So I'll start with Ms. Newton.
I don't have any questions.
Okay.
I don't have any questions, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Moore?
Hello. I'm just always so fascinated with virtual learning and all that y'all are able to achieve. So my questions are more just selfish for me to try to understand myself. Could you talk a little bit more about how you do tier 2 and tier 3 interventions with students, what that looks like? Because I'm just trying to follow, because you have synchronous learning for your tier 1. So how does that look, and how's the timing look on that?
Amy Johnson, Executive Director. It's tricky. We always have to be very thoughtful about how much time a student is sitting in front of the computer, right? So that's a first driver for us. No, I don't think anybody in the world thinks it's a good idea for a student to sit in front of a computer for 8 hours a day. So what you're talking about for our tier 2 and especially our tier 3 students that have the highest level of supports, scheduling that gets really, really interesting. So we do some prescriptive things. For tier 2, we do utilize our IXL platform quite a bit for practice and really dealing with those skills. Our teachers will dive in more and give more sort of prescriptive opportunity, meet with students, monitor those outcomes, and then provide any assistance. Tier 3 is all our teachers and our interventionists meeting with students, grabbing the skills that they haven't mastered, and providing scaffolding and extra in-class opportunities, and then like exit tickets, formative assessments at the end to see how they're doing so that we can teach and reteach. And all of that is informed by those assessment cycles and our progress monitoring cycles.
Okay, and don't laugh at me for asking.
Oh,
It's
not
just
at
a
all.
selfish question.
You'd be surprised the questions we get, so come on.
So, what platform are you using? Like, what online tool? Like, Zoom, Teams, Google
Yes.
Meet, something like.
That's a
what do you
great
use?
question. So the platform is called Engagely. So we're powered by K-12. K-12 contracts with Engagely, and what's beautiful about Engagely is their sessions feed right into our Canvas pages. So the calendar can be linked in there. They can link into class straight from their Canvas page. And so everything works pretty well together. Engagely is very nice. Listen, we've used a lot. We've used Blackboard and Zoom. Neuro was one we used for a little bit. Lots of pain points with all of them. Nothing's super perfect. But Engagely has the ability for teachers to be able to move students into tables, and she can actually monitor engagement in the tables, visit the tables, work in small groups. It has a lot of flexibility that you would see very similar to an actual, live in-person class. So it's worked pretty well for our families and students.
Okay, thank you. I was wondering, I did a lot of PD, like providing PD during COVID, and going into the breakout rooms and trying to do all the things where it mimicked a normal professional learning. So I was just wondering how you did that with students. Really, that had nothing to do with your charter application. I was just curious. I appreciate you owning the information, and it is challenging because I'm sure you have students having various different start dates. So often, we'll hear families say, well, what we're doing right now is not working. We're going to have to go virtual.
That's
and it's
right.
like Tuesday,
Yeah.
in November, like just random. So definitely a difficult challenge with the highly mobile population that you have. So thank you for your presentation. I don't have any questions other than that.
Thanks. Mr. Baldwin?
Yes, thank you, and thank you for your presentation. That's was helpful, and it's intriguing to me always, the virtual educational process. And I have to admit, I don't fully understand the business model of that, and I'm not an educator, so I don't have much chance of doing that. But I appreciate all the hard work and effort. Let me ask a few questions. So, looking at your slide where you were talking about your grades. And the elementary grade in 24 was a C, and then in 25 was an F. And then in middle school, you went from a B to a D. High school seemed to stay consistent with a C. So talk to us for the elementary and middle schools. Maybe give us the one or two main reasons why you feel like the grades decreased.
It's a great question. We were asking the same question ourselves, Mr. Baldwin. So that is one of the conversations that I had with the Office of Education Policy. We had significant growth in 24. And so student individual growth, the overall growth, and then our bottom quartile growth were both quite high. The Office of Education Policy explained to me that once that happens, then the expectation and the trajectory for the next year is actually increased a bit. And so what we're trying to do, and as we see this year's scores, we'll have more information once we see those growth scores. What we're trying to avoid is sort of this yo-yo effect, right? Like where we have high growth this year, and so the trajectory shifts a little bit higher, and then our students can't quite make that, and so then there's a lower growth. The impact solely between those two grades is found in the overall growth and the bottom quartile growth categories. So that's where that sustainability comes in. How do we help our students understand to the level of which they need to grow, but be able to do that consistently rather than in sort of these spikes where, we see these big growth windows. We know that, again, mobility will, the number of new students we have will also impact that. New students typically, not always, but typically are not going to grow with us as much in the first year as they are in consecutive years, just because they are navigating so many new things. So I haven't really pulled, in all honesty, the new student percentages in 24. I could go back and do that and need to go back and do that to make a comparison to see maybe there wasn't as many new students in our full academic year cohort.
But I think those two pieces are very important. I also think that the consistency of assessment. So we have just completed the first year where we were able to do the science interim assessments. So because the science interim assessments were part of sort of a trial with the state, they didn't want those to be taken virtually. They wanted to really lock down the question pool, which we understood. So we've just gone through our first year where we've been able to fully take all of the interims and have that data. So we think that's going to be helpful as well, because we do test entirely virtually. So just figuring out those nuances, I think, Mr. Baldwin, is not only the cause of the drop, but also systemically trying to make sure that we control that moving forward.
Okay. What do you have a minimum grade goal that you have that you talk to the teachers about?
A
within the organization?
a minimum grade goal?
Yes, like do you strive to be all C's, or do you what is your aspirational goal that you seek?
I'm so glad you asked, because we have a motto at ARVA that ARVA is the place to be, with the letter B. So we have a logo in the whole 9 yards. The middle school, when they got a B, they got t-shirts with the logo on it that said ARVA is the place to be. So yes, we have a goal, and it is B schools, and we continually strive to that, and our teachers, they better know it. Let's put it that way. We say it enough.
Yeah, I think it's great. It's good to have a goal. You can't get there if you don't have one.
That's right.
And so final question is really kind of a business model question. So you've talked a lot about the large number of new students that have come in, and apparently that happens consistently. And so I'm in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, that creates a lot of challenge if you have new people. Always, it takes time to acclimate. But then I'm wondering, do you track and do you look at student turnover? Because if you always have a bunch of new students, do you have students going out the back door, and kind of explain that business model to us?
Yeah, it's a great question. So our goal obviously is to always keep students, again, because we know the longer we have them, the better they do. But we also recognize at the same hand that we have students that come to us. I'll never forget, we had an 8th grader that broke his leg playing football, and he came to us for the year while he did rehab, and then they withdrew. Great family. And I called them and I said, was there something we could have done? And Mom said, no, we just needed some place for him to go to school until his leg healed so he could go back and play football. So, okay. So, we understand that volatility, that some people come to us very intentionally, only intending to be there for a short time, while others come to us, we have graduates every year that have done all 13 years with us. So from a business standpoint, logistically, it does make it difficult, but I will say that, I think, and we don't really like to talk about COVID in our world a lot because we just did what we always do, right? But we did take on a lot of students. And so, we took on about 2,500 students in a matter of 30 to 60 days. So our logistically, from a business standpoint, we are set up to be able to do that, right? We can get students in class, we can get them a teacher, we can get them grades, we can onboard the people. From a business model, we're just trying to make sure that we keep availability for students that need us. Right now our cap is at 7,000. We will likely be at cap most of the year next year. And the hardest part for us, and I know Ms. Newton and I have had this conversation in the past where there's been a student that has needed to be placed because of something that had happened in a school, and she's called and said, yes, we can take them. So we have students that, have issues with their brick and mortar for a variety of reasons. And so we want to continue to be available there. And as an open enrollment charter, as long as we have room to that cap, then our model is we'll take them, we're going to service them, and we're going to move them as best as we can academically. But we do have a process to ensure, number one, that we're working to keep them, that we're staying involved with the family. But also number two, we have an engagement process where students can be removed from our school if they're just sort of, hanging out and not doing anything or doing the bare minimum. We do recognize and own the fact that virtual schooling doesn't work for everyone. It's not where some students just need to be seen. And so we work to very, proactively identify those students and get them connected back with a brick and mortar school if it's better for them to have those eyes on them every day. I don't know if that fully answers your question, Mr. Baldwin, but.
Yeah, no, it did, and I appreciate the answer, and that was my last question, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Dr. Bacon?
Thank you for your presentation and for all you're doing. I've been an admirer of your work for a long time, and I'm just looking at this and thinking about this incredible number of new students that you onboard regularly, year after year, and yet you're still doing these things with Sparkman, with the Earl High School project. So, sort of from a leadership lens and a strategic lens, what does this look like moving forward? I mean, do you anticipate you'll be taking in 1,100 students or so every year? Do you, I'm trying to get in your brain as an effective
That's scary, Dr. Bacon. I don't know.
What does that look like when you think about how this looks 3 years from now, 5 years from now?
Yeah, so it's a really difficult question in all honesty. I like to use the hub as an example. So if anybody had asked me, 4 or 5 years ago, if we needed a facility, I would have said, you're crazy, we're a virtual school, why do we need this? And then here we are with this hub. If you would have told me even 3 years ago when we purchased the hub and renovated it that we would be quickly running out of room at the hub, I probably would have cried because it was such a huge project, and still, feel like right now, like don't make eye contact with it. We've grown enough that our staff is trying to outgrow our space. But so it's hard to plan. Virtual sort of, and you all have seen this, can have a little bit of a life of its own. When we designed the hub, one of the things I said was no walls and no permanent furniture. And we were working with WER, and John said, you don't want any classrooms or any, and I said, no. I said, we've got to be able to modify this space for whatever ARVA becomes. So I think from my philosophy, just from a leadership standpoint, it sounds like maybe there is no plan. That's not really it. There's a mission and there's a vision and there's a passion for what we do. But I think what drives that is we want students in the state of Arkansas, we want their needs met. And whether that's a Sparkman or an Earl or a student that, has been expelled from their district and needs someplace to go, that's what we want to do. All of those pieces need a home. And if we can do that and do it well to the best of our abilities, then that's what we want to do. I definitely think with that, we'll keep growing. I mentioned we'll likely be at CAP this year at some point in time. We want to see this year's letter grades, see what that looks like, see if we're getting the improvement that we need before we, breach any kind of a CAP increase. It will be tough. It's tough when we get that parent on the phone call that says, my student's been expelled and they don't have any place to go, and I have to say, I got a wait list for you, So that does make it hard, and we don't like that answer. But I do envision, obviously, probably, more student growth. I do envision more district partnerships, being able to go in and set up. One of the things that virtual inserted into district struggles with is the logistics, because it's either an unknown, it's something they don't have figured out, they don't have a structure for it, right? We can come in and say, oh yeah, this is how we do this, because this is what we've been doing. So we alleviate some of those pieces. And I do think that, especially as we see some of our struggling brick and mortar districts that are struggling, especially with academics, especially our small districts that can't fully staff CTE programs and, special education opportunities and a variety of classes for students, we can do that very, very quickly. So those are the things that we're thinking about. Obviously continuing in instructional improvement. Our vision is to be the respected virtual school in the state, and so we work towards that on a daily basis. So kind of wherever that takes us, right. Dr. Bacon, because of our innovative nature, anytime an opportunity arises, we want to give it good thought and see if it's a good fit, because we don't want to box ourselves in. If we did that, that would be very sort of anti, even who we are and how we work with students. So it's not a very concrete answer.
No, I appreciate that. I said I
But you
wanted to-
did
I
say
wanted
you're
to
going to
in
get my
your
brain.
I'm very intrigued about this Earl High School situation, and I think you said that you all saw some positive.
We did. We saw improvement in at least the achievement, which is the scores we have back. We're anxious to see growth in all of the high school tested areas. Like I said, except for math, we didn't see any movement. Their entire high school is level 1 in math. And so we didn't see that shift any in this year. So we're making some logistical changes, some staffing changes there as far as instructors that we're putting in place, especially in light of the fact that within our quote unquote walls, our algebra and geometry students, they're comparable to the state and in some areas beating state in achievement and growth. So we want to see that trickle over. But yes, we did see achievement levels increase there.
Yeah, I'll be very interested to watch that the next few years and
Yeah.
see if you're putting high leverage strategies and some of your stronger math educators working with those students. So thank you.
Again, thank you for your presentation, and we've been over numerous times to your facility, and really excited to hear about students that are moving through CTE pathways and having an opportunity to engage with student organizations as well, so that is very good. Question I do have is thinking about like school counseling.
Mm-hmm.
What does that look like for students that are, and again, kind of a curiosity question, what does that look like for students, their personal counseling and their career counseling that are in the virtual environment?
Yeah, so we do staff all 3 building levels with counselors, and so those counselors are available for personal counseling, but also for the career counseling. And we work with our students to make sure that we are getting them the opportunities, getting those out in front of them. It's pretty often that we'll have a student that says, oh, I've got all my credits, I want to graduate early, and our counselors or our team can say, hey, have you thought about the fact that you could take these college classes and it's going to be a lot cheaper and you can get your associates and you can do all these things still while you're in high school? So just really trying to make them aware. Most of our personal counseling, we do have some of that, but I think just because of our nature, we don't have a real high percentage that requests the personal counseling, but it is available to students as they need it. But we do provide some socio-emotional support. We have some resources that we provide our families through the Cook Center. There's a parent organization that really we target our parents because they're the ones that are home with our students. So what struggles are they having in parenting? So like many of the things that we do, some of these counseling services and supports and guides end up not just being for students, but they end up being for families because we're addressing that wraparound as well. So.
And then, as already was mentioned about Earl, I know we've done some things there in partnership with them, and so very, very interested in what we'll be moving forward with that. I know you mentioned there are some lessons that you guys learned, and you mentioned one piece. Are there any other lessons that you got this year that you feel like are something that would help to improve?
How much time do you have, Dr. So yes, a lot of logistical pieces. So when we go, what we're learning is when we go into struggling schools, so I think this is true of just people in general, you get used to your environment. You get used to your process. If we say we're going to do this, this is how it's done, and it gets carried out, and we don't have any gaps in that, and there's, this is our, so we have sort of our working down to a bit of a science, right? Like this is how we march out our pieces. So going into a school that's struggling, that's understaffed, that maybe doesn't have those same logistical processes, those same, just ease of making things happen, same understanding, I think was probably one of our biggest sort of aha, like, oh, we've got to rethink this. So that's one of the pieces that we're working on this summer is being able to get our teachers with their classroom monitors, their classroom experts to align those expectations, aligning calendars, all the things that just logistically click in a school to make things successful, that sometimes when you're, several miles apart, and they're running a school and we're running a school that don't always align. So I think we're better suited. We also started a little bit under the gun last year because we were late to the MOU. We were late, it was right before school and we were getting things set up. So not only do we have sort of that hindsight to be able to inform this next year, we have more runway in the summer to be able to plan those trainings and onboard their staff and really create some of those systematic things. As you can imagine, virtually, everybody has to know what's going on. We over communicate. There has to be timelines. There has to, we have all of these sort of stopgap measures to make sure that things happen. And so going into a brick and mortar school, especially one, again, that's understaffed or maybe doesn't have those things in place, that was a lift for us because we're just like, well, that's just how you do it. You just make it happen. So I think there's a lot that we've learned, that they've learned, and we're really looking forward to next year, knowing, where we finish the year, what kind of struggles are in front of us, and be able to get ahead of those.
Okay. And then, I think my last one, so you did mention testing. Were there some concerns with testing your students or at your, because I think you mentioned something about how you were doing testing your students. I maybe missed.
Maybe the science interim, because we weren't able to take that. Is that?
Maybe.
Yeah. So that has been released now because now the state is in contract with Cambium to be able to do the science interim. So this is the first year that we were able to do a full slate of those science interims. So, so all is good. And we did move, like I said, a few years ago to the virtual testing, which has been a huge help for our students. Those of you who've been around a while know we used to dispatch staff to about 21 sites all across the state, and they lived in hotels for 2 weeks because we had to have kids drive in, and we didn't want them to drive more than an hour, and it was a major logistical event. So now, as we know in education, a student can test in the environment they learn in every day. They're more likely to be relaxed and to do well, and so thankfully the legislation went through to make that happen, and so that's been very successful for us and helpful for our students.
So I know I've been at your facility before, and we'll be there, and then like somebody will come out and tell us, be quiet, we're testing. So
they tell me that too, so
okay.
don't worry.
And I didn't take it personally. I was just like, everybody be quiet, they're testing. So what's going on at that moment?
Yeah, and that's a great question. So we still obviously do AP testing face-to-face. Our ELPA testing we do face-to-face, and typically we travel, but obviously our hub is a site. Mm-hmm. If we have any of our DLM or our self-contained students that are alternate assessment students, they will test in our office. So any of those outliers that maybe can't test virtually, or it's better for them to test in person. We have a few students, quite honestly, that just don't do what they're supposed to when they're virtually testing, and so we say you got to come, and you're going to have to sit in front of us so we can make sure you do it. So we do still have some pockets that we test face to face, but certainly not, the massive event that we used to have.
Okay. Good.
And sorry that they tell me that too. So.
No. I'm very aware and supportive. I'm going to tell my people, we're going to have a testing. You're being a distraction. Okay, but thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, are there any other questions? Oh, hey, go ahead, Ms. Stewart.
Hey, thank you so much for your presentation, and congrats on the award.
Thank you.
Awesome, that's fantastic. I just had a couple of quick questions. So one of the things I appreciated was you were kind of diving into some of the challenges and things like that. You sought OEP's guidance and all of that. So I think that's fantastic. One of the terms that was used, I just, out of curiosity, if you could expand on it, embracing mobility. Mm-hmm. I like how you're talking about challenges but putting a positive spin on it. If you could just kind of talk to us a little bit about what that looks like.
Yeah, so I think in some of the data we've averaged around 1,700, an increase in enrollment of about 1,700 over the last 3 years. So that in and of itself is new students just in that 1,700. That number doesn't take into account the number of students that come in and out every year. So our students follow the same guidelines as every other school in the state. If they have not logged in and engaged with us in 10 days, they're truant, and so they're getting removed. And so, those pieces are very real for us because there's a perception with virtual, like, well, I'll just sign up for this virtual school and I'll log in every once in a while, do an assignment or two, and I don't really have to do anything, and maybe somebody will check on me every once in a while and that'll be it. And there are some schools out there that operate that way. So we have to do a lot of educating for our families that, listen, this is a real school, you have to log in every day, somebody's gonna be looking for you in class, and really try to just educate our students and families that we have some very real expectations. So some of that does drive that mobility because we do hold a higher standard for what we expect from our students, and students do get reviewed for removal if they are just not engaging with us, if they won't answer email, if they won't answer the phone, if they're not logging into class, like if they're just kind of ghosting us, we're gonna be proactive about that. But just like the example that I gave earlier, we recognize that virtual serves a variety of purposes. Sometimes it's the absolute solution for a family. Maybe they want to homeschool, but they're insecure in that, and this gives them a great, opportunity to have that guidance and that structure. Maybe this is just their thing. Maybe they're just here for a little bit. We recognize that we have all of that. I think probably what sums it up best, Speaker of the House, Evans, spoke at our graduation a few years ago, and at the end of graduation, he leaned over to me and he said, Amy, your school is a cross-section of every single district in the state. And I said, yeah, it is. So with that comes all of those good things, but also all of those deterrents to success. So, all of the socioeconomic issues, all of the high mobility, all of the success and failure. So we have to embrace it. I mean, to say, oh, well, we're going to rid ourselves of this mobility sort of is the day that we shut our doors as a virtual school. So we have to figure out the best way we can to make it the best that it can be. And that is making sure that we're tracking those students and we're getting them engaged and that we're not losing time with them. I mean, one of our goals this year is within the first week of enrollment, they have their instructional tier so that we can get those interventions started very, very early. That sounds easy if you're only getting 20 kids, but if you just got 150 kids last week, then, that's trickier. So I think that embracing mobility, I think that's what sort of sums that up, is that we recognize it's a reality of just who we are as a virtual school. Will we continually work to try to keep kids? Of course we will. We monitor our withdrawal percentage and our returning percentages. We reach out to families. This is the time of year that my staff is tired of calling people that haven't re-regged or say they're not returning to find out why. We do that work, but I think to say, oh, we're highly mobile, so ... is the wrong frame of mind. We have to embrace that as part of the reason that we exist. And figure out how to help students be successful in spite of it.
Perfect. That's very helpful. So I appreciate that. I did have just a couple other questions. So you talked a little bit about staffing and staffing changes, I think, with Dr. Bacon and Earl. When you saw in the elementary and middle in particular, were there adjustments made? What kind of adjustments were made? If you could speak to that.
Yeah, absolutely. So not only did we tightly review staff and either changed assignments or coached up or coached out, which is a process that we like to talk about a lot. So not only were those decisions made, but also what do we see in each teacher's data? Where are they strong? So for instance, one of the things that the elementary is getting ready to do, they've always run a homeroom model, right, where a teacher has a set of students and they're teaching all those subjects. And so our elementary principal looked at her data and she was like, I have these teachers that have pretty good results in math but not in reading, and then I have these teachers that are pretty good in reading but not in math. So she's getting ready to section them off and team teach so that we can lean into those strengths. So those kinds of efforts go on, after every summative assessment, and we can look at that full year's data. Also in those impact meetings, I think that's something we can't overlook, is that these principals are having one-on-one conversations with these teachers every other week, looking at their data. Those teachers need to be able to say to them, this is my data, here's the students that I'm struggling to meet, here's what I'm doing about it, here's the assistance that I need. And so we learn a lot, not only through observation. These guys, not only do they hold those meetings, but they're in every single teacher's classrooms twice a month. And so that's a lot of work. I mean, when you're thinking about a staff of 310, plus having those biweekly meetings, plus just, I don't know, running a school, They have a lot that they do, and we do it to make sure that we're providing support to those teachers, because we know that those teachers need to be able to provide the right support to students.
Perfect. Yeah, that certainly makes sense, and I appreciate the intentionality around that too, to bring up, from a staffing perspective in particular, strengths for strengths. So
Yeah.
that's a great way to do it. And we know it probably would not be a presentation without me asking something about special education. And this is really just a curiosity question for me personally. How does that work? Along the lines of what our chairperson mentioned with regards to guidance counselors, how would that work for special education? You've highlighted some students even in this presentation. So talk to us a little bit about that.
Yeah, surprisingly enough, much like it does in any brick and mortar school. We have a special education team. We have part of that team that works on compliance. They're taking care of those folders and the IEPs and the renewals and all of those pieces. We have teachers that are pushing into classes, providing inclusion, providing those special education minutes, again, through those virtual components. Probably the most interesting thing is related services, because we have students in all 75 counties. They can't just drive to the hub for speech therapy or physical therapy or those different types of supports. So we actually contract with providers all over the state so that any student that needs a support service has someone close to them that they can go and interact with for that service. So that's probably the biggest difference from a brick and mortar school. Pretty much everything else is very similar. We just do it, through an online platform. But the related services it is a logistical event to make all of that work and get students to where they need to be.
I would say so, yeah. Great job doing it. So that's pretty impressive. That's all I have. Thank you very much for the
I
presentation.
have one further
Sure,
question.
Ms. Newton.
I'm wondering, I heard you mention students that were expelled, that you accepted them in your program. Statewide, is that automatic, that schools that expel a student make them aware of the fact that they could go into a virtual environment?
I don't know that it's automatic, but we are seeing it more and more where we review. So I do review every student that's been expelled. I don't know that I've ever not accepted an expelled student. The main reason that I review is that if their expulsion issue was self-harm or harm to others, I want to make sure there's somebody home with them, and I want to make sure that we have them identified so that we honor the expulsion as far as our student gatherings, so that we make sure we keep everybody safe in that way. But we're seeing more and more of those letters that I review saying, you should think about Arkansas Virtual Academy or virtual options. So we are getting more and more of that as schools are looking for ways to support those students. But we've had, they're not always successful, but we've had some good success stories with those students having another chance.
Just having them know it, I want to congratulate your organization as a whole and you individually for morphing and moving and being fluid in terms of approaches that are necessary and needed, as opposed to having a rigid structure, I guess, that would say we don't do that, but constantly looking at above and beyond and making those adaptations, because I think, we struggle as a state in being low in some measures, and I think it's situations like you're a part of that help us move outside of that and meet the unusual needs of families and students. So thank you for what you do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from panel members? Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. So seeing no other questions, I will now entertain a motion on the renewal request for Arkansas Virtual Academy.
I'd like to make that motion. I move that we approve the comprehensive renewal plan submitted on May 1st by Virtual Arkansas with the condition that the school participate in quarterly charter school unit check-ins to monitor implementation and progress, approve a 5-year renewal of the charter contract, and require Arkansas Virtual Academy to administer the Atlas Interim Assessment as a mandatory measure to support consistent data analysis, and timely reporting to the charter school unit for accountability purposes.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Ms. Newton and a second by Dr. Bacon. Is there any additional discussion on the motion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, any opposed, like sign? Any would like to abstain from the vote? Okay, very good. Motion carries. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Thanks. Okay, so at this point, I think we're gonna take a lunch break. Do we wanna do 30 or 45 minutes? 30 or 45? 30 or 45? Okay, so we'll take a 30-minute break. We'll be back at 1 o'clock to start back up with Graduate Arkansas. Thanks.
I meant to do that between the time I saw you.
Good to see you. Okay, we are back. Thank you. So we are now on item 3B, which is Graduate Arkansas. And Dr. Tucker is going to come forward and give us an overview of this item.
Yeah. Okay. Cyber Turker, School Choice and Parent Empowerment. Graduate Arkansas is a statewide dropout recovery charter serving students ages 14-21 across all 50 counties, many of whom enter with significant academic gaps, prior withdrawal, and barriers to persistence. During the 25-26 school year, the school focused on literacy improvement, mathematics growth, student engagement and re-engagement, and expansion of statewide partnerships supporting referral and retention. The school demonstrated increased graduation outcomes with 250 graduates compared to 210 in the prior year, reflecting continued growth in reach and student persistence. The improvement plan includes 26-27 plan focuses on 4 priorities: literacy acceleration, mathematics improvement, strengthening engagement systems, and expanded post-secondary and workforce transition readiness. The plan includes defined goals, monitoring structures, and leadership accountability systems aligned to continuous improvement, including monthly leadership review and quarterly board reporting. The plan also strengthens focus on documenting post-secondary outcomes and formalizing transition systems beyond graduation. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. If I could have everyone that's going to be speaking on behalf of Graduate Arkansas to please stand and raise your right hand. And this also includes anyone who is virtual, to also stand and raise your right hand. Thank you. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, you may begin your presentation. You have 20 minutes. And I just remind everyone when you speak to please state your name and title for the record and restate every time you approach the microphone. Thank you.
Make sure I know how to. Okay. Good afternoon, members of the Charter Authorizing Panel, the Commissioner in his absence, DESE staff, community, members of our Board of Directors. We did have 2 here earlier who had to leave, Major Browning. Mr. Graham had other appointments. Support members, community members, and everyone that's here and attending today. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. So our mission and values are the same. Graduate Arkansas provides personalized learning opportunity to re-engage disconnected students. I want to say that with our mission, because everything about Graduate Arkansas must be understood through the lens of students it was created to serve. Our 5 pillars were student-centered, perseverance, respect, accountability, and community. The students we serve, Graduate Arkansas has always refers to students as at promise and not at risk. We enroll students who've opted out of the traditional settings and provided a clear path back to graduating. Overage and undercredited students who remain in traditional settings, 17 years old, with 3 or 6 credits, we all know they will not graduate from that high school. Those who are incarcerated, re-entering society, we enroll all of those students as well. Young parents, and our students who are working to support families who have full-time jobs. So our sustained institutional impact. On the presentation that you guys received, that was our 3-quarter ADM. Our highest reported enrollment this year was 945. We have served 50 of the 75 counties. We've increased 10 times the enrollment growth since 2021. And our total graduates was 347 as of May 4th, but we just finished up before our cycle ended, and this year we finished with 371 graduates. It's stuck. It's not moving, Miss McMurray. How the model works, open entry, open exit. We enroll students every single day. There's no waiting period. There's no semester start requirement. When they complete a registration packet, it is our goal to get them enrolled and engaged within 24 hours. Mastery-based learning, accelerated pathways. Every student receives a success coach and an academic advisor that's dedicated to that student. Virtual, hybrid, and on-site, and provide wraparound support. And that's partnerships with our juvenile justice agencies, employers, libraries, and other community partners. Operational health, we've had 0 audit findings. We are Cognia accredited. We did receive the best growth scores last year. We continue to broaden our partnerships with juvenile justice agencies. And I apologize, I have 2 members of the Arkansas Juvenile Probation Officers Board in attendance with us today that I did not recognize in the beginning. Stable and specialized leadership, and of course, beating the odds recognition. So this is a complete turnaround story for us. If you remember a couple of years ago, I was here begging for a waiver that I didn't get. But now we were able to meet the 95% metric. And that was met because we were able to test virtually. So we're proud of our percentage, but we're also proud of our growth that we achieved. So graduate performance in context, as you can see from 2020, we had 12 graduates. And now, May 4th, which was the cutoff to participate in graduation, was 347. And I would like the panel to know that that number would have been significantly higher, but we transfer students back to their traditional high school so they can graduate with their peers. So everyone that we get caught up, we don't get to keep and graduate, which we're good with that, because it's whatever's best for kids. So while we measure all graduates, Arkansas's graduation rate formula credits districts with the students who started high school where they are and tracks them for a 4-year period. We track all students that complete our program regardless of age or cohort. So Graduate Arkansas finishes what others could not. This methodology more accurately measures our actual impact. So Dr. Turker went over some of our improvement plans, and you have copies of it. Accelerated literacy growth. Literacy continues to be a thorn in our side, not just for us, but for all districts. We understand that writing is measured, scored on AI. Our students text right. Even though our literacy teachers say give me 6 solid sentences, those sentences are still choppy. But we have received and see growth. Increased math proficiency. Once again, we increased level 3 and 4 math from 19 to 22% this year. 60% of math students progress in at or above pace, and formalized tier 2 and tier 3 interventions for those performing at 1 and 2. Strengthen student engagement, reduce drop student rate from 10 to 5%. And the reason why we drop students because you just can't let them sit on your books, past 10 or 12 days. So they eventually do re-enroll. Increase weekly baseline assignment completion by 15%. Currently, they must complete 25 assignments weekly to be present all week. And expand our success hubs in high-need regions. Our success team travels all over the state and set up hubs for that week. And students come to the hubs, parents, whoever needs to go. And our academic teacher travels with the success coaches also. And expand post-secondary transition. So why Graduate Arkansas matters? Traditional education models are built for students who never leave. They're in the 9th grade, they never leave. Our Graduate Arkansas is built for the ones who did. Recovery is just not a second chance, it's an opportunity to finish what is started. Our students, it's not that they lack potential, they lack access to a program designed specifically to meet their needs. Our wraparound support, open entry, open exit model and one-to-one coaching gives every student a real structured pathway to getting back on track and obtaining a diploma. Closing the gap is our passion, and I always tell everybody we're built for this. The demand, 10 times enrollment growth since 2021, connected to families over 50 counties. We have some families attending here. We had others who could not come but were signed up to speak. Our operational strength is strong, and it's built for long term. And one thing about this model is so progressive. I see everybody in the state trying to open some type of dropout recovery, mastery learning model for their students. So at this, do I call up who need to speak? Do I call up who need to speak? So in Attorney Brenda Stallings' absence, she had to leave. She was here until lunch. Attorney David Jones will read a statement from her.
Good afternoon, members of the panel. I am David Jones. I have the pleasure of serving as legal counsel for Graduate Arkansas. And in reading Attorney Stallings' words, I'm going to try to be very exact. So you would note that her first line is very aspirational. She starts with, "Good morning." I'm honored to stand before you today and speak about something that is very close to my heart, Graduate Arkansas. As a juvenile defense attorney, I represent young people who often struggle with traditional educational settings. Many of my clients have faced challenges that most adults would find difficult to overcome. They have experienced trauma, instability, poverty, and loss. Too often, society looks at these young people and sees obstacles. Graduate Arkansas sees potential. I have watched students who were told they would never make it to find success through this program. I recently represented a young person whose mother passed away. They were living with relatives and trying to navigate unimaginable grief while still being a child. I worried about what their future would hold. I worried they might be lost in the system. Instead, they found support, encouragement, and opportunity through Graduate Arkansas. They did not just survive, they thrived. Every year, I attend graduation, and every year, I find myself fighting back tears as students walk across that stage. I know their stories. I know their struggles. I know the obstacles they've overcome just to get to that moment. And when I see them receive that diploma, I do not just see a graduate, I see resilience. I see hope. I see a future that has been forever changed. Graduate Arkansas is more than a school. It's a lifeline. It is a second chance. It is proof that when we meet young people where they are, believe in them, and provide the right support, they can achieve extraordinary things. The young people served by Graduate Arkansas need this program. Families need this program. Our community needs this program. I ask you to continue supporting Graduate Arkansas and its mission, because every diploma represents a life changed, a family strengthened, and a future made brighter. Thank you.
Next, we will have Ms. Sherry Bailey.
Sherry Bailey. Good afternoon, board panel. I'm a therapeutic foster parent, and last March 2025, I brought one of my children in because he was 18 in the 10th grade with 6 credit hours. He was not going to finish. He had been homeless, he had not been to school, and Graduate Arkansas changed his life forever. He is now in a transitioning program. He volunteers in the community. He's getting ready to go to technical school. If it was not for them meeting his needs, they met his IEP needs, they met his personal needs, they were supportive of him, they treated him with respect and kindness, and now he believes too that he can be somebody. And I am so appreciative that I put my other child in Graduate, Arkansas, so he can be the best that he can be also. Thank you.
I don't know how to say his name. Raphael is here.
Good morning, my name's Diana Recinos and I am the School Operations Specialist and I'll be helping Rafael. It's one of our ESOL students and I'm just gonna help with translation and first person. So.
Hola, mi nombre es Rafael Santamaría y soy un estudiante de Graduate, Arkansas.
Good morning, my name's Rafael Santamaria and I'm one of the graduate students.
Retomar mis estudios en Graduate, Arkansas me ha ayudado a crecer tanto personal como profesionalmente.
Continuing my education through Graduate Arkansas has helped me grow personally and professionally.
Me ha permitido adquirir nuevos conocimientos,
It has allowed me to gain knowledge,
mejorar mis habilidades y tener más confianza en mí mismo.
improve my skills, and become more confident in myself.
También me ha enseñado la importancia de la disciplina,
And it has taught me the importance of discipline,
la organización y la perseverancia para alcanzar mis metas.
organization, and perseverance in achieving my goals.
Gracias a esta decisión,
Because of this decision,
siento que tengo más oportunidades para construir un mejor futuro para mí y mi familia.
I feel that I now have more opportunity to build a better future for me and my family.
Aunque al principio fue un reto volver a estudiar,
Although returning to school was challenging at first,
hoy me siento orgulloso de haber tomado esa decisión
I am proud that I made that decision.
porque me ha demostrado que nunca es tarde para seguir aprendiendo y superarme.
Because it has shown me that it's never too late to keep learning, growing, and become a better version of myself.
Gracias.
Thank you.
He stuck around. I didn't think he would. So we have Lugo on line. Miss Wright, Miss McMurray, he's on line.
Okay, our tech folks, there they go. I only manage this up
I
here,
don't
I don't do
see
anything
him.
with that over there.
Do you see him, yours? Not Miss Reyes, Rubio. The other guy. Okay, Miss Reyes, are you ready to go?
I am.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. I am Mireya Wright, founding CEO, Arkansas United, and we are proud to call ourselves community partners of Graduate
Ms. Wraith, I'm gonna
Arkansas.
have you to pause for just a second and see if we can get our, support to turn up the volume, maybe, where we can hear better. Do you want her to try again? Yes, okay, Ms. Wraith, can you try again?
Yes,
Very good.
Mireya Wright, founding CEO, Arkansas United. So we deeply appreciate the opportunity to offer testimony today as community partners who have been working with Graduate Arkansas since 2023. Arkansas United is a membership-based organization of Hispanic workers and their families. We've specialized in social services and working in partnership to extend social services to Hispanic families, but we center workforce development throughout that. And I just want to say Graduate Arkansas was one of our very first affiliates who came to us really in the spirit of a community school
and because of the acknowledged need that they wanted to meet with hard-to-reach populations like many of our Spanish speakers. I want to affirm that they validate our community and their stories through cultural events and through different social service collaborations. They'll do individual referrals to organizations like ours, but also create shared and safe spaces for conversations. And Graduate Arkansas is a school that just wholeheartedly takes a whole family approach. I do want to offer as well that our Hispanic community is a community that does have a demand for this type of education. We are very proud within our family structures to be very centered on economic opportunities and opportunities that are offered by somebody like Graduate Arkansas really do address those needs. We are also a community that we've learned that in addition to that role of trusted messengers, having those diverse on-ramps into education and formal education is truly important, and Graduate Arkansas has worked diligently as part of that. So we've been really grateful. We are only one of many groups that work with Graduate Arkansas, and can attest that others feel the way that we do. And we're glad to answer any questions about how Graduate Arkansas really does serve the broader needs of the communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you take the list down? So in absence of 4 parents, is it possible for me to ask someone else to speak on our behalf who's here?
Sure.
Okay. Mr. Walden. State your name.
Good morning. Or I'm sorry, good afternoon. I'm sorry. I had that cued from earlier. I'm sorry. Good afternoon. My name is Eric Walden. I'm here in 2 capacities. Number 1, I'm here. I serve for the 6th Division Circuit Court under the Honorable Judge Ernest E. Brown Jr., where I serve as the Assistant Chief of Staff. And I'm also here as a board member for the Arkansas Juvenile Officers Association. And I also have with me Ms. Lori Kerrigan, who works with Pulaski County Juvenile Court. And so I'm here to speak in support of Graduate Arkansas's charter renewal. Since COVID, we've struggled even more with truancy as youth and parents have become more and more comfortable with students learning at home. We've had some parents who've personally homeschooled their children or enrolled their children in programs that are not as credible or as professional as Graduate Arkansas. We've also had youth in our court system who either continue to get into trouble at school, face more legal consequences, and on the verge of expulsion, or they've just struggled to learn altogether in a traditional setting. And so with the partnership that we've had with Graduate Arkansas, we've been able to lean on them and depend on them to serve those youth and provide them with a quality education that otherwise they may not have received because of expulsion or because of other issues. They've been a great partner for us. They've been a great resource to our court and to our families in Jefferson County and Pulaski County in providing our students with quality education, care, mentoring, guidance, and provided them with another opportunity to earn their education, earn their diploma, and be successful participating members in our communities. And so, again, I come here today to stand in full support of their charter renewal. Thank you.
Okay, our commitment. Continued measurable progress in literacy, mathematics, science, post-secondary transition. Continued investment in student, staff, and community partnerships that make Graduate Arkansas the only school of its kind in Arkansas. Continued record of growth and accountability that earns year by year the confidence the panel has placed in us. And I'll leave this before a question. If not us, then who? And if not now, then when? Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, so before we get started with our panel questions, Ms. Rainey, can you please come forward and let us know if there's any legal concerns we need to be aware of in regards to the request?
Hi, Julia Rainey, ADE. We have no legal concerns.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we'll start with panel questions. Dr. Moore, we'll start with you.
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you so much for your presentation, and it was hard not to get wet eyes hearing the examples of students that you're helping. So thank you so much for being an advocate for those Arkansans. I just had a few questions. I was wanting to know, especially because challenges just don't disappear when they finish being with you, which I also want to go back and say thank you for allowing them to go back to their home school and graduate with their peers. That is so special and meaningful. So thank you for that, knowing that it impacts your metrics, but it's the right thing to do for the student. So thank you for that. But on the next steps, knowing that it'll be challenging for them to even pursue something beyond that because of wraparound services that may be needed, how do you coordinate that? Do you have someone helping them learn about WIOA opportunities for wraparound services, or workforce scholarships, or post-secondary scholarships? Like, what does that look like?
So we're building our college and career readiness this year. We understand that that's a challenge, but as far as wraparound services, they don't go away. They come back to us to point them in a direction who can help. We have a significant number of contacts who are ready to help our students and provide any type of assistance or any type of incentive or anything.
Okay. For your college and career readiness type work, who are you partnering with on that to help give support?
So to be honest, right now, we've just hired 2 college and career ready coaches. In the past, we relied on our counselors, and it was just too much. Our students who come to us, they don't realize that they can graduate. So I don't stress or push four-year colleges. It depends on their scores. For 2-year colleges, we give the ACT twice a year. It's free on waivers, and it's like pulling teeth to get them to take that. So we do work with a significant number of military recruiters from every branch. So a lot of our students choose that pathway. Some already have meaningful jobs. We have connections that we can place them on other, meaningful jobs that they can grow on. But I don't push the college, but we do stress career.
So I'll push back a little on that.
Okay.
So I work for the Division of Higher Ed, and my role is workforce development. And college, I know stereotypically we think about that 4-year degree, but we have so many college programs that are as short as a 4-week program. And there's funding for that, so it doesn't cost a student a dime. We have a scholarship called the Arkansas Workforce Challenge Scholarship, and the only requirement is you have to be an Arkansas resident and you have to have a high school diploma. So the students will be that when they finish your program, and it will pay up to $3,000 for short-term training up through an associate's degree, but it might be like CDL for truck driving. It might be something in healthcare fields that's a short-term program. It might be something like advanced manufacturing. I mean, if you have people from multiple counties, like it might have some training. There's a boot camp that is 80 hours, and they graduate that and can work in the steel industry and make more money than a starting teacher with a degree. So there are so many opportunities, and I would love to work with y'all in any capacity possible. Be very happy to partner with y'all. And look at what opportunities we might have to transition students into one of those programs. Most of those are at our community colleges, which, they're all around the state, 22 community colleges, and that short-term training, so often it's that little piece of, they're like, college, why would I ever do college? I'm the first person in my family who's even got a high school diploma. That's so far, like, it's like a foreign planet, it doesn't make sense. But they can get that training, get a job, or they get that and they're like, wow, I can actually do this, and stackable into who knows where they'll be 5-10 years from now. Additionally, if you're not exploring it, apprenticeships are such a saving grace for so many folks that are in this population, because it's the earn and learn model, and they're legit getting that paycheck. It doesn't cost them a thing to get their training. And there are apprenticeships, whether through our colleges or other routes, that aren't even, not just the construction trades that we think of, but apprenticeships in information technology and healthcare. I didn't mean to preach at you.
No, I appreciate that. And I misspoke, but thank you for the sermon, but most of all, thank you for the support.
Yeah.
So let me clear it up a little bit. We have a partnership with ASU. Our students can go there for 33 credit hours free of charge. There are a couple of other junior colleges. I'm just not as familiar because I'm not boots on the ground. So we do push apprenticeships or, things like that. We have an MOU with Dr. Shamika Bryant with Little Rock School District and the Metro Center. So we have students going there. So we try to push them out into these pathways because we know we even explored the Excel Center, but we couldn't afford the tuition.
Okay, well, I got some
Yeah,
good news.
Yeah, Edie, no, I've been over there. I toured the entire thing. I understand.
First, we have Workforce Challenge.
Yeah,
So there you go.
yeah, so that the scholarship I was saying, that Workforce Challenge, they are now on
Right.
that because of legislation
Thank
change.
you. Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
I saw that. So that's why I didn't want to put it out there.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's number one on our
So,
list.
okay, so schedule it. Edie and I will meet with you
Yeah.
in the next few weeks.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for not letting it have an ACT score. Why? But
And that was my main, those were my main questions.
Thank you,
I will
Dr. Moore.
also ask, because military is such a viable pathway as well, and I worked with a young man once, a friend has a mentoring program for students that fit this profile that you're describing. And he was at a juvenile detention center and was about to get out. One of his parents were deceased and the other one was in prison, and he had nowhere to go. And so he was trying desperately to get him into the military because my friend is in the military. And we worked and worked and worked and worked and could not get his ASVAB score where it needed to be.
should have seen him to us.
I know.
I have the
know,
best.
I know.
They come back and practice that
Yeah.
ASVAB test.
His trajectory is really sad because as soon as he got out and had nowhere to go, he fell back into old ways.
Yeah.
And now he's in prison. And it broke my heart to know that he wasn't reached. So what are you doing to help students? Because the ASVAB, even though we all think, oh, that's nothing, ACT's hard, ASVAB's easy, there are many students that are not able to get that score that
We
they
have
need.
we have the platform, and they come back and work with our math teachers.
Okay.
Come back to campus in person and work with them to get their scores up. The Army is the only ones who've informed me that our students have some of the highest ASVAB scores.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's wonderful. I was just wondering how you were directly trying to make sure it was, they were getting support on the ASVAB.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate you being here. No more questions.
Mr. Baldwin?
Yes, thank you. A statement or two and then a question for you. And it always makes me feel good when I see David Jones speak. And he said something I thought was appropriate and kind of what he would say. And he basically talked about how can we change a life. And you have to give people a hope, and you have to show them a future. And I think that's what you are doing. And unfortunately, we can't grade that. We can't put an A on that. But without that, there's nothing else. And so I commend you for providing hope in the future and being able to change people's lives, even if it doesn't show on our test scores sometimes. But let me say, in looking at the accountability profile that the Department of Ed does, it was interesting how high your growth scores are, and really approaching state average scores, both in the past when it was Aspire, and then now also under Atlas, and that was in English and in math. And I'm not an educator, so I admit I don't totally understand the growth scores, how they get calculated. But then the achievement scores are not quite as high. And so I just wanted to ask, what can we do, or maybe the better question is, do you have the resources that you need to increase the achievement scores, or is there something else that we can provide that's not being provided right now that would help with that? Because it looks like you're doing it on the growth scores. It's the achievement scores that are tough.
Yes, sir, Mr. Baldwin. Great question, but I would like to remind the panel that 58% of our testers are adults, 18 to 21. They just happen to be in the 9th and 10th grade. So we are doing and pushing them with interventions, the lessons, what's it called, remediation, things like that to try to help our older students catch up with the younger group. But you're exactly right. So that negatively impacts our score.
Okay, okay.
And most of these adults have been out of school at least 2 years, maybe 3. And so someone told them to contact us so we can work with them to get them up to par. And one thing about our adult students, they all try. We've not had one student just quit and say, now they do say, I ain't gonna test. I didn't test in high school. Well, you in my school, so you're gonna test. So let's make that clear. So, but yeah, that is a sore spot for us. We recognize that. That's why I don't feel like traditional, looking at my scores and compared to a traditional model, you know, accurately reflects what we do and what our students are capable of doing.
Yeah. Well, I think we all appreciate what you do. I don't have any idea how you do it, but I'm thankful that you do. And that's all I have, Madam Chair.
You're welcome to visit at any time, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Bacon?
Thank you, Katie. We've known each other a long time, and you've managed to outlast me in the charter world.
I don't
so
know how.
Congratulations on all your work.
God did it.
Tell me, what is going on that has caused this huge enrollment increase for you in just the last 3 to 4 years, and then which obviously leads to this enormous graduating class? What has changed in the last few years that's changing what your school looks like?
So that's a great question, and to be perfectly honest, our juvenile justice impacted youth has tripled. But also, parents are realizing that their students are not going to the NBA in 17 years old, and I'm just being honest, with 6 credits. So once they don't make some of those varsity teams, I just tell them they're not going to graduate from that school. They will roll over into a GED program. The math is on college algebra now. So they're just, you know, trickling to us.
So do you have entities that are sending people, like are there people out there, agencies, or through the court system, or people that are just, you know,
I'm sure it
referring?
is. Yeah, other than the juvenile judge, we work with DCFS, we work with Ms. Shirley's from Foster, DHS, DYS. There are a lot of entities and partnerships that we do Mr. Bacon work with, but I just don't remember all of them.
Right.
But they're just trying to provide these students. I'm constantly saying I want taxpayers, not tax takers. I need you to get a check, I'm getting a check. So yeah, they just kind of find Graduate Arkansas all over the state.
Do you expect that your numbers will continue to grow the way they have been?
I expect to reach my cap and be back before you again asking for an increase.
What is your cap right now?
1,500.
Okay. Well, again, we've known each other a long time.
We have.
I respect you as a leader, the work you did back at SAI Tech, moving into this Graduate Arkansas, and just keep doing the great things you're doing.
Thank you,
and
Dr. B.
Changing lives.
Thank you so much.
Ms. Stewart?
Thank you so much for the presentation. Super, like all of my colleagues, just very grateful for what you all do and the role you play in our state. You know, there's nothing like y'all. So the impact you're having in communities across Arkansas is incredible. I did just have a question regarding like the 50 counties. So how, just out of my curiosity, how does that look? Like, talk through what that looks like.
Okay.
From you know, either a management leadership perspective as well as, you know, like boots on the ground with students.
Right, so in many of those counties, that's where our juvenile justice impacted youth are, and they're usually connected to a court in that county. So the success team travels to court with our students. Our success hubs are there all over the state. So that's why we're able to move statewide. Since we only have one brick and mortar building, we just set up hubs all over the state to meet students where they are.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, that's a fantastic model, and I know that everyone in corrections and juvenile justice is grateful for y'all's work in that, for sure. Second question is regarding special education. I know it's in the packet a little bit. Can you talk about that from the, and I also noticed too, you, congrats on the meets requirements with the ADE. How does that look from a supportive stance with students?
I will tell you, our SPED numbers went from about 26 to 100, 130 something.
Yeah.
And so we're constantly hiring certified SPED teachers because that's the only area you can't be away from. So students come to campus, and Ms. Walls, if you're local, if you're in Saline County, Pulaski, or some of the other counties, you must come to campus if you're not performing or getting in a Google Classroom or performing other metrics that they set. For our students who are statewide, they must get on, they must do their, if it's 30 minutes intervention, 2 hours intervention, they're on with our SPED teachers online every single day to get the hours.
Okay, okay, got it. Yeah, that certainly makes sense. And then last but not least, Workforce Challenge. I'm gonna mention that again.
I can't wait to meet with you.
Thanks to ADHE and our legislature for making that happen for
Yes.
folks all across Arkansas. And then another opportunity, Dr. Moore mentioned it briefly, WIOA. We know that there have been challenges with folks accessing that, but the state is working on ensuring that more folks that meet those requirements have that opportunity, and I think that would be a helpful resource as well. So
I agree.
hats
I was
off.
cheering behind the
Yeah.
scenes.
Great.
I didn't want to just bust out and bring that up.
There you go. It's exciting stuff, and I think we're all moving in the
Yeah.
right direction. So great job.
Thank
That's all
you.
I have.
Very good. Again, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Greatly appreciate the work that you and your team are doing to support our students that we know, given appropriate opportunities, can be successful. Did have a question or a follow-up question. So the 50 counties, so you said you have like hubs set up. So are you serving all 75 counties through those hubs, or are you just serving 50 counties?
We're just serving, I think it was 55, but no, as a student drop completes, we may not get another student enrolled. So we just pull that from our eSchool data to see what counties we were in. I looked at our tracker for our students who have probation officers and looked at that, and that's how we decide where to set up hubs.
Okay, because I guess my question was going to be, like, if we looked at the state map of the counties, are there counties that you traditionally are not in, and is there a
I could
thought
show
on
you
why
that map.
is?
We actually have that map
Okay.
too. We should have put it in our presentation. But yeah, there are counties in the top of the state, northern section, and usually in the west. Would y'all say it's west central? Where at? Yeah, northwest and northeast.
Okay.
Southeast. Yeah,
Is-
southeast.
Is there thoughts on why that is, or is there trying to get into those areas, or?
I've reached out to a couple of probation officers that I know to see what they're doing. A lot of districts have their own setup, so they're putting students through that, so we're not getting their enrollment, which I'm perfectly fine, as long as the student's been successful.
Yes, okay. And was glad to hear you guys are partnering with Metro.
Oh,
for
yeah,
some
we've
of your
had that
CTE.
partnership for 3 or 4 years now.
Okay, okay. So I know walking in, I was talking with one of your team members. Would love for you guys to also think about a JAG program, so Jobs for Arkansas Graduates, because it has many of the same focus and goals and serves the same target population of trying to support students as they may have some barriers to graduating on time with their peers, and so having interventions and strategies that can help to close those gaps and help them to be more successful.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
I would love to have opportunities about how we potentially could partner on that as well.
I welcome that.
Okay. Okay.
Please come see me.
Okay. Ms. Newton has another question or comment.
I haven't spoken yet.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Ms. Newton said, hold on.
I was ready for that comeback.
Don't feel bad. So I did Edie the same way earlier. So I try to keep track in my head where I've gone, and then when it gets to me, I'm just like, oh, I got questions. I'll hop on in. So okay, Ms. Newton.
I've worked with this population of young people, and they're a special population for me and their families, because
Yes, ma'am.
oftentimes they're dismissed. And so you've done stellar work, and I appreciate that. In juvenile court, are you in every district's juvenile court? We're in the 10th district where I live. So are you there with Judge French? I know Judge Brown is a stalwart proponent of programs for children. I know they work together, but surprisingly, I don't know of any youth in our area that's involved in the program. I'm sure they are, I'm just not in touch with it, so.
So what
how-
city is that?
Excuse me.
Monticello?
We're
Warren?
we're in Ashley, Bradley,
Okay.
Chico, Deshay, and Drew counties.
Yep. So we did have students there. I used to be the assistant principal at Warren High School, so I know Judge French. So it depends on the probation officers, if they would like for the success coaches to come to court. But one thing about the probation officers, they get access to the portal once a waiver of release of information is provided, so they can actually log in and see what they're doing. So students can no longer say, yeah, I was on and did 5 assignments. No, you didn't. So it's just trying to make it as transparent to, support our students. They really need structure. So they've not invited that I can remember. Did anybody go to Monticello, Warren? Yeah,
Well,
not that
I'm
I.
saying, you hear of things,
Mhm.
and I want to make it plain to the folks that know it, to make some inroads, because we're contracting, the agency that I was a part of, contracts with the DYS. And so
Okay.
that's our contract. So to get it out to the workers that know, and the probation officers are not under our purview.
Okay.
But we are connected to them, so our caseworkers can know their.
Let them know, Miss Newton.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'd appreciate exchanging emails so I can get that information.
Okay, sure thing.
That's it.
I try to be organized. Yeah. Okay. Any other questions from any of our other panel members? Okay. All right. Seeing none, I will now entertain a motion on the request for the renewal of their charter.
I'll make that motion. I move that we approve the comprehensive renewal plan submitted on May 1 by Graduate Arkansas, with the condition that the school participate in quarterly charter school unit check-ins to monitor implementation and progress, approve a 5-year renewal of the charter contract, and require Graduate Arkansas to administer the Atlas interim assessment as a mandatory measure to support consistent data analysis and timely reporting to the charter school unit for accountability purposes.
Second.
Okay. So I have a motion by Ms. Stewart, a second by Dr. Bacon. Is there any discussion on the motion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, any opposed, like sign? Any would like to abstain from the vote? Okay, very good. Motion carries. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
I'm looking forward to it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I know most of them, so I got you. Well, that's true, but the thing about it is, groups like that are ready, they need community service hours, and
nothing else bumps up against it. Yes, thank you so much. Yes, thank you. Okay. Thank you.
She had her information together. Yeah, I'd like to meet with you guys, you know,
Do we need to take a break?
because we work with a lot of people,
Does anybody need a 5-minute?
you know, education, yeah.
Does anybody need a 5-minute?
Okay.
We have 2 more items. Okay. I think we're gonna take a 5-minute break, so. Just in case. Okay, we are back. Okay, so we are at 3C under the action agenda. which is in Bowdoin Area Charter Schools. It's going to be presented by Dr. Turker. So if you please come forward and give us an overview of this next item.
Good afternoon. Sarper Turker, Department of Education. We have Mr. Scott James from Bowdoin Area Charter School. As the renewal process, we meet with every single school and we require them to submit their renewal plan, and we analyze and discuss and meet with them again, provide our feedback. So after receiving the Bowdoin Area Charter Schools renewal plan / improvement plan, we have found out the school is doing an amazing job academically. So they just earned the highest ELA growth award recently with the 87.4 points. So that is something to celebrate. So kudos to the team and hard work. It's a small school. It's currently approximately 45 students in grade K through 8 in the school system. So the small model provides that one-on-one instruction and help and support to students, but there are some concerns around the growth and sustainability. So Mr. James is here to share his presentation for you guys.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So before we get started, will there be anyone else besides you speaking for the charter?
I'm sorry, what?
Will anyone else besides you be speaking on behalf of the charter?
My hearing aids are acting crazy. Okay,
Is there anyone else besides you speaking on behalf of the charter?
no.
Okay.
At the school, they said, well, I think only one person gets to speak. I'm brand new into this, and anyway, from this time last year, I was retired and on the farm and working and all that. I got called 4 times before I ever said I would apply. And then the 3 teachers that had called me, the director had left and they got jobs other places, and I said, what happened? And they said, we were scared it wasn't gonna open. And so the 3 people that prompted me and said, we'll be able to do this, weren't there. So anyway, but.
Well, I'm gonna just swear you in first, just want to make sure on that.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. So if you would raise your right hand. Okay. And do you swear the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, very good. Okay, you can start your presentation.
Okay, Terry, is that PowerPoint working there, or can we, I've never done this before. How do I make it move?
That's right here, sir.
Oh,
So
okay.
click on the next.
Right here? Okay, I'm gonna go back one there. You can, by seeing the picture there, you can see it's a very, very small group of people. Anyway, they were in a panic when I got hired. I had worked there after I retired. I worked there 1 year and met the people, and they were good people. Now, I had 21 years as an elementary principal, and when the charter school came out in 2002, I knew the administration. I talked to the different people. Our population of students really goes up and down, and as a principal, there were times when kids that weren't being able to function real well with the regular public school, a normal one that was kind of a packed room, if you put them in a smaller group, it really worked well, things like that. And I knew the charter school's reputation, and I had seen numerous kids that after I had told the parents they ought to try it out, it went well. And so anyway, when they started calling me this summer and last summer, like I said, I was enjoying being retired, but anyway, then they said that they were worried about the school and all this, and the previous director had left, and he'd had a lot of things go on. Well, I came in, and then I found out after I came in that they were really far in debt. They'd had 3 years declining enrollment and 3 years of, the money going downhill. And I said, we would have had to have done reduction in force, except the 3 teachers had left there. And I said, if we combine classes and all that kind of stuff, then that will work out. And then about that time, the SPED teacher had left too. Anyway, so we had to juggle through that all year long, and it took forever, but we finally got that covered also. On the 3 teachers positions, we hired back 1 teacher, and then combined with the personnel that we had there, custodian, bus driver. I drove for 40 days there, and believe me, that was rough. And it was,
I thought it wouldn't be a big deal that I lived an hour away and all that kind of stuff. And anyway, but they had been at Imboden originally when I worked there. Well, that put me out to an hour. I'd leave the house at 10 minutes till 5 in the morning, and I was getting home at 10 till 6 that night, just doing that. But we did it, and I donated that, and but thank goodness I finally got a bus driver who I knew personally, and he had in 15 years never missed a day of school. And I thought, I bet I won't have to drive the bus very much. And by golly, it's worked out there. These teachers in August told me, and the custodians and all that said, do we have a job? And I said, did y'all not get hired back? And they really hadn't. And we got that done. And I said, you know, if we all pull together and work with less people, we can do this. I said, we're gonna have to clean up for ourselves, you know, and all that, because the custodians had quit and this, that, and the other, just a whole bunch of, and what it was, everybody was going for safety. They were trying to find a spot that they knew they were gonna have a job more than 1 year if they even had a job. And the other thing is, the word got spread that the charter school wasn't gonna open its doors. And so anyway, and I had numerous parents afterwards tell me, you know, I had worked 21 years at Oak Ridge Central, and of that, all but 4 of them had been as a elementary principal. And then I worked, thinking I was gonna work 5 years over at Maynard. When I worked over there, I stayed 17 years, and I was the principal. And then, so I came in 100% blind on what a director's job was. And so trying to do that, that's been a juggling thing. But I know about 100% more knowledge than I had this time last year. But I do know how to bush hog and drive a tractor, you know, but anyway. But we were so proud of how the scores did this year. We had thought that we could do it. I told the teachers if they could hang in there, that, you know, and I'd help them too. And we did all of this, and it did seem to work out. Our school mission statement is a good one there. Teachers, parents, and community members, and I'm not trying to, you know, but anyway, reading to you, to provide a need-satisfying environment where students will be given the skills and knowledge to enable lifelong learning, successful achievement, and future goals and contribution to our society. Our kids that we have really are from temperamental, angry kids to, we had numerous professors' kids from the local college who, one from Canada, who all of her siblings had gone there too, and they just loved the school and all that. So it's a wide range, but it's a very small group of kids. The largest group we had was 15 kids, well, 17 kids in the K-1-2, and we had 2 paraprofessionals in there too, besides the teacher. We had 3 people in there, and they were doing a rotation thing and all that. We had a parapro in each of the other 2 classes. And then that was a gamble, and that was nerve-wracking. So then when we wound up getting an award for growth on education, it was like, I thought it could work, but I didn't know if it would work. You know, you never do until you try. And then to get that, now it's a B school, so that was encouraging. And then the kids came in, and we had no discipline problems. Sometimes when you put people into a small group, attention-seeking behavior doesn't work because you're already there. Everybody sees you, you know. and it just, and then counseling with the kids more than anything, you go that route. And I told, you know, I knew the teachers were like me, older, and so you don't get you don't take things personal with the kids when they do something ornery. You know, you just try to find what the root of the problem is, and you go from there. And then the lucky thing about that was that I really didn't have, and I read, and in the past they haven't had many discipline problems, you know, and I'm talking kids that I knew that were problems at other schools and all that stuff. And anyway, but it worked out, and when you put people in a small group like that, everybody gets to know everybody, and it works out. School colors, red, white, and blue. All of this occurred before I ever got there, but I liked it. And anyway, and then, and I meant to introduce, this is my wife, Terry James. We've been married, I gotta brag, 48 years almost, in September, 48 years.
So I begged her into doing this. Our tech person had even left, this year too. She's retired, and so anyway, and I even said when we were in the bind, I said, would you, teach even halftime? And she said, I'm done. And she was a terrific teacher, still is. But anyway, she's at high school English is what she finished up with, so bless her heart. And then now she doesn't know it, but she's a tech person too. So she made the thing, because I haven't. And it's one of those, I'll admit what I don't know. And this year I walked in at a loss, and then when I saw how much money we were in the hole, now an example too, being besides some other bills, we were 120,000 in the red in August, and now just now a while ago they sent me and we're at 42,000 there after payday and payroll and all that kind of stuff. It's because we all starved basically. I mean, worked hard, did the thing, when the custodians left, they weren't mad. When the bus driver left, he wasn't mad. They'd had a domestic dispute, and then the law got involved, and then he got mad at the law. He wasn't mad at me. And anyway, so, I mean, it was a lesson in what can happen next. And that's truthfully how it all went all year long. And my wife had said, don't get into a situation where it's going to be stressful. And then when they said that we couldn't make it work, I sort of thought we could and give a good education thing. And thank goodness we did. But anyway, and it's been an experience, but I've really enjoyed it, And I even liked the school song that they had there. And the Garth Brooks one, and all that. But anyway, here's some of the kids. This was down there in the lower grades in primary, and then our Miss Lorraine there is the do-everything lady that helps with doing the lunches. She's certified in that. She's custodian, library, and all this other stuff, and just terrific all around. And they had done that for the annual. And then the little kids there and all. It's just a wide array from really handicapped or really super happy kids to educationally handicapped kids all over, and all. And but they become like family almost, and it winds up being, they just are good. I told the teachers, I said a professor one time gave a survey and said, quickest survey in the world, who'd you work harder for, the teacher you liked or the teacher you didn't like? And it's self-evident, the one you like, you just don't want to disappoint them. And I guess that's part of the discipline thing, why they act so good and all that kind of stuff. And I got to know them all awfully well. And anyway, now if this will go on, there we go. In the past, we've struggled, and it literally had some years of an F rating and a D rating and all this kind of stuff. But the last 2 years, they a B on the report card, and then this year when they got the top growth award. And it was such a relief that it worked, because that's any time you try something new, that's the fear, and all that. We struggled with getting our special ed teacher too. We got her, and I called one that had left and able to get her back. I've got a kindergarten teacher that was that was retiring and all that, and she said she's interested in coming back when she can, but it's you've got to set out till November 1st, and all this other kind of stuff. I hired another kindergarten K-1-2 person from Pocahontas, Arkansas, and anyway, the way the years worked, she called me the other day and said she's worried that she can't take the job. Of course, she's got till June 30th to tell Pocahontas that she won't be there or not. But anyway, her babysitter, and she lives over there by the charter school about 6 miles away, but she works at Pocahontas right now, and that's where her daycare is. So that's up, and she said, I can't get up, go drive to Pocahontas, turn around, come back, and then after school, go get him again, and then come back. And she was one of those that I was really excited about getting, because she was one that worked long hours all the time there at Pocahontas, just because she was self-motivated and intrinsic rewards, and all that. And anyway, so right now she's hired. We're supposed to get her. I know another teacher who said they would come back out of retirement.
With young teachers at this moment, and we're so sparse on the population, it's hard to get, sometimes to get teachers, and especially if they're being told in the community that well, they won't open their doors this fall, well, they won't next fall, and all that. Now, school started and we had 38 kids, and we finished with 45 kids, and they started coming in and staying. And then, like I said, I've known the people up there for a long time, and anyway, and they started saying, you know, that they were gonna bring their kids next year, or they would have brought them this year and all that. Right now, I'm hearing of numerous people that are planning to come over. Way back at Oak Ridge Central, when they were getting ready to what was called Starburst, and with a couple of other districts and all this kind of stuff, I had gone over to Maynard and was the elementary principal, and when they broke up, it was 300 kids there, and 81 of them came on over to Maynard because Oak Ridge Central, they loved it, but it was shutting down, and they came over there, which worked out great on the first. You know, they came over there because they knew me, and then after they graduated out, the superintendent, who was a friend, said, well, I'm not sure you're much use now, you know, and all that. But anyway, he was joking about it. But it worked good there. Like I said, I was going to work 5 years there. I finished up with 38 years altogether by the time I retired. But getting the Top Growth Award this year was a rewarding thing that made me feel awfully good, or validated, or whatever, you know, it is there and all. And those kids are good. And I will say this, the district route, and that's why the bus route it was an hour and 10 minutes. And anyway, but we'd get there, run the route. It's a little over 60 miles, well, about 61. And then we'd go out there, and it's a big, huge circle. And then the people would bring their kids to the bus and get on there. And then we'd come on in. Of course, you're doing just if you're driving with the traffic, you're doing right at 60 all the way around, because it's all paved road. That part is nice, because up there are so many gravel roads where you're at, you know, and all that, and they get the bus all choked up and dusty, even if you have air conditioning. But anyway, the kids come to it and all that because it is a need. Back when I thought I would never be working there, I still felt like the charter school was a need, you know. And anyway, there's introverted kids too, very shy, and they'd get in that small group thing, and it worked out good, you know. I think I'm right towards the end of this. That was us receiving the award, and the last year, I say this because she's about to retire and all that kind of stuff. She was getting paid a little over $40,000. I know I'm running short on time if I don't watch out. But anyway, she recommended, and our other office personnel said they thought they could do it. Now they've got enough experience. We were all blind last year. Every single one was new. And but anyway, they said, well, we could save a little over 40,000 more to not hire back in that position. What that would do, because we saved $125,000 this last year, which figured up about $10,000 a month, and if we get another 40 on there, it'll be, you know, close to $165,000 compared to what the salary was just before. And then here we are also, when you have an increase of 7 students there that seem to stay, that was a big increase in enrollment this year from 38 to 45. And anyway, percentage-wise, that's a large group. And anyway, there's the thing, I just tipped it off and said that, you know, we were over 120,000 in the red back in July last year. We contacted our bank to see if we could get an operating loan just for a while. He flat out turned it down. I mean, nobody had any faith in it, you know, including the banker. It was like, gosh, if you won't help us out either, you know, how are we gonna do this? Well, I talked to everybody and asked them if they could, you know, help adjust on the payroll. We went from the 15th to the 25th, which on young people, that's terrible. It's bad enough on old people. But young people, you know, you have your automatic withdrawal. Everybody lives month to month. It's very normal. And anyway, but we couldn't get the bank to give us a loan, any of this stuff. And through the month of August and September, we were in a bind, big. And 2 days ago it was 30,000. Now we've got the 42,000 in the bank account right now. And you know, when a year ago it was 120,000 in the hole.
And we're gonna keep, you know, if I can get that thing, oh, and that was Destination Excellence. That was an old picture from playing in the snow. And academic time, we got 7:30 to 3:30, and school hours. And then what that also means is if parents contact, we're so small, if parents contact the teachers without any exception, they all were willing to stay after and talk to the parents and this, that, and the other. And they also did it this way. Besides us contact, if inclement weather, you got on the radio and things like that. But the other thing, they just did a full phone chat like that and let everybody know that, hey, we're closed for school, you know, for snow or anything. One day we had to make up the day later, but it was because the whole city, truck had a wreck, knocked over the pole. We were all out of, and that old building that you saw, which I love the old building, but they didn't make them the greatest for lights, you know, and all that. And anyway, and it was dark as could be and this, that, and the other, so we had to cancel school for one day there, and we made it up later. And anyway, but that was the whole thing. All year long, it's been teamwork. It's worked out good. And they're all planning on coming back, you know, and hoping to and all that. And if we're able to get, you know, approved, even if it is only 1 year at a time, I think that we'll improve on our money big time. The teachers found out that it wasn't even that tough on the way that they taught and the whole bit like that. And then we literally support each other all the way through. And anyway, and there's the group again, and but they're just a good bunch of people. And now, okay, teacher conference hours, the 1:30 to 2:10, they had that beforehand, and just the way that they do the thing, they've got prep times for everybody at that time, and all the people know it, all the families know it, and then they'll also stay after school to do it too. And by the way, you know, with the teacher from 7:30 to 3:30, you know, I had numerous ones that even waited around because the parent couldn't get off until, you know, it's such a small community, but the parent couldn't get off and couldn't get up there till 4 or even 5 o'clock, and they just hung around for it, you know. And community involvement, that's all the different kinds of things, you know, book fairs and open house and this, that, the other. And we had a food drive that's not on there, you know, that was really neat, where they got a couple of local people that were making money singing, you know, and stuff like that, and they came in for free and donated, and then people came in. Well, anyway, the bad part that hurt us that night was the local other school that had a fantastic basketball team, and that's Sloan Hendricks School. Both of their teams were playing in the state finals that night. The local people who normally had told me they were coming up and everything, they were all down watching the games because they both played that same night too, you know, and also it was like, man, we've had some luck this year, you know. And I'm not trying to say, you know, to feel sorry for us. I'm just saying, even things that I've seen be a workable situation at times really kind of hit us in the face. And then a proven measure of educational success, that was being a B school, and then also then getting the award for gains and all that. And I've really put it on the teachers that they just worked so hard, you know. And then the kids, we pep talked them and all that. And that was at the Spark Symposium. And then that was at the symposium too, and that was just so neat. And they did it really great, you know. It was impressive. And then the keynote speaker that at the beginning was such a good speaker. But anyway, and that is that. And anyway, but I'll do my best to answer any questions you have. And it was very much trying to keep our heads above water and trying to keep from falling on our face. And then I feel like we did good.
Before we get started with questions, I'll have Ms. Rainey come and let us know if there's any legal concerns that we need to be aware of before we begin our questions.
Okay.
Hi, Julia Rainey, ADE. We have no legal concerns.
Okay, all right. And it looks like Dr. Turker has some comments he'd like to give beforehand.
Please. Sarper Turker, Department of Education. How can you not love Mr. James, right? We've been working with the school, and before we do go through any of the questions or concerns or comments, I wanted to publicly acknowledge all the hard work that they put in. And it is taking over a school where the admin team, the teachers have left, and jumping into the situation where financial sustainability is not there. The teachers, they had to rehire a bunch of teachers and recreate the entire organization in such a short time period, and driving a school bus as a superintendent and taking such a short, the pay cut as a superintendent, and retired wife coming in and helping and supporting. So all that to say, a great job. Thank you for all the hard work that you guys have done and doing. But that also, we need to address some of the concerns that we have. As you heard, and Mr. James shared some of the concerns around the declining enrollment, financial stability, hiring, and not having enough teachers, and that brings the capacity issue. And those are the big concerns that we have. And I know that they have a plan, but that's something that we need to keep in forefront of us. And with the capacity issue, having a teacher doing multiple jobs, sometimes it's difficult to do the required steps properly. And one of the areas is the special education. So we have people in our agency from the special education department would like to share some of their concerns with you before we jump onto any questions.
Sure.
For Mr. James. Appreciate it. Thank you.
So if you come forward and then state your name and title for the
Yvonne
record.
Green, I'm the Administrator for Monitoring and Program Effectiveness in the Office of Special Ed here at DESE. And we do have concerns about special education being provided for students at Imboden Charter School. They do have a very low enrollment, and they have on their December 1 federally reported data 5 students who have IEP services. They went from August of 2025 through about April of 26 without a special education teacher. And I know that was acknowledged earlier in the presentation, but that also means the students went most of the school year without having that support that they are entitled to. And we went back and reviewed data from the last 3 school years. In May of 23, so for the 22-23 school year, we issued a cap after special education monitoring because they had deficiencies in special education evaluations and IEP provision of services. Before that cap was cleared, in April of 2024, we monitored again, and they had an additional cap covering some of those same topics. That cap was cleared in April of 25, so that timeline, they cleared the first cap after the second cap was issued. Once all of those concerns were resolved in April of 25, August of 25, they don't have a teacher. So there's been an ongoing concern about students receiving services in this school, and I just think we need to note that. There's also been a concern about related services, so it's not just special education, it's those related services of speech, OT, PT, or other services students may need. And a concern for child find. Are they truly identifying students who may need support when there's not staff at hand to do so? I also have Josh Hart from Finance who has some concerns.
Hello, my name is Josh Hart. I'm the manager for Special Education Finance here at the Department of Education. We started working with Imboden in late September, early October. They missed the Cycle 1 requirement for having their special education budgets in on October 1. That led to multiple phone calls, virtual visit, and then even an on-site visit where we went over with the staff at Imboden what the requirements were. We did our analysis of their budgets based on the information that we had available to really try and guide them through that process.
And those budgets were not entered into e-finance until June of this year, early June. And so they went all year without those special education budgets in e-finance. I do not believe that those were entered in until AppScan stepped in and actually entered them into e-finance for them. On top of that, we are coming up on the June 30th deadline for the RAP, which is the combined state and federal application for the majority of the federal funds. That is completed in the new RAP platform. At this time, Bowdoin has not initiated the RAP in the RAP platform, despite multiple contacts from our office and APSRC. That application has to be reviewed by APSRC prior to being submitted to the department on June 30th. Failure to submit that could delay or prevent access to special education or federal and state funding. Thank you.
Okay. So before we start with the charter, are there any questions for special education in regards to the reports that they just provided? Dr. Bacon, do you have a question?
Well, I was just thinking, do you have a sense of the amount of compensatory and sort of an expense that might be associated with that? I know that would be hard to estimate quickly, but I'm just curious what the immediate effect of the missed services and how that would affect the budget.
That would be really hard to determine, probably without even going back and evaluating the students to see where they currently are, which would require access to a qualified evaluator. So whatever expense would be associated with that. I'm not sure currently where we stand on evaluation timelines. Those evaluations are supposed to occur on a 3-year cycle, but they can occur sooner than that. And then the actual expense of finding someone to provide any compensatory services.
So expenses would be an evaluator to provide updated evaluations, some type of compensatory services, it sounds like, for the 5 students that have been identified.
Possibly, yes, and compensatory services generally have to be provided outside of school hours so that students aren't missing additional core subjects, so.
Yeah, and
Madam
just,
Chair, I have a
Sorry,
question.
Mr.
oh,
Baldwin.
sorry.
That's okay. Mr. Baldwin?
Yes, I'm sorry, I just one quick question. So I'm wondering, with the, relating to the special ed discussion we're having, if this is a ADE compliance issue, or is this a violation of state law with where we're at?
So if we have issued a finding in special education, it's a finding for either a violation of federal or state. A lot of times there's overlap because the state and federal align very well. Our current concern, like I said, they cleared the previous sightings of non-compliance, but the concern with not having a special education teacher, you do have to have, in IDEA, federal law, you have to have somebody to provide those services.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Stewart?
Yeah, my question, just can you reiterate the time span that those students have not received
That they went
services?
without
Yes.
services
Mhm.
from August till April of this school year.
Mhm. And are they now receiving services?
They
from-
hired a teacher in April,
Okay.
so hopefully, yes.
Got it. Are there any additional questions for the special education unit in regards to the report that we wanted to have addressed before we start questioning the charter? Okay, Dr. Bacon?
Sorry. You said something about a June 30th, and what, if that deadline isn't met, what does that trigger?
They would not be able to access any federal or state funds that are tied to the RAP beginning July 1, which school districts can start, utilizing and coding towards those federal and state funds. So that would be the title funds, and special education funds would be the majority of those federal funds that are tied to the RAP. Once the RAP is approved, it also acts as the district's strategic plan.
Okay. Madam Chair, I have a question for that.
Mr. Baldwin, go ahead.
Okay, yes, on the finance question, the lack of access to the federal and state funds, how much, do you have any idea how much that would be for the school as far as the deficiency in their funding for next year, if they don't meet the June 30 deadline?
That could have a pretty significant impact. I do not oversee the title funds, so I don't know what their use of the title funds is on a monthly basis. The use of special education funds has been limited this year due to the school district, one, not having special education expenses until recently from not having staff. They've also not had contracts with related service providers through this year, so any expenses were related to those bills that were left over last year, which adds to the comp ed piece of that if those students require that. But they also were in a position where they had to meet maintenance of effort, which is a federal requirement that's part of IDEA related to supplement versus supplant. So we worked directly with them based on the staffing changes and student loss to optimize the use of their maintenance of effort exceptions to bring down that state and local obligation so that they were able to meet that standard this year and reduce that state and local obligation moving forward. That does reduce the burden on the operating, but they're going to have to continue to meet that. They do have a pretty sizable amount of IDEA Part B funds that will carry over into next year, but they will not be able to use those if they do not complete the RAP.
So so the question I have, I don't know exactly who referenced, but there is something that needs to be approved by
APSRC.
Okay, and so that deadline is approaching by June 30?
Correct. So
is there enough reasonable time for them to be able to complete the process and for it to be approved by June 30?
I don't want to say it's impossible, but based on the collaborative nature and the breadth of what goes into the RAP, I would say proper completion of that by that timeline is probably not doable at this point.
May I?
Sure, Dr. Smith.
Daryl Smith, Department of Education. Yes, the June 30th deadline is there, and that's there for a reason, and it has to be reviewed. However, it can be reviewed after June 30th, and then once it's reviewed and gets approved, then all of a sudden the school becomes, those funds that we've been talking about are available. So it's not, if they don't get it done by June 30th, then they can't access title funds for the remainder of the school year. It just delays the start of them being able to use and receive and, and make plans for those federal and state funds that were tied to the AR app.
So I guess, so once that process is complete, it's reviewed, and if the spigot is turned back on, they're able to have access to it, what is the time frame for that? And then how does that impact the start of the school year in August?
Well, that probably just depends on how far along into the summer we are because once they're approved, and at that point they can just go through the same process that every school is going through now to start accessing and using their title funds and their special education allocations for those students that are identified. And so I don't know, that's a tough question to answer as far as when would they be able to start using it. I guess as soon as it gets approved, they're able to start planning for it and then or using it. So I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but
yeah, they just have to submit a substantially.
Can you take your name? Sorry for the record.
Josh Hart,
Okay.
Office of Special Education. They just have to submit a substantially approvable application. So once it's submitted to APSRC and APSRC does what it needs to and it's submitted to the state and APSRC is signed off on it, school districts have to do this through the cooperatives. So APSRC is the acting body there. So once it goes through them and has reached their level of, yes, this is ready, it should be substantially approvable at that time, which would allow them to begin to utilize those funds, even if ADE has not completely signed off on the application by that time period. It just has to be substantially approvable in order to meet the federal requirement for them to be able to utilize those funds. So it's a little bit of a gray area on when that can be.
Okay, and Ms. Stewart, you had a question?
No, I think it's been.
Okay. Do we have any idea where they are in the process with, the application, or?
There's a representative from APSRC that might be able to shed some light on that.
Okay. Okay, we can come back to you. We'll come back to you.
Based on my understanding, they can see in the RAT portal that it's not been accessed. That was my
Okay.
understanding.
Okay, do you mind coming to the mic, sorry? And please state your name for the record.
Luann Baroni, APSRC. I do not work directly with the ARAP process, but Gina Williams, I was just asking her, and she said that they have notified the school of the need to put that in there, but have not been able to get a response at this point. So to my understanding, nothing has been updated at this point.
Okay. All right. Are there any more specific questions at this time? Do you guys mind staying around for a bit? Okay. Are there any specific questions related to the report provided by the special education unit? Okay. All right. So at this point, we'd like to have you to come forward and be able to answer your questions. So, with that, so I guess, well, we'll start with Mr. Baldwin. Mr. Baldwin, do you want to start with questions?
Sure, thank you. Mr. James, I want to say thank you for what you're doing. I've not heard a story like this before. I appreciate being retired on the farm because that's where I am. I sure don't have the ability to go back in and do what you're doing. And I don't have the energy either. And you've got both the ability and energy, obviously, because you've kept it going. And I appreciate your wife letting you do it. I know that that's a family decision that got made. You kind of remind me of George Bailey in It's a Wonderful Life. and that's my wife's favorite movie. So let me ask you a few questions. Back in 24 and 25, what I'm looking at shows that you all had 70 students during that period of time. And then in 25, 26, that dropped to 53. Where did the students go that left the charter program? Did they go to Sloan Hendricks or another school in the area?
What was the last part?
Where did those students go, the ones that left the charter and went to school elsewhere? What school did they go to?
Once everybody left, and then I got in there in July, and there was over 25 reports that were due by June 30th, and they weren't done. And then I want to say about the Department of Ed and all that, they were super, super helpful. They were not, I mean, they had to be rough to some degree, but we were so far behind with no reports being done all the way through. And I was saying too at the time, you know, special ed is federal and all that. And then when we advertised trying to get somebody hired for special ed, we couldn't get anybody. And then I found a person whose mother was a special ed teacher, and he had his degree, and he said he was going to get in the program. And then I talked to his mom over at another school, and she said she'd help him too and supposedly it's my fault because I just trusted. And he was supposedly going to get in there with special ed in late October. And then somehow he missed the deadline, he said, and all this. And then he up and quit in December. We had him in the room trying to teach through there with the tutorial of his mom, you know, from over at a neighboring district. But that was all a mess, and that is on me. And anyway.
You know, I'm gonna tell you, I'm not even worried about that because I'm not an educator, and I know that my colleagues who are all educators will cover that situation. I'm just wondering where the students went that dropped out of the charter school. Did they go to Sloan Hendricks or did they go to another school?
The other thing that hurt the charter school, and it also hurt several neighbors, is the homeschooling thing, the part about people getting money. That really hurt. I just hired a person from Highland District that for a counselor and all that, and they were telling me that the homeschool thing really hit, I think I can say the name, Highland, really hard, and because of how the homeschool situation is set up. And I don't doubt at all that didn't hurt us pretty good, you know, and all. honor special ed, we had 2 students here, an 8th grader and a 4th grader there, and that, if you have 1 student, actually, if you don't have any, you still gotta have a special ed teacher just in case somebody moves in, and I realize the importance of that. And we did. I talked to Miss Sandra Wilson after we got her hired, and I had encouraged her and told her, and I believe it was Josh that told me too, that we can actually give a bonus, you know, too, and I didn't realize that. If you hire, you got to do anything to try to get a special ed teacher, you know, and all that. And then if things seem a little jumpy, like the district isn't going to be there after a year or 2, nobody really wants to go unless they're far enough along that they could afford being retired if they had to, you know. And but she's told me she's coming back the whole bit. We got her hired and all this other, and it was a fluke that we only had 2 students this year, but they were being taught, but they weren't being taught by a certified person until we finally got the chance at a certified person, and she had worked there a few years earlier on, and we got her hired back, and that worked out good. And
so let me ask this. I'm really, what I'm trying to get to is if we don't approve your school and the school closes down, where will your students go to school?
we've got students from all over, from Pocahontas, a few Maynard kids, a few Sloan Hendricks kids, and this year we didn't have Hoxie and Walnut Ridge, which isn't very far away, but normally they have several students from Hoxie and Walnut Ridge. And anyway, I mean, they would scatter. The bigger problem if it got shut down is, from what I've seen, is your very angry children that then get in trouble in a big public school, and then the introverts and the people that are really, really nervous, which is about how I felt today coming out here. But the ones that just don't want to be in a situation with a whole lot of commotion. And we have a few kids that, you know, they are just so painfully shy, but in a small situation, you can literally bring them out of it. That's the amazing part, and that's what why I knew you needed it clear back in 2002 when it started. And it's one of the longest running ones. And honestly, if I can get one more year, and we'll, because we know 100% more than we did last year, the bookkeeper, everybody was brand new. Nobody had ever done this. And then they said, you know, Little Rock saying, you've done none of the reports, and they were all due June 30th. And of course that was panic of, you know, deadlines June 30th and all that. But then Little Rock, to their credit, all of them that we talked to helped and get us caught up and everything. But everything was, you know, you're locked out, everything's messed up. And anyway, and every one of these people that spoke today were a huge help. But we've been playing catch up.
Here's a thought for you, and then I'll be done. I think that the challenge you have, the biggest challenge right now is just the number of students, or lack thereof. And I think there's a break-even point that you're not at. And I think that you need to be able to remove some of the emotion out of this that I know you all feel. I live in West Fork. I live on the end of a dirt road, so I know what it's like to live in a small town and the pride that you have in your schools there. But I think working with the department and with APSRC, I would recommend that you establish an enrollment minimum. And if you see, as you work through the summer, that you're not going to hit that minimum, I think you should plan for an alternative outcome. Personally, I'm not saying that's what this committee or this panel will say, but I've been through a process where I've had to shut down a company, and it's a terrible thing. But I think you owe it to the community and to your teachers and the students to not just have it happen, you know, right then on the third day of school, but to have more runway of knowledge for that, so they can choose something else. But anyway, that's my unsolicited advice, and Madam Chair, I'll conclude my remarks with that.
Okay. Thank you. Dr. Bacon?
Yeah, I'm trying to formulate my questions. Do you have a sense of what you would expect your enrollment to be come August?
Well, we increased all this year, you know, slowly, but we increased, and then our scores did well, and then we put that on the radio, talking about that being a B school and gaining the award on growth.
And then I've had quite a few people telling me that they were gonna bring their kids next year. What I'd read on the on the charter was that basically 32 kids is what they could sustain and still pay out, and all this. And, but at the time, and that's why we didn't rehire teachers back when positions left, they'd gone, the last 2 years in a row in kindergarten, it'd been 4 students, 1 teacher, 4 students. And, we've got it looking better, and including, with it being 45, the lady that was in the picture with me there that's about to retire, she said she thought it'd hit 50 to 55, something like that this year. Now, that's always a guesstimate, that you're going through there and all, but she said in years past when people aren't thinking that the school was gonna shut down. And last summer, they really did think the school, and I'm the director right now. If I went out and said, man, after talking to them, they're gonna shut it down, people are smart. They're not gonna say, well, I wanna start my kindergarten over there at the charter school. They're gonna go put them where they think they're gonna go in the middle of September, and all. And they said in typical thing has been you start school and then up through Labor Day weekend, they gain people. And the truth is the truth. And that is, people get over there, they decide they don't like a teacher, they don't like the new principal or the whatever at one of the other public schools. They get angry, and then they come on over to the charter school and they try it out there. And then a lot of them are very pleasantly surprised that they like it, and then they are getting taught. And and to me, on parents, the fairness factor fits in as once the state sets it up, and they go, if they'll give them through the 1 year so that by January they're able to say, hey, look, they're gonna have to shut down after this year. And that way the people that were the adults that are working there, and I'm not talking about myself, older people can usually retire and they can go home. But young teachers and young parapros and all that kind of stuff, that all of a sudden in October they've lost a job, that's tough. And real tough. And then you talking them into coming over to work is difficult. Students that have to, especially if you're introverted and all this, and you have to all of a sudden now go really be stared at when school, in October when you go on over there, that kind of thing. It's a lot tougher on kids that come in late than it is to start the school year out at their new school.
Yeah, I think you said something that I think is important. I'm really struggling to think. You're having this great growth. You have an isolated community with a lot of people, 45, 50 students choosing to be there, families choosing to be there. There's something so good to hold on to, but there's so many immediate issues that I'm trying to figure out how you look at the viability. But I agree with you. It's June 18th. If we today told all those families, go find a new school, I'd like for you to have enough time this next semester or year to have some runway to figure some of this out with support from APSRC, from DESE. But I also, you said like when you took over last year, there were something like 30 reports that were overdue because they hadn't been done by the previous administration.
Right.
You got all of those done?
We got them all caught up. Special ed was the biggest problem.
And on this SPED that we're talking about, there's a big finance piece that's due in 12 days or, the other reports, you feel like you're in compliance with the others?
Yes, I do. And
what do you need to do in the next 12 days to get this piece done? So, there's a bigger discussion about compensatory, proper quality of service, but even just the most basic of being able to access those funds.
our special ed teacher plus the bookkeeper plus the secretary in there all said, and we were talking about special ed too and all that, and anyway, and then I think we can get it all done before
So you
July.
have a team looking at that. I know Luann from
It's a
APSRC
little bitty group, but they're a
mentioned
team.
Gina Williams and APSRC as sort of the overseer, since you're not in a co-op. You believe that you'll have that submitted by the 30th so that you'll at least be eligible for DESE to...
I actually do. We struggled like crazy with it this year, and like I said, well, even our charter, our Title I things too, we're getting that funding too. And just this week got finally caught up on everything there too, and we didn't receive that all year long, even though we were there and we qualified and all that. That was still our catching up stuff. And like I said, the team that we have there now have all dealt with it, and they all know about it now, and they've been writing it down, you know, and all that, so that each month, you know, we're gonna, you know, with all of them, July will be the second July that we've had, and with them, and they know they're so much more knowledgeable than they were last year, including myself. And yeah, I think we can get it done.
So can I know you said when you took over, there was $120,000 in the red, adjustments that you had a 30,000. So you're saying this fiscal year that closes on June 30th, you believe you're gonna have a small positive fund balance. That 30,000 is what you're projecting will be the fund balance?
At least. And actually, we're gonna get some more, the Title I money that we functioned without all year long, because we didn't realize, once again, our lack of knowledge on that, mine, we didn't realize that it wasn't coming in. And anyway, and we got followed through on that. And anyway, but yes, I think we're gonna have, the key thing of that is if you're 120,000 in the hole and you got 30, that's $150,000 turnaround. And we're gonna get a little bit, you know, more money added on to what we've got right now before this month is over. And anyway, and like I said, we're not gonna have to go to the bank and say, can we have an operating loan and all that kind of stuff. Last year, they were bouncing checks in the spring, and then we were still in that bind in July and August, and then September was the first break-even month, and then in October, we were a little bit ahead. And anyway, and every single month, we've been able to go at it like that, you know, on where we were making gains.
I'll pass on back to the chairperson. I'm struggling with this, but there's something positive and good here that I'd like to see you have the chance to see this at least through this next year. But there's so many conditions, so many just red flags, red lights flashing that you know, it's going to be very difficult to sustain this at the enrollment you have with the SPED issues, the compliance issues. I just think there's a lot of work that would have to be done.
Absolutely, and as tough as it looks right now, it's unbelievably good compared to last year. Last year, honestly, after I took the job and after I found out all the things, I didn't want to be the person that was in charge when that charter school shut down. And so anyway, making it work was really, and I knew those people were dedicated, you know, and they got that way. But they were already, you know.
Thank you.
Ms. Stewart?
Like my colleagues, thank you for stepping in the way you have, and your wife, and everything that y'all are trying to do, you know, for these kids, these families, and this community. I have some of the same concerns. My biggest heartburn around this whole thing is the SPED piece. And I can't quite wrap my head around the fact that there were students that did not receive any services. And then you said you've got 2 that received instruction but didn't receive services. So I guess, first off, I just had to get that off my chest. Second, what would be your plan? I know that, you know, we've got the financial piece, right? But setting that aside, what happens next? I mean, SPED is hard to find anywhere in the state. It's a hard to recruit for position. How are you going to build up that capacity with that? And then thinking about that as well, what are you going to do from the perspective of all the related services piece of it? Or what maybe a better way to ask is, what are you already, you may already be doing some things with that. I guess just part and parcel, recruitment, special ed, how are you going to make that happen? And then the related services piece.
The other thing that last year was such a whirlwind trying to get caught up and get things on track and keep our head above water, that I forgot about this. Years ago over at Oak Ridge Central, which was a tiny school, on a SPED teacher, we'd lost it, and we only had just a couple of kids that were there, a couple of students, and I had forgotten, but Clifford Adams was the superintendent, and he was friends with and knew the other superintendents, you know, and all this.
And I know the the superintendents there, and everybody is far enough, but not that far. And what we did that year while they were trying to do it was with a speech teacher and with a special ed teacher was contact the local schools, find out from them if we could hire their teacher out, for the one period, because usually within 15 minutes from a district you could get on over there and all, and hire them out on their prep time, because the kids that we had there were, and once again, I'm not putting down about special ed or anything, they had a small amount of time that they had to be with the teacher, and we could have solved some things there if I'd have thought of it by contacting those schools. They let them come over, and then we pay for their, basically during their prep time, and they release them. That's what they've done in the past.
From
And
a
then the other
contracting standpoint, is what
contract
you're
them
saying,
out for
right?
that 1 hour a day and all this, and through the rotation of 5 days, and if you can get a hold of Pocahontas at the same time, and even Maynard, because most of the teachers seem to live in Pocahontas, which is 20 minutes away. Well, anyway, and if I did something like that, if we got in that bind again. Now, I'm a whole lot better off having Miss Wilson that we just hired back that had worked there before, and she talks like she loves it being back, and that she, and we got along great, and all this kind of stuff, and it was going good. So at that moment, it's in good shape. Imboden, the town of Imboden, has just opened up a area there with physical therapy and speech therapy and all this other stuff, and they hit us up and said, could they come over and do it with us? And they wouldn't bill us, they would bill what is it that we bill with, I've gone blank right now, but anyway, Medicare, and that they can do the paperwork on it, that they'll do all that, and they'll contract with us, and of course you send the information out to the parents to make sure they're okay with it too. And that seemed like a great thing there, and they did tell us they were trying to get a special ed teacher too, to even be able to do that, which would be a great backup for us at the very least. And I think they'll get used big time everywhere.
Well, I love innovation. I love, being, thinking outside the box, and what I would really encourage you to do is lean on the department to make sure that what you're doing, planning, talking about is actually something that can be done.
Right.
Because it is it's very heavily regulated, and with good reason. And the other thing I have to say too is, I know you mentioned, several times an hour. You don't know what your enrollment's going to be, so you don't know
How many kids will have come in.
That's right, and what their specific needs are, and you've got to address those. So I would definitely lean heavily on the department and their expertise, and then APSRC as well, from the sped part, because I know this is not something we're going to solve today, obviously. But the other thing, again, another staffing issue, when you're thinking about, I'd like to hear kind of the breakdown, grade level breakdown of your 45 students and how you're staffing those.
What we had last year was 17 students in the K1, 2, and then 3, 4, 5, and 6, 7, 8.
With
there.
one teacher?
One
for each of
teacher
those?
along with a parapro in each classroom. And anyway, and then they were able to rotate it like that. And then we had the parapros that I had there too were vigorous or whatever, because they'd even come by, even if they weren't down for it on the paperwork, they were all friends, and they'd come in and say, well, I can help with the kids too, and all. And if you had around 12 kids in a room, the largest group of students we had in one grade level was 5, but they were combined. That was about 15, in there on average. And what it did was, even with the, you had you also had your counselor who didn't do that part of it, and all this kind of stuff. And then just so many different people were willing to try to help out and make sure that it went through smoothly. And then with the two parapros that were in the kindergarten, with the kindergarten teacher, K1, 2, were so good at it, I was telling them, and I was thinking of the future, and even though I don't plan on being there that long, and all that, But they were smart young people, and I said, and I was just encouraging them, but I meant it. I said, you really ought to think about not just being a parapro. Why don't you start taking your classes online? One had an associate degree plus some, and honestly, when I first met her, 5 years ago, I thought she was a teacher. She was so knowledgeable about all of it, and the testing and the whole bit. And anyway, and then this year when I talked to her, she's taking her classes, as a matter
Okay,
of
well, I was
fact.
gonna say that's a great opportunity for you. Grow your own is the way to go, especially for our
Raise your
rural
own.
communities. That's exactly
Mhm.
right. And we have approved educator preparation programs that fit that bill
Mhm.
specifically. You've got Reach University, that's their whole model, is taking parapros to licensure. So I'm glad that you're thinking about that, because I was gonna ask the next question. If you're talking about growth of 10 to 15 more students, where are you gonna recruit those teachers from?
It'll be the local area, but the catch is, like I said, the scariest part for them is them wondering if it's going to be there very long, if the charter's going to be there very long. But like I've even told them, the locals that I've talked to, I've said, at the very least, you got yourself a year's experience, towards. I said, so many different places. When you applied at places, do they say, do you have any experience? And they'll say, if you have to say no, they say, well, get some experience and we'd love to have you over here at our school. But, anyway, of course, I think if a special ed teacher went in, they'd hire them anyway, no matter what. But and on the radio and with SPED, what I was wanting to do was throw that in there too, about and bonuses possible, not anything that nailed us down. And I would talk to them, the financial people and the whole bit, to see if we could do, some sort of a signing bonus for them and all this kind of stuff to get them to come over. And that's the whole catch. I totally understand people being in a panic about why is the school here and why is it even there. It's here for the students, and that's the main thing. And then, and it is such a useful situation. And then here it was, kids just like this year. I knew they didn't want to take tests and all that, but then for the teachers, they would do it and they'd dig in. And anyway, but at the very least, if they could get it where we come in, if our enrollment hasn't improved and if our financial hasn't improved, then we could turn around in the month of January and be able to say, y'all, we're glad you're here, but it's sustainment-wise, we're not going to be able to do this. I don't think we can do it, and we can let them know ahead of time. Hopefully, they won't bail out ahead of time and let us finish up the year with them. But it would be that'd be easier on the kids and on the parents, and because just like this one teacher that I'm worried about, on her, she said with the preschool, on where the center's child.
Sorry, I think your microphone may have died.
Oh, okay.
We want to make sure we get everything for the full record.
Let me trade with you real quick. Do you want to hold that for me? Just say, yeah, you bet. No, you're good right here.
All right. All right, when
Okay.
you talk long enough that the mic dies. Anyway.
Well, again, thank you for stepping in the way that you have, and then I just want to end on a positive note. I love the school song, so huge Garth Brooks fan, so I appreciated that.
Mhm.
That's all I have now.
Thank you. Okay. Ms. Newton.
I don't have any questions.
Okay. Dr. Moore.
Thank you for your presentation and for your heart and passion to help students. My colleagues have asked a plethora of questions that I had, so I think all those have been answered. I'm wondering, have y'all ever looked at, and I might get kicked off the panel for asking this, I don't know, but it just seems like maybe y'all aren't set up as much for all the requirements that come with being a charter school or a public open enrollment school. Have you considered a micro school? Like I said, I might get kicked off the panel, I don't know. It is. Just because there are so many red flags that like, wow, this is gonna be a real challenge to ever get over those hurdles. And I know our charter unit's gonna support you for that, but with such a small number of students, I'm just wondering if y'all ever considered a micro school.
Once again,
I'm so blind on that part. You know, I'm not gonna lie and say I know about something I didn't even know about a micro school. The other thing is, I'm not just hoping, I expect that our enrollment will come up, because the bus driver that we hired was from another community area, and he had numerous kids that have told him, and he's one of those, he's on the city council over at Raven Springs, and he's advertised for us over there and all, and he's told me about several that were coming in. I had also wanted to ask about not a waiver, but an amendment or whatever about, we've got 6 kids that graduated out of the 8th grade who were hoping to go, because they said they were gonna go homeschool, their parents were gonna go homeschool unless we were able to get something where we could do online and us be in charge of it over there. And they had some other kids that were in 9th grade this year that probably introverts that didn't like being in the regular public school, and they said they would come over for 10th grade, you know, and all that. And that added up to 10 kids is what that is. And I realize you don't get all of the tuition on that, you know, and all this from the state, but even, you know, with those, that's out of the box trying to think like that. But we had these kids that were leaving that here they scored good, they did well, but they are skittish, but they also would like to come back. And then the school that we're in right there, it's the old Black Rock High School, and it's got numerous rooms. It's all been approved, you know, we're asbestos free, we're this, that, and the other. And the school was clear. And, you know, and that's what I feel like if we get the second year in, the second chance, I think the enrollment will just keep growing. At one time, you know, they had gotten up there around 75, and then the previous director had talked to the mayor over at Black Rock, and I saw what was written, you know, and it said that they expected 90 people and all that. Well, to me, that would be, when I say 45 students right now, and we ought to get, you know, 10 to 15 max, you know, I'm trying to be realistic and all that. And I don't think, you know, and when he came, when he moved the school, they lost some people. They should have, to me, they should have done a survey of their students' parents and said, will you follow us if we go over here, or will you be upset, you know, and you go with what the main crowd says. And anyway, and I feel like if we get one more year that, you know, like I said, the other thing is with young people that are working for you and the students, if they get told in January so that they know that, hey, next year the school won't be there, it gives them a heads up enough that they can survive it, whereas it won't be the big slap in the face even in, you know, June 18th and all that. And, you know, if we could go one more year, I think economically it'll sustain itself, because I think we'll be minimum of the 45 and all that, even with some graduating up, because we've got kindergartner coming in. But I think we'll be getting some others. I had just yesterday, I stopped off at Raven at the local thing, and it was former students that I had I wasn't advertising, but I was just telling them about working down at the charter, and they said they were gonna bring their kids over too. And my experience with that is, most of the time, once again, it's probably they're just mad at somebody over there at their school that they're at, and they, well, I'll try it out over there with me, because they do know I have an even temperament, you know, and I treated the kids like I would my own kids, and my own kids turned out to be pretty good. And because of Terry. But anyway, you know, it's we usually do get the kids in when the parents are saying, I'm gonna send them over there next year, you know. And some charter schools, you get that reputation, because when an ornery kid from one of the large schools winds up over there and then they stay there, well, for one, they stay there because it winds up, they get in that small situation and things are better and they're not angry and volatile like they were. But then the other people said, well, he went to the charter school. So then you get a reputation of only wild children are over at the charter school. And anyway, and we're living that down a little bit and all that. And it really helped with these professors' kids and things like that. And, you know, given another 1 year, I think we can do it. And, you know, I told the teachers and personnel last year, stick with it, and next year you'll have a job. You know, you won't have to come in August. You know, at the very least we'd be able to tell you in June, you know, and all that. And I didn't even know that the charter was coming up for renewal either. And afterwards on that, I thought, my gosh.
Okay, and, cause you want room enough to say, hey, look what we can do now. We're doing this and we're gonna follow through. We're not gonna be 30 reports behind. We're gonna get them on time. We're down to about 2 or 3 left to go, you know, and all that in comparison. And then we won't be 120,000 in the hole, and people will get their paychecks before 2 weeks after their paycheck was due, you know, and all. And anyway, it's been a long haul, and that's the truth.
Well, I didn't mention micro school only because of the number of students. It's just because it doesn't require the same regulations and the things that you are not meeting. A lot of those are not part of a micro school.
Well, once again, if everybody quits on us, all of a sudden, you know, you got that, and you're like, oh my gosh, you know, and yeah.
But including the SPED part too.
The SPED especially.
Because no matter how small of a number of students you have to offer those services if you're gonna have a charter school. So, and I do applaud, it's your growth, that's amazing, because at first, when you had the letter grade, good letter grade, I was thinking, well, it's because you're, got those students at, as Dr. Murray mentioned in an earlier conversation, some students are gonna succeed no matter where they're at. You know, they've got that great home support, they're high achievers, and no matter what you do, they're gonna do well. But the fact that you got the growth as well shows that there was some strong instruction taking place. So I applaud your efforts there, but do have concerns about the many red flags.
Right.
Thank you. I don't have any more questions.
Okay. So first I will start by saying that my in-laws, former educators, father-in-law was administrator, my mother-in-law was a teacher, and when they retired to their farm. And I could not imagine my father-in-law, who, rest his soul, has passed away. We could not have dragged him off his tractor to bring him back into could not have. And my mother-in-law still says to this day, she loved her children, but she would not return to the classroom. So for that, I highly commend you for having the heart and the passion to do that, because like I said, I know personally when you get out on the farm and you get that life and you get that freedom, it's hard to give it up. So greatly appreciate that, and your wife for staying by your side on that also. With that, I will say that I echo the sentiments of my panel members, very concerned about some of the things that were shared today. I'm still not 100% clear on where we are on all those pieces. I know that the special education unit mentioned that you had cleared one of your citations, but I'm not quite sure where the second citation is.
They cleared both citations.
Okay. Yes.
Yvonne Green, they did clear both citations. Our current concern was the amount of special education that students did not receive this year.
Sure. Yeah, and that, right along with my colleague here, when I heard that, that was very concerning. There's a full year of lack of services, the amount of decline that probably has taken place in those students. And then I was making notes about, you know, speech, PT, OT, you know, all those things that each year there's those building pieces that didn't take place. And so just the concern of we've kind of gotten out of that hole, but, you know, going forward because of, you know, just being very realistic, you know, where the school is located, the opportunity to recruit folks, what happens if the person that you did identify decides that they're gonna do something different, so now you're back in that space again, and we just can't be in another space where we have students that are having basically from, August to April, that's a full school year, that did not receive services, and we can't be there again. So that's really part of a huge concern. The Title IX, I know we don't have anybody here today to speak to where we are with those funds, but having access to that, and then also the concerns about where we are with the report that's 12 days out. And from the description, it's a pretty robust process to complete. And then once you get past that, then there's another layer of approval, and then where are we? It just seems like there's a perpetual cycle that is getting ready to start. And so very concerned about that. And then also, you know, the timing of it. How do we create a time frame to where it's reasonable for families, for your teachers that maybe need to make different decisions? So that's kind of where I'm stuck right now is what is the best time frame? Because, you know, I agree, there are some great things that are going on in your school. So, you know, in some cases we have that where academically a school may be very strong, but there's just some other pieces that just maybe are impacting the ability for them to be a successful education environment. And unfortunately, that's why I'm feeling like where we are right now, but just trying to reconcile what is the best time frame, because we don't want to put families in a poor situation. You know, families of the students, families of families living in the community, that this is their livelihood. So that's just kind of where I am right now. But greatly thank you for you and your family providing the commitment to try to keep this on the tracks. But even, you know, where you are with the money that you currently have access to, that is, you're in the black, but that's a small number that you're in the black. And so it's just kind of very concerned about that as well.
It's and that's, you know, because what we cut back was, it was $10,000 a month difference that we started saving right off the bat in comparison to what it had been, which is what helped get us dug out. The other thing is, even the 2 kids that didn't receive services, and we paid to get it received services, but the person didn't follow through, you know. But anyway, even they made gains, and but that's because dedicated teachers that worked with them, and even without them being special ed teachers, and I got all the respect in the world for special ed teachers, and but even without that, and we were in a bind, and honestly, I wasn't trying to save so much money that I thought, well, let's not hire a sped teacher. And like I said, you know, nobody ever reads the newspaper, but reading the you know, putting it in the paper when you're trying to recruit somebody like a sped teacher, and then the radio helps, and then also Facebook, believe it or not, you know, and all that helps too. And anyway, and then the fact that the school has 2 years in a row educationally has proven itself. Now, in a small group, and y'all know how that is, 45 kids, all we got to have is a few kids blow it, and then suddenly it looks like, oh my gosh, look at the losses that we just took and all that. And when I was being a principal at, you know, at Oak Ridge Central, you know, back when it was the Democrat Gazette, we had made the largest gains in the elementary, clear back on some tests, and we got interviewed and this, that, and the other. But we also know that grades were subjective, especially back then, where they compared literally apples to oranges, you know. And at small school, you have a strong or a weak group of students come through, and then the next group comes through or whatever, and you make these great gains. But I've had good luck in the past with that kind of stuff on the academic side. What I wasn't prepared for was to be so far in the hole money-wise, where we were just trying to survive, and that part was tough. And then that's why I feel like if you're willing to let us, you know, that we earned it to where we won't owe more, we're not gonna, I'm gonna drag out a special ed teacher if Miss Wilson, if there was a problem with her, you know, where she couldn't be there, we'll find someone somewhere, especially if we can pay a bonus, you know, a signing bonus, we'll get somebody somewhere, and where it makes it worth their while driving, even with high gas prices, to come on out, you know, and all that. And then if our, you know, the reason I didn't quit right off the bat in August and September, I really wanted to go back to the farm, and anyway, and then the reason I didn't want to quit was it's a good school. But we can do it.
Yep. Well, again, well, thank you for that. Like I said, we definitely feel the passion from you and your wife for contributing to the process, and we know that there's good work that's happening there because kids are making gains. So we just need to figure out what is the best process to take care of everyone that's involved. So, so with that, are there any other questions from any of the other panel members? Or Dr. Smith, do you have something you want to say? Okay.
Let me just like some things for consideration, because obviously we're at a point, we're at a very difficult point in this discussion, and some of the decisions that need to be made by this panel. Certainly, I mean, just echoing all the things that have already been said. I mean, superintendent came out of retirement in a really bad situation, has turned it around, and you know, And while we will all recognize there are a number of serious considerations that need to be fixed and adjusted and paid attention to, and with a sense of urgency, I think we at the department feel like there is a sense of urgency from this superintendent and from the staff that they have. I think they want to fix it. I think they're at a point now where they have identified what the problems are. I think part of the problem last year was I don't think they even knew what the problems were, right? And so I think to the fact that they have identified some of those issues and there is a sense of urgency. I certainly saw the passion from the superintendent. My guess is they have as small a staff as they have. They probably still have that same passion to make sure those, that things get fixed in their area. I mean, we will all acknowledge there are some sustainability and capacity concerns that are real. There are some financial concerns that are very real. There are some student needs that are very real, and I think as we try to balance what's best for students versus what's best for just what's best for that community, I think what we would feel comfortable with, if this panel would agree with that, is to allow these guys to stick it out for a little bit longer anyway, to let's find out how things go for the summer, because I think it sounds like there's some good things, some positive vibes in the community right at this point that might increase the enrollment. Who knows? It's 5 or 6 kids at this point could be a huge game changer, at least financially, and helping them try to get back to that sustainability. Continue a very strong monitoring process over the next few months, 6 months or so, and just make sure that we're getting the things done that need to get done, especially as it relates to the students who are behind in their compensatory services, making sure that we're not getting behind on anybody else, that we start off on the right track with everybody, with any new students or any existing students that still need those services and are obviously required to get those services and should receive those services by all means. That we feel like there's enough good going on in the school right now with the education, because again, with the last letter grade of a B and looking at their scores even from this year, their test scores, it looks like they'll probably be in that same general area. Their achievement scores are about where they were last year, so we feel like that's been 2 years of pretty sustainable, high quality education that's happening in the school. Recognizing all, let's again just being realistic and recognizing there are issues. But given the fact that there seems to be some momentum, that they've turned this thing around, that there is quality education happening, you have a very passionate superintendent about getting things done, that understands the urgency of where we need to get done, that if we can monitor them over the next few months, making sure that the things that need to get done are getting done and they're paying attention to the things that need to be paid attention to, that we could come back in January, let's say, and reevaluate whether or not we feel like this, that they really are sustainable. Because I think honestly, that's probably the biggest issue here is, while they have put every ounce of strength that they have in this last year to just keep it going, we all know you can't do that forever. Right? And so I think giving them the opportunity to recruit a little bit and see over the summer and see if they can pick up some of those students, turn some things around, make sure they have the right staff in, see if they can get to a point of sustainability over these next few months, so that everybody's not having to work overtime to just to make ends meet. That at that point we could reevaluate and say, and maybe in January say, okay, then we can look at it from maybe a fresh set of eyes, not in this just coming out of a crisis, and to make at that point a real-time determination of whether or not we feel like the school is sustainable for long term. Because to the superintendent's point, nobody wants to be thinking about a one-year term. Right, and I think that is a real consideration for him, for their staff, is that they're trying to recruit. It's hard to recruit a teacher if he's like, I don't know if I'm going to have a job in a year, right? And so we want to be fair to that, and we want to recognize that that's the implications of that on their staff and those families as well. There are options in their community I mean, you know, it's like 20, 25 minutes away, so there are other options for these students to go to. But obviously, they chose this school for a reason. And, you know, we wanted, part of obviously the Office of School Choice is to make sure every student has the best opportunity that best fits their needs. These 45 kids decided that this was the best thing that met, you know, these families decided this was the school that met their needs. And so I'm just like, I think I would, in some sense, ask for consideration from the panel to allow that choice to happen one more time. Allow the superintendent to maybe go try to rally the troops with that 45 people, and allow them to try to, you know, save their school. And really and bring out the, you know, like, if you know people, come bring them in and let's see what happens. And then, you know, in 6 months we'll look at the reality of the situation, and we'll reevaluate based on that, because now they've had a chance of a fresh start, right? And starting from a healthier position now than they did last year. And so I would just just maybe urge the panel for those considerations of where they are, where they've been, where they are, and the fact that there are good things happening inside the school. And I think for us as a department, that kind of tips the scales just a little bit for us. I think if this was a C or D school, I don't know that we would be coming up with that same recommendation. But I think because there are good high academics happening in the school, that we feel like, let's give them a chance. So I just thought that I'd throw that in there for that.
Dr. Smith, a question?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Bacon?
I know this is not the same as the F schools that we were working with, but I know to treat that, you did sort of a comprehensive, your team, DESE, partnering with some APSRC resources to support wraparound.
Yes, sir.
Is it possible to include them in a
Absolutely.
comprehensive wraparound for this next 6 months? Because what I think I'm hearing you say is, we're kind of punting on a 5-year renewal or whatever, and really saying, can we just extend it for long enough this year to assess if this is sustainable or not, to see if these sped issues can be addressed in a way that we can be comfortable with. And so, but could we recommend that be part of the wraparound support, is that they receive that comprehensive support?
Absolutely, and I think
Next-
and I think that would be included in it when we talk about the monitoring that we were talking about. I think that would be it. We would simply, literally treat it almost like it's a turnaround school.
Right.
Right, and so we would go through that same process with the school. Sit down, let's identify where we got to, you know, the issues that we need to identify.
That gives me a lot more confidence of moving into this next year, in spite of some very serious
Yes.
red flags, but to know that we have a very comprehensive approach with APSRC as a support to you guys, and whatever other resources are
Sure.
necessary.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and certainly if you guys choose to put that into part of the motion, we can certainly do that. But just know that will be part of any type of monitoring that we would do. It will be more of a comprehensive assessment, more of a school improvement plan, rather than just are you doing it or not, kind of check off the box. So.
Yeah. And I think that's helpful to think through that, because I think it would bring more support to the charter, and then also give more comfort if we could be very specific on the languaging of, especially now being made aware of this concerns with special ed, we want to make sure that is something that is called out as a part of that more deeper support that they would need to have to make sure that we don't end back up in those places. Because I mean, I do agree, and I think we all agree that for a school to have the letter grade that it has and to receive the awards that it's received, there is true learning and education going on. But we just have to figure out these other pieces and have to be able to assess, can these other pieces be overcame so that we can continue to provide those resources.
Absolutely, yes, ma'am.
So, do we have any other questions or clarifying points for Dr. Smith? Mr. Ball, when you're unmuted yourself, do you have a comment or a question?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I don't.
Are there any other questions for the charter that we need to address? Or for the department? Because I know they did a presentation as well. Okay. All right. Okay, if there are no other questions on the application, then I will entertain a motion on the request.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion, and I move that we approve issuance of a notice of performance deficiency, extend the charter on a probationary or conditional basis with monthly monitoring and targeted support by the charter school unit and APSRC, and schedule a formal renewal hearing in January for the charter authorizing panel to make a final determination regarding renewal.
Okay. There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so there's a motion by Mr. Baldwin and a second by Ms. Newton. Is there any discussion on the motion? On the motion? Yes. Okay, yes.
Do we need to specify in the motion special education and, or is,
Well, I think that.
Is
I
it
think,
assumed?
Mr. Baldwin's talked about the targeted support, and we can
Yes.
obviously, we can certainly all recognize that what was spoken here would obviously include special ed, but I mean, again, if you feel more comfortable with a very specific motion, certainly you can do that, but we have received our marching orders
you
at this
hear
point.
what we're
We feel-
saying?
yeah.
Got it. No, then I'm good.
Very good. Is there any more discussion on the motion? Okay, seeing none, okay, all those in favor? Aye.
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 Okay, any opposed? Same sign. Anyone like to abstain from the vote? All right, so we will do a conditional approval through January. All right, so that motion carries, and we will see you back in January.
Thank you all
Okay.
so very much.
All right, thank you. Thanks. Okay, so we are gonna take a 5-minute break to transition. Okay, so we are now to number 4 on the action agenda, review and consideration of school improvement plans. And item A is Institute for the Creative Arts. And so Dr. Turker is going to come forward and give us an overview for this item.
Good afternoon, Sarper Turker. School choice and parent empowerment. So I have a report for ICA, and this report will include the starting process all the way to where we are. And I provided this timeline accountability portion for you to follow through the report. So ICA received in the 2024-2025 school year F rating, and because of our grade letter, the department requires all schools to come and present a root cause analysis to you guys, and that has actually scheduled for December, but the school came in January. So immediately after, at that meeting, the plan and request was the school to come back in May and provide an improvement plan and actionable steps alongside with the current data. So that's the range of time frame that we're kind of discussing here. So from the root cause analysis till the improvement plan CAP meeting, which is May 21st, designed and shared with the schools alongside with ICA in multiple efforts. One of them was the virtual meeting. So the goal was to explain and meet with the team members in a virtual environment. We invited them, the CSU team as well as the APSRC team members were in the virtual meeting, as well as the ICU's team members. So we described the overall process, explained the goal and the purpose of what we're trying to achieve and how we can help and support each other and understand where we are. So throughout this virtual meeting, we heard several questions and comments from the team members. Superintendent Dean Johnson was very active and as well as optimistic about the school's performance, and shared that how school has improved since the interim scores. And that's such a great news to hear from all charter schools, all schools, to hear that students are improving. And at the end, I shared the team that the plan after the virtual meeting to schedule an on-site visit and provide an improvement plan template. This template has an exemplary portion as well as the area that they can complete, but this template is not the mandatory template. They can utilize the questions and how they see that fitting into their system, and they create their own report. And that was shared during the virtual meeting. So at the end of the meeting, we have received an information from the superintendent, CEO, Rosalie Russell, I apologize. She stated that the team cannot attend the May 21st meeting at that time in a way that's not coming, basically. And it wasn't the right moment to share and discuss this issue, the understanding the reasoning with all the people. I immediately explained to her that I will provide a phone call and we'll discuss this even further when we come. So we scheduled our on-site visit. It was a team from my CSU team as well as APSRC team members. Just the overall description, not going into too much of a detail. Unfortunately, it wasn't a pleasant meeting and time to spend over there. The questions, and this is something that I really would like panel to understand, and hopefully we get a better understanding the reason of why we're getting such pushback from the school, and so that we can understand, because the ultimate goal is this is a partnership. And we're trying to help and support all our schools, all our students, community members. And some reason everything is a pushback, everything is in a hostile environment. And the questions that we ask, it was more so that we're doing it this way, nothing in depth or data-driven explanations. Furthermore, during this meeting, into a very hostile moment as the CEO's husband got up and screaming at me and saying that we are bullying them, unfortunately, and again trying to understand the cause and issues. we did not hear a good reasoning, and finally, I was told to just leave the school. So the reason I'm explaining all that so that you guys have a better understanding and concept of where we are. But furthermore, then we ask about the improvement plan and ask them to come and speak before CAP members on May 21st, not providing a great example or the answer why they couldn't be here. They just told us that they couldn't. But hearing from the different parties that they had a fundraising event or something to do with the graduation, which we totally understand, we moved them to June agenda. We didn't hear anything back from the school. They emailed back, hey, you are representing our report. We're not coming to May. And we said, we are moving you to June agenda and you are required to come and speak before the panelists. 1 week before this panel, the CAP meeting, we received an email again, and the email stated that they are not attending to the CAP meeting. That's all we know. Throughout this time, we received multiple complaints from the different departments in the agency where they struggle to make payments around Medicaid. You know, sometimes we're human, the emotional piece comes in, but we're here to help and support. And we have to understand that we put that in forefront. So immediately I called her to explain the situation. This department did not get your Medicaid. What's going on? Let's figure out. So we resolved that issue. Hopefully they resolved it. I do not know, but I connected the parties. And then finally we received an information from the finance team that they budgeted based on their proposed enrollment number. But after the first year, our budgeting and funding comes around our enrollment numbers, not our proposed numbers. So there's some concerns around finances as well. But I am here to provide all that information to you so that you guys can hear. And in the public forum, I wanted to put on the record that 2 CAP meetings in a row, ICU has decided to come before you and provide and share their improvement plan presentation.
Well, thank you
You're welcome.
for the overview. There's obviously no one to swear in because they're not here. But I would still want to give legal an opportunity to see if there's any legal concerns that we need to be aware of in regards to the charter.
I'm Julia Rennie, ADE. We do not have any legal concerns.
Okay, all right, thank you. So back to Dr. Turker. So again, panel, the charter is not here, was not here last meeting, is not here this meeting, so we can't ask questions of them. So any questions that you would have in regards to the improvement plan that they have submitted will have to be directed to Dr. Turker, and he will answer the best that he can off of the knowledge that he has from that.
So you just want us to start, or will you call us?
Sure, Mr. Baldwin, you go right ahead and you can get started.
I didn't really want to volunteer to start, but I'm happy to. So this is troubling on almost every level I can think. This is an F-rated school. As best I can tell, and I might be wrong on this, so tell me if I'm wrong, but their improvement plan was 2 pages long that they submitted, which doesn't seem very detailed. Is that right or is that wrong? Or did they submit something more comprehensive?
No, we provide all the reports to you, Mr. Baldwin, in your report, what we receive. So what you have in front of you, that's what we received. And if I went even further and reviewed the root cause analysis meeting report with the current report, there is not much of a difference, which is not what we're looking for our schools to deep dive in and show us what they're doing separately. And that kind of aligns the report that what you have in front of you, aligns our conversation that we held during the meeting. A quick and simple example, one of the APSRC team member asked about their math curriculum, what they use, and the answer was a state standards. Even though we try to push them to challenge them with that question, we didn't get a clear answer because everything is a kind of I don't want to say I want to hide information, but also it's that some reason they do not want to share too much about it. And I want to again put this out in front and in public forum. Coming from a charter school system, I understand and I approach every single schools that it's difficult to run a charter school and they have their own difficulties, and I've been there, I understand that. And I start every conversation with that we are here to support you. They may not know me, and I get that, and I hope for them to understand with my actions and steps that we can build that bridge, and they can understand that we'll do anything in our power to help them and support them, because what we support, the support that they receive directly impacts student learning and outcome, and that's the ultimate goal. So to your question, sir, what you have in front of you, that's what we received.
Yeah, so what that shows me is the lack of capacity, because if you're an F-rated school, it's worth more than 2 pages to try to develop a plan to become something better than that. And then looking back at their financials, they are insolvent right now. As far as the accountability profile shows, they have no cash on hand. Can't pay bills, can't make payroll. Now it may be different now, but that's what this shows. And then they're not here, so there's really no way to have a conversation with them. So I don't know what the process is to put a school on probation and move to closure, but I'd be happy to do all of that. I think you all may want to do something a little bit less than that, but my experience is when people don't want help and they won't work with you, and there's a bad relationship, which apparently there is, it never gets better. It only gets worse. And I just think that, especially before they start a new year of school and have children affected by this, I think we should move more quickly, maybe than we might want to in a normal situation. Those are my thoughts.
Thanks, sir.
So, Dr. Moore, do you have anything?
I don't have questions as much as I have concerns.
Okay.
I know that school is starting in August and students are planning on attending, so we, I guess, have to let them be open in the fall, but this is just extremely troubling and not anything I've experienced since I've been on the panel, so very troubling. Because I wonder what else is going on if we're only seeing on the surface and seeing this many problems. So, no questions.
Okay. Ms. Newton?
You made the comment that the school would have to open in the fall. Is that correct? Given they do, or given the non-compliance and the complete nature, or the complete nature of the refusal to cooperate, what obligation do we have, or does the department have to, even though school is starting back very shortly, even though that exists, what obligation do we have to, if any, to approve or to put them on probation or to allow that to happen? Because it's a blatant situation of not complying with what the expectation is from the very beginning. You agree to certain stipulations to become a charter, and to be monitored is one of those, to be notified, in advance of the fundraising thing. I'm sure was planned months ago, and even if it were not, then there's an obligation of someone to come and at least show that they understand how important this process is. And given that, what do we do the next time?
Ms. Newton, I really appreciate your comment and question. I think that's a collaborative, it's a further discussion to have. There are multiple options and things that we can think through and possibly put in place for you to make a motion. There are options out there, but I do believe that the schools, when I review there in the state atlas assessment, they have done a great job to improve the achievements. So the things are, again, I hope that they're watching. right? We have to provide them a chance, because I think there's a learning piece for us as well. What has happened, and then what we can do to improve for not just for this school, but also the schools that coming in, that we can provide a better service for them. So our recommendation is that we make the August CAP meeting mandatory for this school, and we ask the specific questions to them and hope to get a better answer. If they do not show up, just like they haven't done in the past, and they decide to, email us and saying that we are not coming, then we need to make a decision. It could be a probationary section, it could be a different action items that we need to discuss collaboratively, you guys as well as the charter unit, and that will be my 2 cents as of right now. So.
Can I ask a follow-up on that?
Yes, go ahead.
Just
Dr.
making
Bacon.
sure, I'm hearing a lot of discussion amongst the panel of wanting to take a formal action. If you're saying bring them back in August, would there be a need to send like a formal notice of action that sort of says this is gonna be discussed at the August meeting? You should be there, you have to be there because of, if it's gonna be what I've heard, quite extreme possibilities from the panel's view of what might come.
And maybe I would say, what steps, because, as Mr. Baldwin indicated, there's all the way to, very extreme, but is there moderation of steps to get to that? And if you maybe could share that so we can have that knowledge as well.
Absolutely. Daryl Smith, Department of Education. So the law requires us, there is a kind of an escalation step. I think we've taken a lot of these escalation steps. I don't know that a lot of them have been formally, administered, right? And putting a school on probation in the charter world has some pretty serious implications. They'll lose facility funding and those types of things. So there are some, it's not the same as a local school district when they put a local school district on probation. It has some true, real teeth to it, and some enforcement to putting a charter on probation, which, again, certainly not recommending we don't do that. I'm just saying that there are some implications that need to be considered when we do that. I think what we would prefer, in our chain of escalation, is there's a notice of concern, which, while I think we've kind of done that in a informal way, I guess, for lack of a better term, but we would recommend a notice of performance deficiency with not only the academic deficiencies that we have seen or that we've run it, but also the operational deficiencies and lack of, showing up for a CAP meeting and are being present at these things, and with the very explicit request that they will be here in August. If they choose not to be here in August, then that does warrant probation, because that's first of all, it's 3 in a row. But secondly, it would be like you have now been given a formal written notice of not only the escalation of concern, but also of of a specific request by the Charter Authorizing Panel and DESE, as the authorizer, to appear. And just like in a court of law, I guess if you have a subpoena to appear and you don't, there's a consequence. And so I think we would put into that performance deficiency that if you choose not to appear in August, then that will lead to a letter of probation. Just very explicit about, we will move to the next step in the process. And then
Madam Chair, may I jump in? I'm sorry.
Yes,
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Baldwin, go ahead.
So what I said earlier was my opinion, and it is my opinion, but I think that what we're talking about now is thoughtful, and I think that clearly we want to go through the right process. We want to have general counsel review every step that we're doing to make sure we're in compliance with ADE rules and state law, and do it the right way. And so my opinion should be taken as that, but the process is important, and I would support that process.
And I appreciate that. And I do believe we need to express the urgency of the request and that we are escalating our concerns about the operations of this particular charter. And so if they choose a different path going into next month or 2 months in August, then I think that at that point, then we can start working through, you know, what are going to be the ultimate recommendations at that point. And it is, you know, what would you want to do and what would we want to see happen at that point, which we can certainly have that discussion after the August meeting. We can certainly, I mean, at this point, we don't necessarily have a formal meeting scheduled for this body in July. But we can, you know, do the same thing and just push this up to July and have them, you know, request that they show up in July, even if it's virtually. At least they would be here in July and have that just basically be the only thing on the agenda for that day. That I think our plan was to follow it with a work session, but we could certainly, you know, our recommendation was August to kind of keep the calendar the way, but we could certainly move it to August to July if we felt like it was important enough to get this resolved quicker.
So I guess, in thinking about, because I know that we had discussed that July was going to be a work session and we were going to do our next formal meeting in August, but I guess going back to previous thoughts, what does that look like for the charter if in August there's still a concern or issue for students? What does that look like for them if in August we still have this continual issue, because outside of what they decide to do, how's that gonna impact their students if they make that decision in August?
Probation doesn't necessarily mean you're setting into a closure type situation or a revocation. It does mean that we've escalated to probably the highest level of escalation before you get to a closure or revocation type decision. So probation says that things are very, very serious at this point. There needs to be immediate action and immediate corrective action taken, or we will then consider the next step, which at that point is a revocation of the charter, transfer of the charter, closure, if that was an appropriate measure. And so, like I said, so probation doesn't automatically lead to a revocation or a closure, but it does signal that if things don't change, then we'll be strongly considering the next step.
So I did have a question, kind of along those same lines. Can you remind us the number of students, what enrollment is, and then if they have a breakdown of those?
Just over 100, about 100.
112, I believe.
Okay.
That's what they proposed. Sarper Turker from Department of Education. So this is repeating from the email chain based on the finances. I believe they budgeted based on 110, but currently they are less than that number. So don't quote me on this. I can double check immediately, but I want to say between 90 and 100.
And seniors?
They just moved up to, yes, they're currently 17, I believe, seniors.
For this next school year?
They
Correct.
had seniors this school year.
Okay, I was thinking of.
They're graduating.
Okay,
Correct.
I was thinking for the next, like if we're thinking about this in chunks, what that would look like. How many 11th this year would then be seniors this next school year?
I can provide that information if you could give me
Okay.
1 second. Would you like to know
Oh.
exact numbers? It's in the rep.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's in here.
Okay,
We can
yeah,
look back.
I believe
yeah.
it, yeah. You answered it.
Because I guess that I was kind of thinking along those lines, like the effect on the kids.
Mhm.
Obviously, that's the thing we're most concerned about at this point. And then what about, like, if we did do escalation, what is the notice for, like, I'm thinking as a parent, how am I gonna know any of this is going on? And I would be really upset if none of this had been communicated to me, that they were in fact, all of this was happening at the state level. if
And
that makes
again, I
sense.
think, well, I realize we're talking hypothetical at this
Right,
point,
I
and I don't
know.
want to get too far over our skis and kind of create a panic out there, for students that may hear this or gets reported out in the news or whatever. So I would be a little hesitant to say, okay, what happens if kind of thing, because again, I've been around long enough to know that the if becomes it's happening very quickly in the media, and so I would want to be very cautious about kind of having that particular discussion at this time.
I'm just talking
but-
about the
but I-
probationary, like we just mentioned probationary.
Absolutely.
Period.
So basically, probation says, again, it's very critical, and it says there's corrective action, which we would come back then and say, these are the things that have to be done. Right, and so if these things aren't done, then that moves us up. Now that so these things have to be done in a month. These things have to be done in 60 days. Whatever time frame we choose to make that happen. There's going to be a very clear, spelled out plan that says if this doesn't get done, then, and then at that point, then we decide what's going to happen. And and in some schools, maybe it's not a closure, but maybe it is a transfer of leadership, of type thing. And I'm not saying that would happen in this school because it's a very niche school, as far as the programming that's there, or that it would happen at all. Again, I want to be very cautious with this idea that we're not at any point right now talking about closure or changing, getting rid of the leadership or recommending any of that. But at the same time, just to answer your question, so the probation says we're there. These things are now non-negotiable, and if these things don't get done, then we will move on to the next step. And I think, and then what those terms, non-negotiable terms are, I think at that point will just kind of depend on where we're at. Okay. And maybe some of the test scores that we, that come in here over the next little while to see how those kind of play out. Some of the operational, again, as they can come in and address some of the concerns for themselves, because we certainly want to hear from the school of what's their plan? Why do you think? What got crossways in this process, right? And is there a path forward? And certainly, again, to Dr. Turker's point, our goal is to be a partner, and we want to find a way forward. But if you make that difficult, for us to do that, then there are other opportunities and actions that this body can take.
If we issue a notice of probation, is that a public document or is that a private?
No, sir, that's a public document. I mean, because it would come from this body, it would be something that this panel voted on and would have approved, and therefore it would be a public document.
So, unless there's additional questions from the panel on that piece, I think at this point it would be appropriate for us to start kind of mapping out what we feel like we want to see them to deliver, and have prepared for the next meeting, so we can address those pieces. I think we're at that point, unless there's other questions that need to be addressed in regards to what Dr. Turker shared as a part of their plan.
I don't know if it's that or separate, I'm not sure where this question belongs, but we had tossed around whether we thought they should come back before August or August.
And so that's what I was wanting us to kind of talk through.
Okay.
Thinking through what does July look like, knowing that we had initially anticipated that was going to be a work session. But for me, that's why I had to ask a clarifying question. If we do push this to August, is there any impact to students, which is my major concern and what they have going on. But my concern was impact to students. There would not be one, apparently. So if we chose July or August, that's an option. But I think we do need to kind of think through, okay, what are those deliverables we want them to come back to us with? It sounds like that there is an expectation that the school improvement plan be more robust, because right now it's just a 2-pager. And so that's like a starting point, but if there's other things we need to consider, then we can talk through that as well and make sure that that's communicated to the charter office so they can carry that back to the charter.
I don't have, initially, thinking about I don't have anything to add. We could leave it at the discretion of the charter office to add those things in addition to the school improvement plan. I don't know if I as a panel member could say, in addition to that, 1, 2, 3, 4. But I think it would be, just like this meeting was intended to be, we've asked you to do this. So this comes from the charter office as opposed than from the panel. So I'd be comfortable with them, personally, saying, in addition to what we asked you before, considering what we asked you before, the school improvement plan is not adequate. But in addition to that, we need some other things as well. And I think August would maybe be a more amenable, because I think the district, the charter school bears a responsibility for not being responsive to the point of students being notified late or whatever happens detrimental. That's not one of the best outcomes you want, based on the fact that they have ignored the timetable started back in May. So I think, that's always a concern, but at the same time, we can't accept responsibility for that when there's just been a failure to show up or give explanations that would explain anything.
Additionally, I'm wondering, does the charter does the charter office need to meet with them and do anything with them prior to August? I know that you've tried and not been real successful in your engagement. And whatever recommendations we make at this time, do we need to include anything about meeting with you all for support or engagement prior to August?
Throughout this process, the overall plan was virtual meeting, on-site visits, provide immediately after the on-site visit, email the school leaders the template improvement plan with the outlining. May 1st is the deadline, and May 21st is the cap. That has been immediately sent over the leadership team, so they have everything in front of them to share and provide to us and to you guys.
Okay.
So they all that received, but I wouldn't mind to reshare the document one more time.
Okay, but you all have done all of your
Yes,
due
ma'am.
diligence to offer
We've done
support.
all the schools that came before you last month that provided their improvement plan. They've gone through exactly the same process as ICA has gone through.
Thank you.
I would just add to that, that's exactly right, but I would, Daryl Smith, our Department of Education, I would say that in addition, because the piece that's missing in this particular school is that second report, right? Because they've created the first one, everybody created the first one, they all came and talked to you back in, I think, January, December, January, and that was their initial report, kind of just, this is where we think where we're off. And then the goal was then to take that and develop it throughout this year, but also thinking about what this coming school year is gonna look like. That piece of the puzzle is still not there. What you got today was their version of that, which, as you can see from the others that have already presented over the last 2 months, leaves a little bit to be desired compared to what the others have presented. As far as just being thought out and a true action plan, a true plan for improvement, which is what we're shooting for, right? That continuous improvement. That's the piece we're missing. Certainly, we're willing to sit down and have that discussion if that's what they feel like, or if they feel like they've got it under control. Again, that's a school choice, and we're not going to force ourselves on them. To Ms. Newton's point, it's, they have to own some of the responsibility of their improvement, all the responsibility for their improvement. We're there for the support. But so I think if in your recommendation or in your motion, I would say that a more comprehensive school improvement report should be presented. I think that would make it clear to the school when we send them the recommendations or the panel's decision, that there is an expectation that what you have already done is not enough. And so that would be my only, I guess, addition to what Dr. Turker has added.
Are there any other questions or discussion we need to have? Dr. Bacon?
Well, I was just going to say, I think we heard a more comprehensive improvement report, and then in the notes here is a summary, I guess, of the in-person visit, and on the back, there are 3 areas based on conversation, classroom walkthroughs. The APSRC team identified the following 3 priorities and suggested actions. I feel like maybe those should be addressed very specifically, the status of those, since they've been identified through APSRC and the support team.
APSRC team were the lucky ones that were invited to classrooms. Unfortunately, I wasn't in that group to get into classroom to see the students. So, and they were gracious enough to follow through the reports And I believe in your report, the documents and folders, I provided their specific report to you as well, so that you guys can see the different perspectives and what they have noticed. But to Dr. Bacon, your point, they are expert in the field as well, so we totally trust what they see and what they realize, and obviously definitely we want to align with the improvement plan, those 3 areas that you mentioned.
So that more comprehensive improvement plan and status of addressing these 3 key areas that APSRC and your team identified, I think would be helpful to me.
Yes, sir.
Were they previously provided those 3 areas, or?
Those, it aligns with their root cause analysis when they
Okay.
present it to you, but not exact word by word.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So maybe the August makes more sense, as Ms. Newton said, to give them
I-
time to do this, because I think we need to see this.
Okay. Mr. Baldwin?
Yeah, thank you. I would also add that they need to provide us a comprehensive budget, financial budget for next year. Not just a summary budget, but a real line item comprehensive budget based on number of students.
Yes, sir.
Any other discussion or questions? Okay. So what I've heard is a more robust school improvement plan, the 3 items that were outlined during the visit, and then also a more accurate budget that is specific to what they're having this year based off of what they see coming and not estimates of what they anticipated.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So one last pass. Any more questions, discussion on that? Okay, very good. Okay. If there's not, then I will entertain a motion in regards to this action item.
I move that we reject the school's submitted school improvement plan and we approve issuance of a notice of performance deficiency. And we place the school on the August charter authorizing panel agenda with clear expectation that the school leadership attend and direct the charter school unit to document the school's lack of engagement, refusal to engage, and failure to participate in the required improvement process as part of the record supporting the notice and for the August review.
Yeah, the budget and the 3 items.
Sorry, I didn't know that we needed to include every individual thing that had to be done because, okay.
So we don't need to add that in the motion.
If that's what you desire, based on Sarpaturker, Mr. Baldwin, we can definitely add that portion that's.
Okay, I assumed that was part of the
But
improvement
our
plan.
comprehensive plan can include all that, but if you want to specify specifically, we can do that as well. That's what I was trying to say. So our report, just like the previous school that mentioned, we will cover all those
Okay.
areas that have been mentioned in this discussion.
Okay.
Okay.
So I leave the motion as is.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Dr. Moore and a second by Ms. Stewart. Is there any additional discussion on the motion? Okay, seeing none. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, and then any opposed, like sign? Any that would like to abstain from the vote? Okay, the motion carries, and so we will leave that in your capable hands.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Thank you guys for all your work. Okay, so moving on to agenda item number 4, consent agenda. The May 21st, 2026 minutes for review and approval. Hopefully everyone has had a chance to look at those. Mr. Scott's gonna come forward and guide us through that process.
Thank you. Freddie Scott, Office of School Choice and Parent Empowerment. Here today asking that you review and consider approval of the minutes from May 21st, 2026, Charter Authorizing Panel meeting.
Once you guys have had a chance, I will accept a motion.
I move approval of the consent agenda, the minutes, I move for approval for the minutes for the May 21st meeting, 2026.
A second.
Okay, There's a motion by Ms. Newton and a second by Dr. Moore that we accept the minutes as printed. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
All right.
Is that were you for, Mr. Baldwin, or opposed?
Yep, that was an aye for.
Okay, very good. Okay, and abstain, no, okay, very good. We're good, okay. And then we are on to reports, and it looks like that is also by Mr. Scott?
Freddie Scott, Office of School Choice Parent Empowerment. I believe I'm standing between this session and adjournment.
You believe
So-
correct. Yeah, right, you believe correct.
That being said, you have in your packet an update basically of the pre-opening checklist of the 3 schools that are scheduled to start 26, 27. So in particular, I believe for those of you that were not privy to our last session, there are 7 domains that we're looking at in a pre-opening checklist. And each of those line items within those domains, we take a look at and give what's called a progress score for each one of those. You get a 0 if you haven't started. If you've completed, it's a 4. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. And ultimately, we add those together and come up with a percentage per domain. So on slide 6, we essentially took a look at and captured each school and how they rated from a readiness perspective. This month, in particular, the concern was, well, you say you're okay, but have you really documented? Do we have documentary evidence that you're fine? So we also wanted to take a look, I believe on slide 6, that you should see each schools and not only how they graded out readiness-wise last month, but what kind of progress they've made to date. So as you see in each one of those schools are pretty much in very good shape. For the most part, those that are in yellow, about to get there, just need a few more points, is primarily because of documents. We're waiting on them to submit documents. There's the other concern would be in facilities. In some cases, they're just waiting for city to come through or fire department to come through for the appropriate documentation, certificate of occupancy, things of that nature. In one instance, it would be, they just recently changed leadership at the principal level just last week. Well, I'm sure they had a plan, but just getting to the point of staffing. And they were still in the yellow stage and just need a little bit more to move towards a complete readiness to move forward and launch. So if you have any questions, I welcome any of those at this time.
Panel members, are there any questions for Mr. Scott about the report that he has submitted?
I might just add, in the appendix, there's a sample pre-opening checklist with all the detailed elements of the domains captured there for your review.
Questions? Any questions? No?
Thank you.
Okay, seeing none, thank you so much.
All right.
This is very helpful information, appreciate it.
I don't want to get in the way of adjournment, but I do want to stay, I do want to end us on a really high note, really quick. I got 30 seconds. While we were here, the governor had a press conference this morning on education. She had an educational press conference about 10 o'clock this morning to share the Atlas results for the state. And it is, and since you all, I would kind of, if you saw my headphones, and like that wasn't right listening to the radio or anything, but I really was. We were watching the press conference, but and this kind of goes to the quality of what part of what this panel is, is kind of in works towards. We're looking for quality in charters and making sure that we're really producing the kind of high quality and student outcomes that that we expect from charters. It is really a cool thing that the governor reported today that in the Atlas scores for the state, in every grade level, every subject area, there was an increase in achievement.
Cool.
Now, that's pretty cool stuff, right? And I'm just going to give you this 30 seconds of just the data here. It says, Arkansas saw proficiency increases in every major content area, with mathematics increasing from 36% in 24 to 44% in 26. Science from 35 to 44, and in English from 33 to 39. So there was at least a 5 to 8% increase in the achievement level, level 3 or 4. So kids on, learning at the grade level. There was a 5 to 8% increase in level 3 and level 4 achievement levels throughout the state, from a state. So that's a great tribute to you, to continuing to push charters to produce quality, and to make sure it's a tribute to the LEARNS Act and the great things that it put in motion for schools and for tutoring and for quality and for instruction and for coaches and all the things that the LEARNS Act did. But I just wanted to kind of first of all say thank you for kind of being the overseers of quality for our charter, because that's part of what this represents today. So thank you for that. And I just thought, since you weren't able to hear it in person, that I would at least share it to you before you left. But now we can be.
Thank you so much, and that is wonderful news, and we greatly appreciate all of you guys and all the work you guys do as well to support the charter schools, so thanks. Okay, and with that, we're adjourned.
Bye.